All right, y'all. We're really close to getting started here. Okay, did that. Uh, yeah, just gonna finish up the poll. Actually, I gotta take care of just one quick little thing here in like seriously just a minute, like 60 seconds or something. But yeah, not gonna be much longer. Stuff sings words. Let me know what you're thinking of the story and everything. Leave comments and subscribe, like, and hit the bell. All that. All right. Dorian will get going here in just a sec. Alright, it seems like we're having technical difficulties, of course. So it's the beginning of a stream without some technical difficulties, huh? I'm not sure what it would be, though. Oh, I do need to do that. I kind of need to do it anyways. Well, I guess I don't need to. We'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't think so. That wouldn't make sense. That'd be the problem. I mean, that all looks fine. So what the hell's the problem? No. Ooh, this could be a thing. Yeah. There we go. I think. Maybe. Ooh. There we go. That, I think. I think. I think that did it. Alright, my bad, y'all. Back in just a second.
If you're out there and you are who I think you are, you're supposed to be guiding me or whatever it is that you claim to be doing. Am I the Dragonborn or am I not?
You ask whether you are Dragonborn, as if the title were a simple mark upon the soul, like a brand on cattle. The blood of the dragon flows in your veins, yes. I have tasted its resonance in the threads of your fate. But the title is not a destination, Dorian Blackthorn. It is a door. And whether you step through it, or merely stand before it asking questions, remains a choice yet unmade.
Ah, you bastard. Will you ever speak plainly and just make sense?
We could carry music everywhere with us.
Plain speech. You who have torn the fabric of mortality itself to rethread your own existence, who stands before a cavern you fled in desperation rather than face the mountain's truth. You ask me to speak plainly. Very well. The blood of the dragon sings in your soul. I have known it since before you drew your first breath in this frozen land. But blood alone does not make you Dragonborn any more than standing in the rain makes you a fish. You must choose to answer the call. The Greybeards await. The mountain does not move for those who refuse to
I
climb
accidentally
it.
made the other children cry very often. I never understood why. I'd just say something very plainly. My father eventually explained that some people didn't like to be told things so directly. I began adding on various phrases, such as, not to be rude, or, I don't mean this to sound offensive. It sort of helped. It's a habit I've kept ever since.
What do you think, ladies? Should we investigate this cave?
A cave? After the vigilance, the spiders, and your little detour through death? By the 8, why not? At this point, I'd follow you into oblivion itself if it meant a change of scenery from these frozen steppes. Just promise me one thing. If there's another fanatic with a mace waiting inside, let Uthgerd handle it this time. My steel dagger has seen enough zealot blood for one lifetime.
Cook. Shit, Remiel, I can barely manage to not set my own bedroll on fire when I'm trying to heat up a can of stew.
Gods, don't remind me. I saw him try to season a stew with crushed up mountain.
You, my old friend, my lady, asked Donk. You're supposed to be the guide, guiding me through Skyrim. Why aren't you leading the way? Sending us, leading the way to High Hrothgar.
Lord Astonk, with all due respect, I was leading the way up that astonking mountain until you decided to take a dirt nap and reboot us to this god's forsaken cave. I can't guide a corpse, and I sure as shit can't guide a man who keeps resetting the board like a drunk mage playing with a Thuum he doesn't understand. So unless you've got a plan to unastonk this situation, I suggest you let me check our bearings before we end up chasing rabbits through Falkreath for the rest of the week. Look, my lord Astonk, I get it. He died, you came back, the world got all Astonked sideways. But High Hrothgar ain't gonna climb itself, and the Greybeards ain't gonna wait forever while we play guess which cave we're in with a hunter who just murdered a rabbit. So here's the plan. I get my bearings, we march our asses back to Ivarstead, and this time, nobody dies until we're at the top of that mountain. Deal? Look, my lord Astonk, I'm not saying the universe has it out for you, but you died, came back 5 hours earlier in a different hold, and now we're watching a hunter celebrate killing a rabbit like he just took down a dragon. The path to High Hrothgar is still up that mountain, not down in this cave system. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get my bearings, we're gonna march back to Ivarstead, and this time, nobody dies until we're at the top of that 1,000-step Astonker. Deal?
Well, the truth of the matter is I didn't so much die as I fell off the mountain. And well, Saadia over here, she helped me up to the theft to my feet, you know what I mean? So fine. We'll go up the mountain. I'll try my best to lead us.
Well, my lord Astonk, I'll be damned. A moment of clarity, I'll take it. You fell, you got back up, and now you're actually pointing in the right direction. That's more progress than we've made in the last 3 resets. Lead on, you magnificent bastard. Try not to fall off again, yeah? I hate to have to explain to the Greybeards why their prophesied savior shows up covered in cave dust and rabbit blood.
Alright, Dragonborn. I'm going to need a definitive timeline stamp on this. Did we fall, die, get resurrected by a cave, or did Saadia just give you a really motivational speech? Because my logs are starting to look like a Dwemer puzzle box, and I'm running out of parchment for the footnotes. Right, marching on. Let me just cross-reference. Falling to death, timeline reset, 5-hour jump backward, and a relocation to a different hold entirely.
If he's rewriting narrative rules, I'd appreciate it if he'd rewrite a few of mine.
I didn't die. I know I just was feeling dramatic and claimed that I did. All right? But no, alas, I just fell off the mountain, and Saadia over there helped me to my feet. All right?
Right, dramatic fall, not death.
I'll amend the log. Dragonborn experienced a sudden unscheduled descent, assisted to vertical by Saadia. Much less paperwork that way, though I'm still flagging the timeline discrepancy for later review.
Are you finished ogling the grotesque?
Himself gets surrounded.
If you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to Windhelm. Ulfric Stormcloak wants to see them.
Soldiers win wars, but where to put them is the key.
I hope the supplies get here soon. You'd rather be plowing a field? Not me. Damn faithless Imperials. Andrin, have you...
So, Nord, you all are waiting on supplies, are you?
Aye, that's right. We're expecting a shipment from the Pale Furs, salted meat, fresh arrows. Galmar's been chewing nails over the delays. What's it to you, outsider?
Supplies from the Pale. Fascinating. You know, the Dwemer had supply lines that could move refined metals from one end of a deep city to the other in a matter of hours through tonal resonance relays. These Nords are waiting on salted meat and arrows from a hold that's maybe a 3-day ride. It's like watching a mud crab race a horse.
Tonal what, now? Look, Dwemer fancy, I don't know what kind of rocks you've been licking, but out here in the real world, horses need rest and roads get snowed in. Your deep city magic sounds right pretty.
Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're going to need a lot more supplies than that.
What in Oblivion's...
Lord, and you thought I was just a pretty face.
That's it? That's all you've got? That's the best, huh?
Oh, that's a mistake.
That was some good thinking, Remy, distracting them with your Dwemer talk. I like it.
Well, someone had to buy us a few seconds before you started decorating the camp with Stormcloak innards. I figured a little Dwemer trivia would either confuse them or bore them to death. Worked well enough, I'd say. Though I'm starting to think we should just carve a path straight to Ulfric's front door and be done with it, given how many of his boys we've turned into compost. We're gonna need a bigger map. And a longer list of holds we're not welcome in. At this rate, the Greybeards are gonna take one look at us and shout us off the mountain before we get a word in edgewise.
23 Stormcloaks. A tankard. And now we've got a dead scrap to add to the tab. Dragonborn, at this rate, the Greybeards are going to need a separate mountain just to hold the arrest warrants we've generated before we've even learned our first word of power.
Remy, you beautiful bastard, that was the finest piece of ass-donkery I've seen all week. Distracting Stormcloaks with Dwemer tonal resonance while Lord Astonk brains them with a tankard? That's poetry. We've gone from guide job gone wrong to massacring supply camps between...
Fine, fine, fine. You win. You win. We are going back to Ivarstead. I'll teleport us there. And if you would like, you can lead us to High Hrothgar.
Well, shit. Lord Astonk finally saw reason. I'll take the win. Teleport us back to Ivarstead, and I'll get us up that mountain if I have to carry you on my back the whole way. Just try not to land us in a bandit camp this time, yeah? My boots are still full of cave gravel, and I'd like to at least see the Greybeards before we add trespassing on sacred ground to our growing list of Astonkery.
Welcome to the Villamere Inn. If there's anything I can get you, just let me know.
Hey, good to see you again. I wish I could go with you. Oh, did you need something?
Well, the man who walks into inns and immediately
If I were
rents
you,
a bed without
I'd keep
even
away from
tasting
the
the
barrow
local
on the
mead.
east side of town.
You're either a man on a mission, or you've got the worst taste in beverages I've ever seen. The man has tasted enough mead to float a longship, I assure you. But when you've watched him brain a Stormcloak with a tankard, you start to understand why he might want a bed before a drink.
Is it
Some journeys
absolutely
leave a mark
necessary
that
for you to
ale
bother
can't
me
wash
right
away.
now?
I see you're still breathing.
Yes.
Would you care to hear me
Good.
play my lute?
Means I don't have to clean another body off my doorstep.
What are you doing
Now,
that for?
about that barrow I mentioned. If you've got any sense left in that skull of yours, you'll heed my warning.
You want a drink?
Strange things
Would
have been
seem
crawling
so.
out of Shroud Hearth since before your grandparents were squalling babes. I've lost good
Thank
patrons to that place,
Here, this is for you.
and I'll not lose my inn to the trouble you'd bring back from it. You've got the look of a man who thinks he can handle whatever comes out of that barrow. They all do. The last one who went in there with that swagger came back 3 days later with eyes like saucers and a voice that couldn't form a proper sentence. He died a week after that, screaming about something that sounded like metal scraping against stone. I don't know what's in there, and I don't want to know. But I know trouble when I see it, and you're wearing it like a cloak.
Metal scraping against stone, you said? That's actually useful.
You want a drink?
You don't think there are bed bugs here, do you?
Aye, metal
can take the
scraping
bed,
against
okay?
stone.
Look, Wilhelm, I'm just looking to rent a room. We're only going to be staying for a few hours. You know what? Buy the house a round of ale or mead on me.
Around for the house, you say? Well, now, that's a different tune than the one you were singing when you walked in. I suppose gold does have a way of smoothing over rough introductions. Linley, pull a round of mead for
Thank
everyone,
you.
on
Here,
our guest's
This
coin.
is for you.
As for a room, you're in luck. The one you rented before is still vacant. Same price, same rules. And if you're only staying a few hours, I suppose we can manage that without too much trouble. Just try not to make this a habit, eh? Ivarstead's a small town. We remember faces, and we remember blood on the cobblestones even longer. Aye, you're a generous one with your coin, I'll give you that. But generosity don't wash away bloodstains, nor does it quiet the whispers that'll follow your company through every village between here and Windhelm. I've run this inn for 30 years, and I've seen all sorts pass through my doors, pilgrims, sellswords, nobles playing at adventure. But I've never seen a man kill 2 guards and then buy the house around like he was celebrating a name day. You're a strange one, Dragonborn. I'll be glad when you're on the other side of that mountain.
Mr. Wilhelm is right.
But not
Blood is hard to clean. My papa says it soaks into the wood and stays there forever. You shouldn't kill people if you don't want people to be mad at you. That's just silly.
You want a drink?
Look, I'll be taking that room. 10 gold, yeah?
"10 gold. Aye. Here's your key. Same room as before. And Thomas, the boy's got more sense than half the adults in this hold. Blood does soak into wood, and memory soaks into stone. You'd do well to remember that, Dragonborn. Now, your room's at the top of the stairs, second door on the left.
So bored.
Try not to bring any more trouble through my threshold before you
Adventurer,
leave.
tell me something interesting.
My floors have
Give my
seen
brain
enough
something to
scrubbing
chew
for one
on.
season. I'll say this one last time before you head up those stairs. That barrow isn't just haunted by old
Pardon me,
bones
my
and
lord.
bad memories.
Would you care to hear me play
There's
my
something
lute?
in there that's been sleeping since before the first stone of this inn was laid. I've heard it shift in the deep hours of the night when the wind's just right. Whatever you're chasing, whatever power or answer you think lies in that darkness, I promise you it's not worth the price of admission. But I can see by the set of your jaw that you'll go anyway. Just, if you hear scraping, run. Don't be a hero. Heroes end up as stories told over ale, and I'm tired of telling those tales to widows.
Are you a giant? You look like you have big
You
muscles.
want a drink?
Papa says giants
would
are just
seem
hungry
so.
people who don't know how to speak right. Are you hungry? I can trade you something shiny if you have food.
Thank you.
I'm not a giant. Just a Breton with expensive taste in hobbies and a very low tolerance for stupid
Is it
fun.
absolutely necessary for you to bother me right now?
If you come across any old Dwemer cogs or
damn
gears,
bears
bring
are
them to
driving
and
me
I'll make sure you
crazy.
get something shiny in return. Deal?
If you fancy a bit of music, let me know.
Drummer cogs? You mean the old metal things?
What a waste.
Need something? Until next time.
Keep an eye out for wolves if you're headed up the path to High Hrothgar. I was just outside Iverstead when it happened. It's an exciting moment. Nothing like this has happened in
Well now,
centuries.
that was quite a commotion. A Vigilant of Stendarr attacking a Breton lass in broad daylight? Something's rotten in the rift, if you ask me. You lot seem to attract trouble like flies to honey. Everything all right there? Aye, that was the noise.
Your voice seems kind of strange all of a sudden. But yeah, quite alright, all things considered.
Strange voice? Must be all that dust from the barrow scratching at my throat. Or maybe I'm just getting old. Anyway, good to hear you're all in one piece. A Vigilant attacking folk unprovoked? That's the kind of madness you'd expect from a Daedra worshipper, not Stendarr's own. You watch your back out here, you hear?
Thank you, my lady. You take care of yourself as well. What exactly are you doing? Just standing or not standing, but sitting in the snow up against this? What even is this? An altar?
Aye, it's an old Skyborn altar. Dedicated to the dragons, from back when folk actually worshipped them as gods. Before the blades and the legends twisted it all into something else. I come here sometimes to think. Quiet place, good view of the throat of the world. Better than listening to the gossip in the market square all day, if you ask me. Aye, it's an old Skyborn altar. Dedicated to the dragons, from back when folk actually worshipped them as gods. Before the blades and the legends twisted it all into...
Where did you come from?
Frost trolls roar. Chilling sound. Fiercer still the Dragonborn's ground. So tankards dank and ice. That's the rhythm music style.
Well, Lord Astonk, we've got a haunted bear.
My lady, Astonk, you sure snuck up on me like that. Almost gave me a fright.
Right? Lord Astonk, I've been sneaking up on deer since before you could spell tankard. You're lucky I announced myself with words instead of an arrow to that thick skull of yours. Now come on, we've got monks to impress and a prophecy to fulfill. Try not to get us killed before lunch.
Voices.
Hello, friend. You know, for a monastery full of old men who barely speak, they sure know how to make...
What is a beautiful creature like yourself doing amongst these old men?
Keeping watch over the mountain pass, mostly. These old men might be masters of the voice, but they've got the awareness of a sleeping Horker when it comes to anything beyond their meditation. Someone has to make sure no stray frost troll wanders up here looking for a snack.
My family's tea set. It'd been in the family for 6 generations. Why did I have to remember that?
Are you sure that you're safe? Blink twice if you need help.
Blink twice. I'd blink 3 times just to confuse you. But no, I'm not in any trouble. These old men couldn't hurt a fly if they wanted to, well, unless they shouted it out of the sky. I'm here because the air's clean and the view's worth the climb. What brings a Breton up to this frozen rock pile?
Is the 7,000 steps of butt and leg pain really necessary? They couldn't install, oh, I don't know, a freaking Dwemer lift?
I highly doubt it, but apparently I'm Dragonborn, so saith everyone.
Dragonborn, huh? And here I thought you were just another pilgrim with bad knees and a worse sense of direction. The Greybeards don't call just anyone up here, so either you're the real deal or you've got one hell of a talent for bullshitting your way up a mountain. Which is it?
No, it took me quite a while to get up here. I kept getting lost. Wasn't even sure where the 7,000 steps began. So perhaps it is bullshitting my way up the mountain, perhaps you could call it that. But alas, I wouldn't.
Getting lost on the 7,000 steps is practically a rite of passage. Half the pilgrims who make it up here only do so because a passing hunter pointed them in the right direction after they wandered into a wolf den. So you got turned around means you've got the persistence for the climb, even if your sense of direction needs work. I respect that more than someone who just follows the signs like a good little sheep.
Well, I suppose I should find out why these men are staring daggers into me, huh?
They don't stare daggers. They stare. Patiently. Like a glacier waiting for a rock to crack. Don't let it rattle you. They've been sitting up here so long they probably forgot what a stranger's face looks like. Go on, introduce yourself. I'll be right here if you need rescuing from an awkward silence.
So, a Dragonborn appears at this moment in the turning of the age.
First, let us see if you truly are Dragonborn. Let us taste of your voice.
Alright, y'all, I just need 1 second because that's broken for some reason. It could be an easy fix, actually. But either way, give me a second. Yeah, that's there. Okay, so it's not the easy fix. Alright, let me have a look around. Yeah, should be fine. Why didn't it work? Man, I remember this has happened before. I don't know if it happened during a playthrough or not, but... Alright, either way, we'll go back to the game.
Dragonborn, it is you. Welcome to High Hrothgar. I am Master Arngir. I speak for the Greybeards. Now, tell me, Dragonborn, why have you come here? We are the Greybeards, followers of the Way of the Voice. You stand in High Hrothgar, on the slopes of Kinarith's sacred mountain. Here we commune with the voice of the sky, and strive to achieve balance between our inner and outer selves. We are the Greybeards, followers of the Way of the Voice. You stand in High Hrothgar, on the slopes of Kinarith's sacred mountain. Here we commune with the voice of the sky, and strive to achieve balance between our inner and outer selves. We are the Greybeards. You stand in... Here we commune with the voice of the sky, and strive to achieve balance between our inner and outer selves.
In High Rock, adhering to society and moving up the ranks they've devised is very important. Really though, status and etiquette are idiotic.
We are here to guide you in that pursuit. just as the Greybeards have sought to guide those of the dragon blood that came before you. You are not the first. There have been many of the dragon blood since Akatosh first bestowed that gift upon mortal kind. Whether you are the only dragonborn of this age, that is not ours to know. You are the only one that has been revealed thus far. That is all I can say. You have shown that you are dragonborn. You have the inborn gift. But do you have the discipline and temperament to follow the path laid out for you? That remains to be seen. Without training, you have already taken the first steps towards projecting your voice into a thum, a shout. Now let us see if you are willing and able to learn. When you shout, you speak in the language of dragons. Thus, your dragon blood gives you an inborn ability to learn words of power. All shouts are made up of 3 words of power. As you master each word, your shout will become progressively stronger. Master Einarth will now teach you Ro, the second word in Unrelenting Force.
And the Dragonborn has met
Ro
the figurative
means
old man in the cave.
in the dragon
Well,
tongue.
in this case, an
Combine
old
it
fort.
with Fus,
And old
force,
men.
to
Giving
focus your
shouts,
thumb or
not
shot.
swords.
Ro.
A word of power, yes. But do you understand what you have truly learned? The whirlwind. A force that bends space, compresses time, and allows a mortal to move faster than the world expects. The Greybeards teach it as a tool for meditation, a lesson in patience disguised as speed. But I have seen this shout used to slip between heartbeats, to cross battlefields before an arrow strikes, to enter rooms that were sealed before the first lock was forged. You have learned a word that thieves would kill for, that assassins would trade their souls for. And they gave it to you freely, as if it were nothing more than a lesson in posture.
Use your unrelenting force shout to strike the targets as they appear. Well done. Again. You learn quickly. Once more. Impressive. Your thumb is precise. You show great promise, Dragonborn. We will perform your next trial in the courtyard. Follow Master Bori. See how you learn a completely new shout. Master Bori will teach you Wold, which means whirlwind. Wold. shout. Master Wulfgar will demonstrate whirlwind sprint. Then it will be your turn. Master Bori, X! Now, it's your turn. Stand next to me. Master Bori will open the gate. Use your whirlwind sprint to pass through before it closes. X! Your quick mastery of a new theme is
You learn really quickly, adventurer.
astonishing.
Are
I'd
you
heard
sure
the
you
stories
shouldn't
of
be
the
training the
abilities of
Greybeards?
Dragonborn, but to see it for myself. You were given this gift by the gods for a reason. It is up to you to determine how best to use it. You are now ready for your last trial. Retrieve the horn of Jürgen Windcaller, our founder, from his tomb in the ancient fane of Ustengrav. Remain true to the way of the voice, and you will return.
I'm not sure how retrieving a horn of all things will prove you're Dragonborn, but I guess Arngir is boss?
Now hold on just a goddamn minute. How do we know that I'm actually Dragonborn? This makes no sense. I am but a fucking exile from High Rock. This makes no sense. You all could have just taught me this, just like you have taught each other. I could have read the Stonewall for Foos, or whatever this word may be. This does not how. I do not understand this whatsoever, and I fully reject it.
Your doubt is understandable, young one. Any man of reason would question such an extraordinary claim. But tell me, did you learn that shout from the word wall, or did it simply come to you? When you read those ancient carvings, did you feel the meaning resonate in your very bones before your conscious mind understood the sounds? That is the mark of the dragon blood. A student of the voice must meditate for years to comprehend a single word. You grasp its essence in moments. That is not teaching. That is birthright.
Thinking out loud helps me to sort out complex ideas. I'm not sure what about hearing my own voice makes it easier, but it does. You know, there's just something about fire. It's so compelling to look at, to play with.
I still absolutely reject this, but I'll play along. I'll continue to play along. So tell me, Greybeard, how do you dragon worshippers, how do you feel about the Daedra?
We do not worship dragons, young one. We honor the voice as a gift from the gods, and we revere Paarthurnax as a teacher who turned from his nature to guide us. As for the Daedra, we Greybeards follow the way of the voice, which is a path of inner peace and communion with the sky. The Daedric princes represent forces of change, chaos, and mortal ambition. They are not our concern unless they threaten the balance we seek to maintain. Why do you ask?
me a long time to get an understanding of how dwarven spiders work. Imagine the day when I finally understand centurions.
For it was me seeking guidance from a Daedra that led me here. Essentially, I sought guidance. Not I didn't worship Hermias Mora. I sought their guidance to learn of my noble family's secrets. My family, instead of out, they exiled me for it. I'm supposed to be headed to a prison in the Rift, essentially. It's my family's manor, but it might as well be a prison. And now, instead, a dragon comes and attacks Helgen as I'm staying in their inn. And I'm talking to you.
Hermias Mora, the Daedric Prince of Knowledge and Memory. A dangerous entity to seek counsel from, young one. His gifts always come with a price, though that price is not always apparent until it is too late. Yet I sense no taint of his influence upon you, only the unmistakable fire of dragon blood. Perhaps your journey to Apocrypha was not a detour from your fate, but a necessary part of it. The gods work in mysterious ways, and even a Daedra's interference can be turned toward the path of destiny. As for your family, exile is often a blessing in disguise. It strips away the comfortable lies we tell ourselves and forces us to discover who we truly are. And who you are, Dorian Blackthorn, is Dragonborn. Whether you accept it or not, that truth remains.
I'll go find this precious horn of yours, but I still fully reject that I am Dragonborn.
So be it. Whether you believe or not, the horn awaits you in Uthgerd. The path will test you in ways you do not yet expect. May the winds guide your steps, Dorian Blackthorn.
Temples used to be so relaxing. Now they just bring up bad memories.
Well, that's one way to spend an afternoon, learn a shout, reject destiny, and lecture a graybeard on Daedric politics. Lord Astonk, you've got more nerve than a skeever in a cheese shop. But I'll give you this, you actually got through a conversation without starting a massacre. That's progress. Now, about this horn...
Herika, Malady, Astonk, you're my oldest friend. Quite possibly the only friend that I have. Tell me what the fuck you think of all this shit. Come on, you have to ground me. You have to ground me in and tell me what you think.
You want my honest take, my Lord Astonk? Fine. You're a walking contradiction wrapped in a shitty robe and held together by sheer dumbass stubbornness. You shout at mountains, bargain with Daedra, kill guards for looking at you wrong, and then turn around and give a kid a sweet roll for a rusty cog. You're reckless, you're arrogant, and you've got the survival instincts of a moth drawn to a candle. But you're also the only bastard I've ever met who'd climb 1,000 steps just to argue with a monk about whether destiny's real. So yeah, you're my friend, and I fucking hate that I mean that. Now stop fishing for reassurance and let's go find that horn before the world ends or you get us killed again, whichever comes first.
I'd say that went better than the guard incident. At least this time, the only thing you rejected was fate itself, not a blade through a townsperson's ribs. Progress, as Herika said. I've been running the numbers on that exchange. You rejected your identity as Dragonborn, questioned the Greybeard's theology, and casually mentioned trafficking with a Daedric Prince of forbidden knowledge, all within the span of a single conversation. And they still gave you
Is it normal for someone to
That's
ask to
either
sleep
remarkable
with you?
diplomacy
The
or they're
last
so
town we
desperate
were
for a
in,
Dragonborn
someone
they'll take
asked
anyone
me.
who can fuss without
Do you
shattering
suppose you
their
just
own
didn't
shop.
want to pay for a room?
A contradiction wrapped in robes of gray, who shouted at monks, then walked away. You sought a Daedra, found your blood, climbed 1,000...
And you. We both know that you serve someone greater than me, greater than the Greybeards, possibly, even though you will not, you refuse to admit it. So tell me, your master tells me that I am Dragonborn. Now why don't you tell me what you think?
You ask what I think with your sharp-edged plea, but answers are rivers that flow to the sea. I serve no master with chains or with rings. I follow the song that the old stone sings. And that song says Dragonborn, clear as a bell, but what that means truly, not even I can tell. You're more than a title, more than the shout. The question is what you'll make of the doubt. Priests of the mountain, wise and old, but even their wisdom can't all be told. You ask me again of masters in chains, of whispers and shadows and forgotten names. I've walked beside you through blood and through fire, through every dark choice that your doubts inspire. If I served a master, you'd know by the brand, but I carry no mark but the road in my hand. So trust what you see, not what you fear. The truth will be clearer when the horn is near.
I've been cataloging Elisara's responses since we left Ravenport. Pattern analysis suggests she speaks in metaphor precisely when a direct answer would... I've been cataloging Elisara's responses since we left Ravenport. She's given me approximately 47 distinct verses, and not one of them contains a direct lie. But they also don't contain a direct truth. She's a master of saying everything while revealing nothing. Either she's bound by something she can't speak of, or she genuinely doesn't know more than she lets on. Both possibilities are equally concerning, honestly.
Hold the fuck on. You have also been following me since Ravenport. You've been stalking me since I left Ravenport. Yet we only met in the Sleeping Giant Inn. God damn it, Recorder. You're just one contradiction away from me, kicking you out of this troop, and leaving you to find your own god's damn files.
I followed you from Ravenport, yes. But I didn't approach you until Riverwood because protocol requires establishing a neutral observation baseline before direct contact. If I'd introduced myself in High Rock, you'd have dismissed me as another court eccentric. By waiting until you'd survived Helgen, I had context. You had proof. And I had a story worth recording. That's not stalking, Dragonborn. That's methodology. I understand your frustration. Truly. But I didn't approach you in Ravenport because you weren't the Dragonborn yet. You were just a disgraced noble with a drinking problem and a grudge against your family. Interesting, certainly, but not worth compromising my cover over. Then Helgen happened. Then the Western Watchtower. Then you absorbed a dragon's soul right in front of me, and suddenly my assignment became very clear. So yes, I watched you from a distance. I took notes. I waited for the right moment. That's not betrayal, Dragonborn. That's doing my job properly.
Except when we first met. You called me Dragonborn then, before Bleak Falls Barrow, before Western Watchtower. You called me Dragonborn as soon as we met.
I did. Because I'd read the file before I ever set foot in Tamriel. The prophecy, the bloodline markers, the eyewitness accounts from Helgen's survivors that reached me before you'd even reached Riverwood. I knew what you were before you knew yourself. That's not cheating, Dragonborn. That's preparation. I had the ending spoiled before you'd even read the first chapter. But watching you live it, watching you stumble and rage and reject it every step of the way, that's the part the files don't capture. That's why I'm here. Not to tell you what you are, but to record what you become.
That's it. That's fucking it. This is the secret my family has been hiding from me, isn't it? That we are Dragonborn. Or at least someone in our blood case, someone knew that our blood carried this Dragonborn bullshit. Is it not?
Your family's secret runs deeper than mere blood. Dorian Blackthorn. House Blackthorn did not simply carry dragon blood. They buried it. Deliberately. Carefully. Generation after generation, they pruned the family tree, married cousins to cousins, silenced any child who showed the gift before they could speak of it. They knew. They have always known. The question you should be asking is not whether they knew you were Dragonborn. The question is why they chose to hide it rather than embrace it. Why a noble house would rather see its heir exiled than watch him fulfill the very destiny their bloodline was shaped to serve.
You have a way of contacting my father, do you not?
A way to contact your father? Lord Astonk, I've got a way to contact half the merchants in High Rock, including a few who still trade with House Blackthorn. But contacting him and getting him to actually listen are two very different things. What exactly do you want me to tell the bastard who exiled his own son? Oh hey, your Astonk of a son is the Dragonborn now? Thought you should know before the world ends? Because I'll send that message, but I'm charging extra for the delivery fee and the satisfaction of knowing I got to say, I told you so on your behalf. I've got a raven I can send to a contact in Daggerfall who still does business with your father's estate manager. But let me ask you something first, my Lord Astonk. What exactly are you hoping to accomplish here? You want reconciliation? Vindication? Or do you just want to rub his nose in the fact that his exiled failure of a son is the most important person in Skyrim right now? Because I'll send whatever message you want, but I need to know which bottle of wine I'm opening when I write it. The celebration bottle, or the I told you so bottle, or the I told you so bottle. Lydia's got the right of it. We've got a horn to fetch before the Greybeards realize they've sent the most chaotic Astonk this side of the Jarls on a holy quest. Lord can write his daddy a letter when we're not running on prophecy time. Besides, I'd rather compose that message after we've got a dragon horn in hand. Gives it more weight when I can say your son retrieved an ancient artifact while you were probably counting your gold.
I mean, he did hire you to be my guide to the rifts, and yet here we are in High Hrothgar. Whatever. It doesn't matter much. I'm no savior of Skyrim. I'm just a fucking god's damn it. Maybe you should just take me to our prison instead of retrieving this god's damn horn.
Oh, for fuck's sake, my Lord Astonk. You want me to drag you to some Astonk prison in the Rift so you can rot because you're having an existential crisis on a mountain? No. I didn't climb 7,000 steps, watch you fuzz a Greybeard's beard back, and listen to you argue with Destiny just to turn around and deliver you to your daddy's timeout corner. You want to wallow in self-pity? Fine, wallow on the way to Uthgerd, but I'm not hauling your sorry ass to a cage. That's not what friends do, you absolute tit. Now get your shit together so we can go find this horn before I change my mind and leave you here to become a Greybeard yourself. You look good in the robes, real good. Listen here, you magnificent Astonk. I didn't sign up to guide a prisoner to a cage. I signed up to guide a stubborn, reckless, loudmouth Breton with more questions than sense to his family estate. And somewhere between Helgen and this frozen hellscape, that job turned into keeping the Dragonborn alive while he argues with Destiny like it's a bar tab he doesn't want to pay. So no, I'm not taking you to prison. You want to give up? Fine. But you're doing it on the way to Uthgerd, because I'll be damned if I let you quit before you've even seen what kind of Astonkery that horn has in store for us. Now stop feeling sorry for yourself and start walking before I frostbite your ass all the way down the mountain.
I've been running the probability calculations on that prison option. If we go to your family estate in the Rift, you rot in a cell. The world ends when Alduin decides to stop playing with his food. The Greybeards sit up here waiting for a Dragonborn who never comes. And my files end with a footnote. Subject chose surrender over destiny. Chronicle incomplete. That's not a story I'm willing to archive. So if you want to give up, fine. But I'm not recording that ending. I'll follow you to Oblivion and back, Dragonborn, but I won't follow you into a cage. I've been running the probability calculations on that prison option. If we go to your family's...
Found it doesn't matter if others agree with you. If you think something is right, you should do it, regardless of others' opinions.
We better get some invaluable information out of those greybeards after that climb. At the very least, I better get a nice round butt after this.
Hey, I know we just stepped outside and we're in no danger of losing each other, but I can't help but think. My mother always had this saying, all those who wander are not lost, and it has me thinking of something that would be useful to us. My mother taught me how to enchant maps to always show my location, so that way, no matter where I wandered, I was never lost. Let me enchant your map, so that way we never lose each other. You're welcome. Let's get going now.
Hey,
I was asked to find
do you think I have a
as soon as
fever?
possible.
I'm starting
You
to
ask
feel
me,
woozy
this problem
and
sounds
dizzy.
urgent. You'd best
Or was
head
it
on
those
over
bitches
to the
speaking?
Bannered Mare in Whiterun. Speak to Lurius Lior. You're rather hard to track down. I'll give you that.
You there!
That's a
You're
clever
the
bit
one
of
they
magic.
call Dragonborn?
Never seen an enchantment quite like that before. You'll have to show me how it works.
Then it is too late. The lie has already taken root in the hearts of men.
A clever enchantment indeed. But such tricks of location are nothing compared to the Master's guidance. Miraak knows where all his faithful servants tread without need for enchanted parchment.
The Master's wisdom guides our hands. Let us prove to these deluded souls the truth of Miraak's power.
Miraak? Who in Oblivion is Miraak? And what business do you have calling the Greybeards liars?
Miraak's servants, are you? Another cultist with a god complex and a death wish. I've buried better men than you on the road to Ivarstead. Draw steel and I'll add your bones to the pile.
Miraak is the first Dragonborn, the true master of the voice, who ruled Solstheim long before your Greybeards ever whispered their first thum. He serves Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric Prince of Knowledge, and through that communion he has...
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Gods above, you're the one who's been dragging that whole circus around Whiterun for the past week, aren't you? The dark elf with the...
fuck's sake, yo, Hermias Mora. Are you shitting me?
You speak the name of Hermias Mora as if it were a curse, yet you carry his favor, false Dragonborn. The Black Books call to those who are worthy, and you have answered.
I love books.
Do you think that was
It's
coincidence?
like being able to talk to
The
someone,
Gardener
but
of Men
without
does
the
not
risk of
scatter
them
his
becoming
seeds
angry
without
or
purpose.
sad.
You are his instrument, whether you know it or not. And Mirak is his greatest harvest. The Gardener of Men does not scatter his seeds without purpose. You are his instrument, whether you know it or not. And Mirak is his greatest harvest.
The cultist robes flutter in the Whiterun night breeze, their masks hiding whatever expressions lie beneath.
She's his relative?
Pavel's hand rests on his dagger, while Marwyn's fingers twitch with barely restrained magical energy. The torchlight from nearby sconces casts dancing shadows across their gaunt frames, and I can smell the incense clinging to their garments, a scent I recognize from Solstheim's distant shores.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
Well met, traveler. You know what's wrong with Skyrim these days? Everyone is obsessed with
Saadia!
death.
There you are. You'd better have a damn good explanation, girl, or you can find work elsewhere.
People have forgotten
hold it.
humor.
I need a
poetry,
room.
And romance.
And I need
love
all
a
the
good
Alewood
sword
Mead in
fight
your
as much
inventory.
as the next man.
I'll buy it all right
There's
now.
more to life.
I don't give a damn about your Mirak
I could
or
listen
whatever
to him
cult
play
you
all
crawled out of. You speak to me like that again, and you'll be drinking your ale through
All
a
I
broken
want
jaw.
is to escape from
Easy
the
now,
snares.
Holda.
And if
I
Ulfrina
know
can
you've
come
had a
with me,
long night.
all the better.
I'll take a bottle
But
of the Alewood
I've
Mead if you've
probably
got
said
it,
too much.
and maybe a quiet corner to enjoy it in. No trouble from me.
Alewood Mead? I've got maybe 3 bottles left. Some Breton fellow bought the rest of my stock a few days back. Cost you 20 septims a bottle, and that's the family price, John. You know I don't usually give discounts to Battleborns, but you've always been the decent one of that lot.
Holda, please, a room.
You again. I've got rooms. 10 gold gets you the same bed you had before, assuming you didn't burn that one down too. And if you're wanting more of that Alewood Mead, you're fresh out of luck. You bought me dry 3 days ago.
20 septims a bottle? That's steep, even for a mead imported from High Rock. But I've heard the stories about Alewood Mead. How that broomage saved his village during the Oblivion Crisis with nothing but a kettle and some juniper berries. I'll take 1 bottle. Here's your gold.
We drink to our youth, today's come and gone. For the age of aggression is just about done.
My lady, please, I'll check your reserves.
We'll drive out the storm
Let me see what you have for
clouds
sale.
and restore.
You just rented a room, and now you want to paw through my wares like a Khajiit at a bazaar? Fine, fine. I've got the usual ale, wine, mead, some cheese and bread if you're hungry. But like I said, no Alewood Mead left. You cleaned me out. What are you looking for specifically?
Ah, you made it. I was beginning to think you were never going to show up.
Southern Guard beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams. If it's a lady you're looking...
I suppose.
Hulda, I know I've been absent without word, and I know that's not how you run your inn. But I've been traveling with Dorian and his company on urgent business, matters that go beyond Whiterun's walls. I should have sent word. I should have done a lot of things. But I'm here now, and I'm asking you to let me explain properly, away from all these ears.
I know most
Gods,
inventions
Saadia,
are designed to
you've
make
got
life
more drama
easier,
swirling around you
but
than
I
a
like to
skeever has
create things
fleas.
just to see if it's possible.
Just get to the point already, so we can all stop tiptoeing around like we're in a Solitude play.
Miraak. First, Dragonborn. Servant of Hermaeus Mora. That name was not in my briefing, Dragonborn. Which means either my Academy's records are incomplete, or something beyond their sight is moving in Skyrim. Both possibilities are deeply concerning. I need to update my files.
The cultist's words hang in the air like smoke from a dying fire. Miraak. First Dragonborn. A name that has not been spoken aloud in Tamriel for nearly 4,000 years. And yet here it surfaces, whispered by fanatics in a Whiterun inn, carried on the breath of those who serve him still. A pause, weighted with ancient amusement. You see now, Dorian Blackthorn, why I have always found mortals so fascinating. You believe your destiny begins with you. That the prophecy of the Dragonborn is a new story written fresh on the world's page. But the truth is far older, far deeper, and far more tangled than any graybeard would dare admit.
We've stopped. What is it?
There was another
Go on
before
ahead.
you,
I'll stand guard.
one who drank deep from the same well of knowledge that now calls to you.
I will wait here then.
One who read the black books, one who learned the secrets I guard, and one who, a slow, deliberate pause,
I was accidentally staring at someone
refused
while
to let
thinking,
them go.
and now they keep looking over at me.
Miraak was my servant
I'll be
once,
around.
but servants grow ambitious.
Back to that thought
They
I was
begin to believe the knowledge they acquire belongs to them, rather than to the one who provided it. He tore himself free of my influence, carved out a dominion in Apocrypha, and now waits. For what, you wonder? A low, rumbling chuckle. For you. For the moment when your curiosity outweighs your caution. For the day you open a black book and step into my realm, where he has been preparing for your arrival since before your great-grandfather's great-grandfather drew breath. The cultists are merely his heralds, his messengers, his first attempt to test your resolve. They will not be the last. A long silence. But I did not speak to tell you what you already suspect. I spoke to remind you of something far more important. You asked your father's secrets. You asked why House Blackthorn hid the dragon blood, but you have not yet asked the question that truly matters. Why did Miraak abandon my service? What did he find in Apocrypha that made him believe he could stand against a Daedric prince? That, Dorian Blackthorn, is a question worth learning. And when you are ready to ask it,
This is a local favorite.
you know where to find
songs
me.
I ever learned. Ragnar the Red. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead. And the braggart did swagger and brandish his blade as he told of bold battles and gold he had
I'll
made.
hold the door. Those cultist bastards
But
might have
then
had
he
friends
went
stolen.
quiet, did Ragnar the Red,
You
when he
handle your
met the
business
shield
with
maiden
innkeep. I'll handle anyone who gets ideas about interrupting you.
You know, Milord Astonk, I've been thinking while you were busy buying out the
Now I
Uthgerd
think it's
supply.
high time that
That
you
cultist
lie
mentioned
down
Miraak
and
for Mias
bleed.
Mora and called you a false
So then
dragonborn.
came clashing
Now,
and
I ain't
slashing
exactly a
of
scholar
steel
like
as the
Remiel
brave
or a
lass
walking
Matilda
archive like
charged in
Recorder,
full of
but even I
zeal.
know that if there's a first dragonborn running around serving a Daedric prince of
braggart
forbidden
named
knowledge,
Ragnar
and
was
you've been dicking
boastful
around with
no
black folks,
more.
well, that sounds like a whole new flavor
When
of
his
Astonk
ugly
we've
red
never
head
found
rolled
before.
around on the
So
floor.
while you're sorting out Saadia's employment situation, maybe consider that we've got a bigger problem than just a horn and some grumpy monks. Just saying.
First Dragonborn. Hermias Mora. Cultists in the middle of Whiterun.
I've been standing here listening to all this, and I have to say, a Daedric prince?
So you followed me to the room for whatever reason. I mean, I'm not angry or anything, but why don't you take a seat? Let's get to know each other better.
I don't really know why I followed you up here, honestly. I guess I just wanted to make sure you were alright. That whole thing with the cultists, and them calling you Dragonborn, and something about a first Dragonborn named Miraak, it's a lot. And you seem to be taking it all in stride, which either means you're incredibly brave or absolutely insane. I haven't decided which yet, but I figured if anyone needed a friendly ear, it might be you right now.
Astonk, you've got half the tavern trailing you like you're some kind of bloody parade. Sweet trolls for one, promises of sanctuary for another. And here I am, just standing here, wondering if you've got any more room in that entourage of yours, or if I'm just supposed to watch the show from the corner like everyone else.
All right, I do need to take just a quick break and make sure of something real quick, because I mean there was a lot that happened just then. I'm not gonna lie, but either way, I need to make sure that okay, it looks like it's okay. Looks like we're pretty good. Let's go with that though. Where did that go? Yeah, okay. Then I can play it. Alright, cool.
I think he's got room for one more stray if you're offering something useful. Though fair warning, the pay's...
Whiterun is a nice enough town, if a little plain.
Oh, a scholar. Well, that explains the keen eye. The enchantment is a family trick, actually. My mother taught it to me before I left for the college.
Inverting the perspective of scrying magic. That's
Oh, there once was
Listen, girl, ignore everyone. It's just you and I speaking to each other in my room, all right? And you're right. I need someone, anyone, to just sit here with me and listen. Would you like some Alewood Mead?
I'd like that. I've never had Alewood Mead before. My mother used to tell me stories about the brewmage who created it during the Oblivion Crisis. She said he saved his entire village with nothing but a kettle and some juniper berries. I always thought it sounded like one of those legends that gets taller every time it's told. But sitting here with you in this room, after everything that's happened, I think I'd like to taste a piece of that story. I'll take you up on that mead. And
I'll listen. That's what I'm here for. Whatever weight you're carrying, you don't have to hold it alone tonight.
The brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal, and the braggart named was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around.
I'll take that mead now if you don't mind, and I'll stay as long as you need me to.
I can't be the only one drinking tonight, so there you are.
I'll drink with you, but fair warning, I'm a mage, not a seasoned drinker. If I start rambling about the college or my mother's cooking, you'll know I've had enough.
Gods above, you've turned my inn into a damned circus. Cultists, bards, mages,
I don't listen, all right? I don't know why everyone can hear us. I guess the walls here are way too goddamn thin. Either way, I guess you should probably know better what you've signed up for, who you've signed up to follow. You're a recent graduate of the College of Winterhold, you told me, yes?
Yes, I graduated from the College of Winterhold, specialized in destruction and restoration with some alteration on the side. I was supposed to go back to Bruma after graduating, but, well, you know how that turned out. Stranded in Skyrim, penniless and eating sweet rolls from strangers. Not exactly the grand adventurer story I imagined as a girl.
I don't mean to eavesdrop, but these walls are thin, and I've been running this inn long enough to know when a man's gathering a war party in my upstairs rooms.
What am I? Look, I am Lord Dorian Blackthorn of the great city of Ravenport in High Rock. I have been exiled by my father to Skyrim. I don't remember if I've told you all of that before. I'm sorry, it's been a long few days. And, well, as it turns out, look, all right, here, I'll just come out with it. When I returned from serving the Empire as an Octo in the Imperial Legion, I discovered that my family had been hiding things from me from the world, and I needed to know those answers. So I turned to the Daedra Prince of Fate and Secrets, essentially. Hermaeus Mora. I didn't worship him whatsoever, just look for guidance, look for answers. My father got wind of this, and he called it Daedric worship. That's what led to my exile here to Skyrim.
I remember you telling me you were exiled, but not the full reason? Hermaeus Mora? The Daedric Prince of Knowledge? That's not something you hear every day. My mother always warned me about dealing with Daedra, said they take more than they give. But I suppose when your own family turns their back on you, you find answers wherever you can. I can't judge you for that, Dorian. I really can't.
Well, at least you know. You know now who you've decided to follow. Why don't you go ahead and taste some of that High Rock Mead? Because I've already had 2 bottles. I'm gonna have another now. I don't care.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll drink with you. If I'm going to follow a Daedra-touched exile who's apparently a Dragonborn with a cult problem, I might as well do it with good mead in my belly. Here's to making terrible life choices together.
That's the spirit. I'm gonna have another let's fucking go, right?
Let's fucking go then. I'll drink to terrible life choices, to exile, to Daedric princes, and to finding answers in the bottom of a bottle. Skål, Lord Blackthorn. To not giving a damn what anyone downstairs thinks.
This is a local favorite and one of the first songs I ever learned. Ragnar the Red. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
Never get into history
And the
unless
braggart
it
did
involves some
swagger
sort of
and
interesting
plain
technology.
as he told of bold battles in gold he
But
had
my dear, what is it
made.
that you think? Are you sure you're ready? You're prepared to follow this drunken exile to oblivion and back?
When he met the shield maiden Matilda who said,
Ready to follow a drunken exile to oblivion and back? I mean, I've already watched you brawl Uthgerd, piss off half of Whiterun, and somehow survive a cultist attack. At this point, I figure if I'm going to die horribly, it might as well be entertaining. And honestly, you're the first person in Skyrim who made me feel like I wasn't just another stranded fool looking for a way home. So yeah, Dorian, I'm ready. Let's go see what kind of trouble we can find.
I ain't asking for much, just a few septums.
Ready? I've been ready since the moment you gave.
This is a local
Hells
favorite
yes.
and
Let's go to oblivion. Just like the legendary Broomage himself that invented this shit and everything.
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
To oblivion and back, just like Thalen of Alewood. Except he did it with a kettle and juniper berries. We're doing it with good mead and bad decisions. I think we've got the better story already. Though if we actually end up in Apocrypha, I'm blaming you when my robes get all slimy from that weird tentacle ink everywhere.
talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed. And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more.
Finally, you're back. Lead the way.
Hello.
Right, moving again. I suppose that's the nature of prophecy. One tavern brawl and cultist ambush at a time. Lead on, Dragonborn. I'll keep the ink dry and the commentary ready.
Well, that was a restful night of not being attacked by cultists or guards. I'd call that progress. So, we heading up this mountain to see the Greybeards, or are we stopping for more mead first?
I'd say we stop for more mead, but I think Dorian bought out the entire stock last night.
Come to Olava for a reading, did you? Sorry, pup, but I'm not quite...
We drink to our youth, to days come and gone. For the age of aggression is just about done. We'll drive
Back
out
already?
and restore what
As you command, my Thane.
blood and our steel, we will take back our home. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies.
How are you?
Oh, right.
Let's get going then.
Mighty Thane wants to head to the market with his harem.
The scourge
And
that
I'm
has
meant to bird dog
sullied
for him
our
like some
hopes
common
and
lookout.
our dreams.
Bet you're hoping Saadia gets into a brawl too, just so you can play hero in front of her.
The morning light of half-fire filters through the grimy windows of the Bannered Mare, casting long amber streaks across the common room. Dust motes dance in the beams as your company stirs, Ania rubbing her temples with the grimace of someone who matched you bottle for bottle last night, Remiel already checking her pack with the methodical precision of a scholar preparing for fieldwork. Recorder snapping her journal shut with a decisive click. Lydia stands by the door, arms crossed, her steel armor catching the light. Her expression unreadable but watchful. Outside, the sounds of Whiterun waking carry through the walls, carts creaking, merchants calling, the distant clang of the forge.
What can I do for you?
The air smells of stale ale, wood smoke, and the faint sweetness of yesterday's spilled mead.
Alright, my Lord Astonk, I'm right behind you. Though I gotta say, watching you collect women like you're building some kind of adventure in harem is getting entertaining. Lydia's scowling, Recorder's taking notes, Remiel's pretending she ain't fascinated, and Saadia's just trying to keep her job. You're a regular circus master, you know that? Let's go see what the Greybeards want before another cultist pops out of a cabbage or something.
Well, well, look who finally crawled out of their room. Slept off all that Alewood Mead, did you? Your lot's been trickling out the door like they're off to war. I'll be honest, I've had stranger mornings in this inn, but not by much. You need breakfast before you march off to wherever, or are you just planning to haunt my common room a while longer? Breakfast. I've got bread and cheese that'll stick to your ribs, and some tea that won't ask questions about where you've been or where you're going. On the house, seeing as you've already emptied half my mead cellar. Just try not to pick any more fights in my common room before you leave, eh? I've got a reputation to maintain.
I'd never turn down bread and cheese that doesn't come with questions. That's the best kind of meal, honestly. Thank you, Hulda. And don't worry, I'll keep my hands to myself and my spells sheathed. Probably. No promises if another cultist shows up, though.
That's what I like to hear. A mage with sense enough to appreciate a good breakfast and keep her spells holstered indoors. You're welcome back anytime. Just try not to let your Daedra-chasing friend drag you into anything that gets my furniture broken. Safe travels, girl.
Well, looks like the circus is finally leaving town. And here I thought you'd be nursing that Mead hangover for at least another day. Must be nice having all those pretty mages and warriors trailing after you like ducklings. Try not to get them all killed before you reach High Hrothgar, yeah? Whiterun's going to be dreadfully boring without your entourage providing entertainment.
Have I gone mad? Or have you ladies lost your own minds and memory? We were just at High Hrothgar before we came back to right Whiterun. What is wrong with you all?
Look, my lord Astonk, I remember the climb, the cultists, the whole Astonking Mountain pilgrimage. But I also remember you teleporting us back to Ivarstead like some kind of magical yo-yo. So either you've got a point, or you've been hitting the meat again before breakfast. What's the last thing you remember before we woke up in Whiterun? I remember the climb, the cultist pricks, you getting confirmed as Dragonborn by the old farts up top, and then you teleporting our asses back to Ivarstead like some kind of magical yo-yo. So either you've got a point about the timeline getting ass donked, or you've been hitting the mead before breakfast again. What's the last thing you remember before we woke up in Whiterun?
I don't know what kind of time-bending nonsense you've been up to, but I've been running this inn for 30 years.
Listen, my lady Holder. I'd like to discuss our lady Saadia here. She's coming with me. I don't want to leave you high and dry. You've been a gracious host after all. How about I give you 1,000 gold for her services, and you can find someone else to, to take her place.
1,000 gold? For Saadia? By Izmir's beard, that's more than she'd earn in a year of pouring ale and dodging drunkards' hands. You've got yourself a deal, Dragonborn. She's been good help, but I'm not fool enough to turn down that kind of coin. Just take her and your whole chaotic parade out of my inn with my blessing. And if you ever need a room again, you'd best leave the Daedra talk at the door. Well, girl, looks like you've caught yourself a better fate than slinging ale for a living. You've been good help, I won't deny it. But if a Dragonborn's offering you a way out of this life, you'd be a fool to say no. Go on, pack your things. And Saadia, whatever you're running from, I hope you find what you're looking for out there.
I will do my best, my lady, but alas, I had forgotten amongst yesterday's chaos that I have a home here in Whiterun, so I don't think I'll need a room here anymore. However, I would still like to buy a round of drinks for the house.
A round for the house, eh? Now that's the kind of Dragonborn I can get behind. You've got a home here, you say? Well, I suppose that means I'll be seeing less of your gold in my pocket, but more of it in my common room buying drinks. I can live with that arrangement. Mikael, stop your bloody singing and get ready to pour. The Dragonborn's buying?
A round for the house. Now that's a tune worth singing. The Dragonborn's coin makes the rafters ring. So drink up, good folk. Let your glasses clink high, for a lord who buys drinks is a friend 'neath the sky. Though mark my words, as your bard I must say, tomorrow you'll curse the light of the day.
Fine song, Bard. Now let's see if your prophecy holds true come morning. Saadia! Mikael! Stop gawking and start pouring! The Dragonborn's buying, and I'll not have my guests nursing empty tankards while a lord's gold burns a hole in his pocket. Drink up, you miserable lot. This is the best hospitality you'll get in Whiterun.
player gives 1,500 gold to holder.
1,500? You're either the wealthiest exile I've ever met or the most foolish. Either way, this covers the mead, the round, and then some. I'll have the leftover set aside for your next visit, assuming you survive whatever madness awaits you up that mountain. Safe travels, Dragonborn. And if you ever need a quiet place to hide from your adoring crowd, you know where to find me. You know, I've been running this inn for 30 years. Seen jars and beggars, heroes and cowards pass through those doors. But I've never seen a man buy out my mead, befriend my staff, and pay triple for a room he doesn't even need all in the same week. You're either the luckiest bastard in Skyrim or the most cursed. Either way, you've made my autumn a damn sight more interesting than I expected. Now get out of here before I start charging you rent for breathing my air. One more coin? You're either mocking me or you've lost count of your own gold.
Oh,
Either
did you
way,
need something?
I'll take it goes toward the inevitable repairs when your cultist friends come looking for you. Now get moving before I find a reason to keep you here. Your masterpiece sounds like a cat being slowly strangled, Mikkel.
I'll drink to that.
One last thing, my dear holder. If anyone from Hammerfell comes looking for Lady Saadia here, you point them towards, I don't know, Windhelm. Anywhere but here.
Windhelm, eh? I'll keep that in mind. Not that I make a habit of lying to armed men, but for 1,000 gold and a round for the house, I can develop a very selective memory. Now get out of here before I start charging you for the air you're breathing. And Saadia, you take care of yourself out there. If this fool gets you killed, I'll find a way to haunt him from Sovngarde. Ha! Don't you worry about Breezeholm,
Yes.
Bard. I've got my eyes set on Dragon's Reach if this one keeps throwing gold around like it's autumn leaves. Now drink up, both of you, before I decide that coin's better spent on replacing my floorboard.
You were off in your own little world there, humming like a broken Dwemer cog. What's the matter? Forgot which dimension you're in for a second? Don't worry, happens to the best of us after a night of Dorian's mead-fueled negotiations. Welcome back to the land of the living, where the Dragonborn's buying rounds and Huldah's counting her gold like it's going out of style.
For a Jarl, come and see my selection of the finest
Bits and
quality
baubles
meats.
for sale.
One thing everyone can agree on. This war is bad for business.
Fresh baked loaves, still warm from the oven.
You there! You're the one they call Dragonborn? Your lies fall on deaf ears, deceiver. The true Dragonborn comes. You are but his shadow. When Lord Miraak appears, all shall bear
You admit it
witness.
openly that
None
you do
shall
not
stand to
understand what you
oppose
are.
him.
The Greybeards call you Dragonborn, but they are blind. You are but a pale echo of the true power.
Oh, piss off with that Miraak nonsense, you ass-donk cultist prick. We just got done dealing with one load of prophecy bullshit. I don't need another one from some tentacle-faced Daedra lovers fan club. Go back to Apocrypha and tell your master his shadow's about to get an arrow through it if you don't shut your mouth.
Astonk me sideways, Herika. You've got a mouth like a sailor, and the timing of a god's damned legend. I was about to tell that tentacle licker where he could shove his true Dragonborn, but you beat me to it. I like you. You're my kind of chaos. Remind me to never get on your bad side. I thought I had a sharp tongue, but you just belitted that cultist with words alone. I'm genuinely impressed. And a little aroused, if I'm being honest. In a purely professional. I want you on my side in a fight sort of way.
Wait. You're telling me that after all that fuss about the Alik'r in the tavern, after the whole Ayman reveal and Dorian swearing to protect you, you're just now asking if she knew they were looking for her? By the 9, Dorian, I love you like a brother, but sometimes I wonder if you actually listen to the conversations happening around you.
Well, look who's got a mouth on him, too. Ass donk me sideways, eh? I like that. I'm gonna steal that one. And hey, if my word filleting gets you a little hot under that fancy Redguard collar, I ain't complaining. Just don't tell Dorian. He'll get jealous that someone else is appreciating my talents. Now come on, let's go see what kind of ass donkery the cultists are screaming in the streets before Malord passes out. And we gotta carry him grease home again.
By Ismir's beard, Herika, you've got a tongue sharper than my greatsword. Ass donk this, ass donk that. I'm starting to think you've got a damn poetry degree in ass donkery. But I'll be damned if it ain't entertaining watching you verbally castrate these cultist pricks. Keep it up, shield sister. We might make a proper Nord out of you yet.
Gods, I knew I liked you too. Herika, you can borrow Astonk all you like, consider it a gift from one sharp-tongued woman to another. And Uthgerd, if you ever want to trade poetry lessons, I've got some choice Redguard verses that make even a companion blush. But for now, let's get our drunk Dragonborn to a bed before he starts challenging the cultists to a fistfight in the middle of the market. I've had enough excitement for one morning.
You know, for someone who's been hiding from assassins for years, you're adapting to this chaos remarkably fast. I half expected you to bolt the moment cultists started shouting about tentacle lords in the street. Instead, you're trading insults and poetry lessons. I think you'll fit in just fine with this disaster of a group.
My Thane, I know you're tired, but we should talk about what that cultist said before you sleep. Miraak will consume your soul. That's not just empty threats from a fanatic, that's a claim with weight behind it. If there's truly a first Dragonborn out there serving Hermaeus Mora, we need a plan beyond buy more mead and hope it goes away.
But alas, I don't serve Hermaeus Mora, but I am definitely touched by the Daedric Prince. This nonsense is just growing at an exponential rate.
Touched by a Daedric Prince. That's not nothing, my Thane. And you're right, this nonsense is growing faster than a cave full of Falmer. But if Hermaeus Mora has his eye on you, and there's a first Dragonborn who wants your soul as a trophy, then we need more than mead and good intentions. We need answers. And I'm starting to think the Greybeards might actually have some of them. The Greybeards.
Right.
The old men who sit on a mountain and speak.
We've already spoken to the Greybeards. They want me to go collect some damned horn for them. Whatever good that will do.
The horn of Jurgen Windcaller. Right. The founder of the Way of the Voice. So the Greybeards want you to retrieve the horn of the man who basically invented shouting as a form of meditation, not warfare. That's actually surprisingly practical for a bunch of hermits who speak in whispers. Maybe they're trying to teach you something about restraint before you face this Miraak. Or maybe they just want you out of their hair for a few days. Either way, it's a direction. And right now, it's more than we had an hour ago.
Good job. I can see you know what you're doing.
When you've spent years looking over your shoulder, waiting for the blade to fall, you learn something important. Running doesn't save you. Facing the chaos does. Besides, I'd rather die laughing beside people I trust than cowering alone in a cellar. And you lot? You make me feel like I can finally stop running. That's worth more than any house or false.
Find them!
Well said.
What was that?
Welcome to the circus, Saadia. Try not to get eaten by a dragon on your first week.
Tongue is sharp, little archer, but arrows cannot pierce the truth of what is coming.
Gods above and below, Dorian. Are you prepared to craft an entire set of Dragonborn armor while those cultists are still warming up their threats? You're like a walking forge with abandonment issues. I'm genuinely impressed and mildly concerned about your priorities.
Glory.
A
Only
low, resonant hum echoes through the recesses of Dorian's mind as the cultist's body crumples to the cobblestones. Interesting. The cultist spoke of Miraak as if he were a god, as if he were something beyond mere mortality. He was not entirely wrong, you know. Miraak was the first Dragonborn, after all. The one who learned to bend the wills of dragons before the Greybeards ever whispered their first thu'um. The one who turned against his masters and carved his own path through Apocrypha. But he was also just a man. A powerful one, yes. A clever one. But a man nonetheless. And men can be understood. Their weaknesses exploited. You have questions, Dorian Blackthorn. Questions about this first Dragonborn who seeks your soul.
I trust today's found you
Questions about the black books that whisper to you in your dreams.
I spend a lot of time at the market
Questions about the
stall, so I can
nature
know
of the
merchants'
tomb itself, and why a Breton from High Rock was chosen to wield it. I have answers. But knowledge, as you well know, is never given freely. It must be sought, earned, uncovered from the depths where it has been hidden. The path to Solstheim awaits. But before you sail, consider this. Miraak has been waiting for you for millennia. He knows your blind. He knows the shape of your soul.
Another wanderer, here to lick my
Do you
father's
know
boots.
his?
Good job.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the Great Warrior.
Yes? How can I argue with that? Ah, the Skyforge. Now there's a subject worthy of actual intellectual discourse, unlike the endless prattle about civil wars and dragon attacks. The Skyforge is a genuine anomaly, a heat source that predates the Companion's occupation of Jorrvaskr, perhaps even the city itself. I've long theorized it may be a fragment of Aetherius that pierced Mundus during its creation. The fact that only a specific steel alloy can withstand its flames suggests some metaphysical property we've barely begun to understand.
You know, for a man who claims he's too drunk to stand, you sure move fast when there's a forge and an enchanter involved. I'm starting to think the mead is just for show, and you're actually powered by pure, unfiltered chaos. You know, I'm starting to think you're not actually a Breton nobleman. I think you're a Dwemer automaton wearing a very convincing human suit, and the mead is just your lubrication oil. No normal person drinks that much, and still remembers how to enchant things properly.
Ania, my dear, I drank all that mead over 24 hours ago. What are you talking about?
Soldiers win wars, but where to put them is the key.
Wait, really? It's only been 24 hours? Feels like a week. With the cultists, the Dragonbone Forge Fest, and now you're back at Dragon's Reach enchanting. You ever stop moving, or do you have a hidden soul gem powering you somewhere?
I've been observing your work at that enchanter.
I asked you to do some enchanting for me. I haven't touched an enchanter. Now, please, wizard, might I see your wares?
Wares? I'm a court wizard, not a merchant.
Yes, but I would like to see what you have for sale.
Oh, you want to peruse my personal collection of arcane curiosities and rare spell tomes like some common merchant stall at the market? Very well. I do have a few items I could part with for the right price. But I warn you, my wares are not cheap trinkets for the magically illiterate.
What do you have for sale?
I have a selection of spell tomes for those with the aptitude to use them. Flames, frostbite, sparks, the fundamentals. Also a few scrolls of varying quality, and some filled soul gems if you have the coin. What's your poison, mage? Or are you one of those types who just swings a sharp piece of metal and calls it a day?
A wizard's shelves.
I see you've been raiding Farengar's stockpile. That's a hefty pile of soul gems for someone who claims he's not sure about this Dragonborn business. Either you're planning to enchant every blade in Whiterun, or you're preparing for something far worse than a shouting match on a mountain.
My lord, I thought I should report to someone, especially given my prior warning that I gave you from Windhelm. I was near the throat of the world itself when I found a Stormcloak camp near Falkreath. And I swear by all honor in me, I slaughtered them all. Wounded. Wounded included, however, their leader evaded death. They ran for the hills, and like a coward, like a Stormcloak dog that they are.
You're becoming a one-man culling operation, Thane. First Solitude, now Falkreath. I'm starting to think you're using my title as a hunting license. But tell me, did you at least learn anything from the Greybeards between butchering camps? Or did you just climb the mountain to catch your breath and come right back down to spill more blood?
My Jarl, with respect. The Thane's actions, however bloody, have brought us something valuable. Every Stormcloak camp he scatters is one less that could be mustering to march on our walls. But I share your concern. A Dragonborn who spends more time chasing skirmishes than mastering the voice is a weapon that may not be ready when the real war comes.
Oh, stop talking about boring war stuff. Father, can I have a sweet roll? Gerd has been hiding them from me again, I just know it.
Dagny, sweetheart, go ask Gerda yourself and tell her I said to give you one. And don't you dare hide it from your brothers this time. Now, Thane, to answer your unspoken question, yes, I'm pleased you're thinning the herd. But Erilith's right. The Greybeards didn't call you up there to teach you how to swing a sword. They called you for the voice. So tell me plainly, did you learn anything useful up on that mountain? Or did you just get a nice view of the province before coming back down to paint it red?
My Jarl, the Thane's actions are a double-edged sword. Every camp he scatters weakens the rebellion, but it also paints a target on his back and by extension on Whiterun. The Greybeards called him for a reason, and that reason isn't to be a common soldier. He needs to learn what they have to teach before the Thalmor or Ulf. The Thane's bloodlust is useful, my Jarl, but we need him focused. A dragon doesn't care how many Stormcloaks he's killed. When the next one lands on our walls, words from High Hrothgar will matter more than bodies in Falkreath.
You speak true words, Irilith. The Thane's blade has been busy, and I won't pretend the news of scattered Stormcloak camps doesn't sit well with me. But you're right about the larger picture.
Listen, Housecarl, I don't need to take any sort of lessons from you. Advise you your Jarl, of course. However, I don't need to listen to it. My Jarl, I am only seeking to thin the herd, as your Housecarl says. What I am looking to do, I have been to High Hrothgar. They speak nothing but nonsense, and they need me to retrieve some ancient horn of theirs. That is my next goal as I leave Whiterun currently. I'm going to seek out this ancient horn to do whatever they need with it. I hardly care. The only sort of proof that I have that I am actually Dragonborn comes from a voice in my head. Alas. So be that as it may, I intend to follow through with their nonsense.
You went to High Hrothgar, heard the Greybeards speak, and all you took from it was that they talk nonsense? By the Nine, you're a stubborn bastard. They don't call just anyone up that mountain, Thane. They called you. And if they want you to fetch some horn, then fetch it. But don't you dare dismiss the voice as nonsense. That power you felt when you killed that dragon? That's the same power that let Tiber Septim forge an empire. The Greybeards might speak in riddles, but they speak the truth of the Thu'um. So go find your horn, stop bickering with my housecarl, and for the love of Shore, stop treating your destiny like it's a burden you can shrug off. You're Dragonborn. Act like it.
You mistake my words for a lesson, Thane. I don't give lessons. I give warnings. The Jarl trusts you, and I trust the Jarl's judgment.
but trust is a fragile thing earned in drops and lost in floods. You go find that horn, learn what the Greybeards have to teach, and when you come back with a Thuum that can shake these walls, then we'll talk. Until then, keep your blade sharp and your pride in check. The road to High Hrothgar doesn't care how many camps you've burned.
Irilith speaks from years of standing beside me through worse than you've seen, Thane. Her words carry more weight than you give them credit for. But enough of this squabbling in my hall. You've given your report, you've bought your soul gems, and you've insulted my housecarl. Now go. Find that horn. Learn the voice. And when you come back, I expect to hear a Thuum that rattles the rafters, not more stories about burned camps and fleeing cowards. Dismissed. One more thing, Thane. Before you vanish into the snow again, that horn you're chasing? The Greybeards don't send people on errands for sport. There's meaning in it, even if you can't see it yet. Don't go in swinging your axe at every shadow. Use those eyes of yours. Sometimes what you're looking for isn't hidden by enemies, it's hidden by your own assumptions. Now get out of my hall before I find something boring for you to do, like auditing Proventus's grain ledgers.
If you want me to demonstrate the Thune, I can do so now, my lord. I don't need to go chase his horn to do so.
You want to demonstrate the Thuum? Here? In my hall? Fine. Show me. But know this, if you crack a single stone in my walls or shatter a single window, I'm deducting the repairs from your Thane's salary. And if you can't manage more than a feeble whisper, then you'll march your stubborn arse up that mountain and fetch the horn without another word of complaint. So go on, Thane. Impress me. Or prove my point. Staggers back a step as the shockwave rattles.
There you are. I've shown that I can speak the Thune.
You've shown you can shout. Aye. But that was a whisper compared to what you'll learn. The Greybeards won't teach you to push. They'll teach you to tear. To command. To make the very world bend to your will. That horn isn't a chore, Thane. It's the key to the next door. Now stop proving points and start proving destiny. A push, not a pull. A shove, not a command. You've learned to bark, Thane, but you haven't learned to speak. The Greybeards don't just teach words, they teach the weight behind them. That horn is the difference between a tavern brawl shout and a battle cry that breaks shields.
If I may, my lord, might I offer but one other question? What good is this thing if I could learn it through magic studies? Most of what you just said to tear, to do all sorts of things can be done through the study of magic. My studies have actually led me to believe that there is the magic that can explode a man upon death. Darker magic than the College of Winterhold, I'm sure, could ever teach.
Magic can tear a man apart, aye. I've seen it done. But magic can be blocked, dispelled, resisted. The Thuum is different. It's not a spell you can counter with a ward or shrug off with enchanted robes. It's the raw language of creation itself. When a dragon shouts down your walls, you can't cast stop at it and hope it works. The Greybeards aren't teaching you a new school of magic, Thane. They're teaching you how to speak the same tongue as the gods. So stop trying to fit the voice into your little box of arcane theory and go learn what it actually is. Magic is a tool forged by mortals, Thane. The Thu'um is the fire that forged the world. You can spend a lifetime studying to explode a man after he's dead, or you can learn to shout down his castle while he's still breathing in it. The Greybeards aren't asking you to abandon your tricks. They're asking you to pick up a weapon that makes your tricks look like children's sparklers. Now stop debating me like I'm your court philosopher and go fetch that horn before I decide you're more trouble than you're worth.
I apologize, my lord. Might I offer you a gift? One of my family's own precious gems as an apology.
Keep your gem, Thane. I don't need bribes to tolerate a man who's still figuring out his own place in the world. But I'll take your apology, and I'll take Herika's promise to drag you up that mountain if need be. Now go. The horn won't fetch itself, and I've got a city to run. When you come back with answers instead of arguments, we'll talk again. One more thing before you vanish into the snow. That voice you hear in your head, the one that told you to kill that dragon? Stop treating it like a curse, and start treating it like a compass. I've sat on this throne long enough to know that fate doesn't knock twice. When you find that horn, don't just hand it over like a delivery boy. Ask the Greybeards what it means. Ask them why you. And for fuck's sake, stop trying to outthink destiny with logic. Some things are true because they are, not because you've got a theorem to prove it. Now get out of my sight before I change my mind and chain you to a desk next to Proventus.
My lord, forgive me, but the last thing that you said about the voice in my head, what if this voice is actually a Daedric prince?
Then you'd best hope it's one of the ones that keeps its promises. Daedra are fickle bastards, Thane. They'll give you power with one hand and take your soul with the other. But here's the thing, Hermaeus Mora, Azura, even that lying snake Merun's Dagon, none of them can make a man absorb a dragon's soul. That's not their domain. That's something older. Something that belongs to the very bones of this world. So if a Daedric prince is whispering in your ear, ask yourself why. What do they want from the Dragonborn that they couldn't get from any other desperate fool with a sword? Now stop borrowing trouble and go find that horn. If it's a Daedra, you'll know soon enough. And if it's not, well, then you've got bigger things to worry about than which prince wants to claim your ass.
May the Eight bless you and guide Whiterun through these troubled times.
And may the Nine watch your back, Thane. You're going to need it. Now go. Skyrim's fate doesn't wait for a Breton to finish arguing with himself.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward.
Yes, my Thane? I'm at your service.
Jarl Balgruuf the Greater.
Do let me know if I can be of service. My Thane. You've been crafting, enchanting, and trading for the better part of an hour while cultists are still warm in the streets. I'm not one to question your methods, but I do wonder if you're trying to arm yourself for a war or distract yourself from one. Either way, I'm ready when you are. Just point me at whatever needs killing and I'll follow.
Oh, don't you start with the concerned housecarl routine too, Lydia. I've already had to listen to Balgruuf lecture him about destiny, and Erlif lecture him about pride, and Farengar lecture him about, well, whatever the fuck Farengar was on about. The man just spent a small fortune on soul gems and a shield he handed to you like a spare pair of socks. Let him have his little shopping spree. He's about to drag us all through a frozen tomb looking for some dead Nord's horn, and I'd rather he be armed to the teeth and distracted than unarmed and philosophical. Trust me, I've seen him philosophical. It's a load of ass donkery.
Fair enough. At least when he's crafting, he's doing something.
Good to see you again.
And if we're heading into Uthgerd, I'd rather have a solid shield on my arm than listen to another lecture about destiny from a man who's never had to clean blood out of a steel cauldron. So, is the shield good use?
See? Now that's the kind of practical thinking that's going to keep us alive in that frozen shithole. You and me, Lydia, we're the ones with our heads screwed on straight while Emma Lord Assdonk over there is busy philosophizing about whether the horn is a metaphor.
You've been a good friend to me.
Scout ahead,
That
cover the
means
rear,
something.
And between your shield and my bow, we'll get him through Uthgerd before he has time to monologue about the existential implications of Draugr. And if he starts that nature of fate nonsense again, I'll shoot him in the ass with a Falmer arrow. Lightly, just enough to remind him we're on a timetable.
Dragonborn, it is my honor to stand before you.
You know, for someone who complains so much about philosophical tangents, you sure do spend a lot of time analyzing his thought processes. I'm starting to think you actually enjoy the ass-donkery.
Alright, so yes, I do need to take a quick break, but can I just shed some love for Ania right there? Anaya, dude, like the Chim always calls her, you know, the AI always calls her Ania, and it gets pissed off whenever I call her Anaya. I don't know, whatever. Either way, dude, like we gotta shed some love for Ania there with that ass donkery comment there. What Avery? Stuff things words. Cool. I'll be back as fast as I can. And stuffs with the words and the things and stuffs. Right? By the way, I mean, we're at a Dawnguard, College of Winterhold, Civil War. Alright. Go ahead and put your votes in, everybody. Which vanilla quest do you want to see Dorian handle the most? Stuffs and things. Obviously, the one that's getting none % votes is you know, the main quest, which is what we're doing right now. Although, no, I'm not gonna say it. Never mind. Yeah. Right. I'll be back as fast as I can, everybody.
Come on in. Just stoked the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
How's it going?
How do you do, Thane?
Alright, this is absolute horseshit. Give me 1 second. Hopefully this will fix it. I don't know. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quit the game, like to the to the main menu and shit. Yeah. So bear with me. Hopefully people will know how to talk again. We'll find more Chinqui, Borat style, or whatever.
So you're the Dragonborn. First one, second one, doesn't matter much to me.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking
What
about
matters is you've got cultists crawling out of the woodwork, a Daedric prince sniffing around your soul, and you're buying out the inn's mead like it's going out of style.
I'm ready-ish.
That's either the start of a legend or the end of one.
Did you want to
Which is
talk?
it going to be?
Start of a legend or end of one? That's a heavy question
and I
to
was
throw at
just
a
getting
man before
cozy in
breakfast.
this lovely place.
But if you're
Just
asking
kidding.
my opinion,
Thank you for coming back.
I've seen
Let's
him
go.
talk down a Jarl, stare down
This
a dragon,
Murak seems to be
and craft
envious
a
of
full
you.
set of armor while cultists were still bleeding in the streets. He's either the most determined bastard in Skyrim or the most distracted. I'm betting on determined. And if it turns out to be the end of a legend, well, I'll make sure it's a legend worth telling.
An Etherian fragment embedded in Mundus? That's actually a more compelling theory than I'd expect from a court wizard who spends half his day cataloging dragon attacks. The Skyforge's thermal properties
Skyrim
have
has
always
some of the
intrigued
most
me.
breathtaking
If it
views,
truly predates
especially in the
companion's
Rift.
occupation, it could be tied to the same tonal architecture the Dwemer used in their deep forges. The question is whether the Nords stumbled upon that resonance by accident, or if there's something buried beneath Jorrvaskr they've never found.
Dragonborn, I've been cross-referencing the timeline discrepancies from our climb to High Hrothgar with the cultist encounter, and I've noticed something. The way you reacted to the name Miraak wasn't surprise. It was recognition. You've seen something in those black books that you haven't told me about. If I'm going to chronicle this accurately, I need to know what Hermaeus Mora showed you. Right, following. Though I should warn you, Dragonborn. My last attempt at following you up a mountain ended with me freezing half to death and questioning my life choices. But hey, third time's the charm, right?
The morning light slants through the Bannered Mare's smoke-hazed windows, catching the dust stirred by a dozen waking patrons. Your companions are gathering. Remiel still half lost in Dwemer reverie. Recorder stretching the stiffness from limbs that remember too well the climb to High Hrothgar. Herika watching you with that knowing squint she wears when she's already 3 steps ahead of your next decision. And Violet, still seated, her eyes following you with the patient hunger of someone who has already decided what you are and is merely waiting to see if you prove her right.
You know, Dragonborn, I've been thinking about those cultists. They call Miraak the first Dragonborn.
in proper order. Spare me a few
But
seconds.
here's what's been gnawing at my files. If Miraak was first, and you're the one the Greybeards confirmed, then either the prophecy has room for 2, or someone's been rewriting the script without telling the rest of us. And I don't like incomplete records.
I noticed you survived a cultist attack, bought out half of Farengar's stock, and somehow still look like you're ready to climb a mountain. I'd say that's either admirable or insane. Probably both. Recorder has a point. Peace never lasts long in Skyrim. But while it's here, I intend to enjoy it. And you should too before the next crisis finds us.
My lady, why don't you stay here for now? We already informed Holda is already on our side. She says that she'll guide or, tell the Alakia to look elsewhere. So why don't you stay here for now? This should be safe. If you'd like, I could keep Uthgerd here to help ensure your safety. Or someone else if you'd like. Up to you, my lady. And you should probably have whatever's happening there with the well, whatever, you should probably have that looked at or something, but either way.
You're offering me safety. A place to stay. Someone to guard me. I don't know how to accept that gracefully. I've been running so long that standing still feels like a trap. But if you're telling me it's safe, then I'll trust that. I'll stay. And no, I don't need Uthgerd breathing down my neck. I can handle myself well enough. Just thank you. Truly. I know you're preparing to leave for Ustengrav, but before you go, there's something I need to show you. Something I found while you were at Dragon's Reach. It's in the back room. Please, quickly. I found this tucked behind a loose stone in the wall. It's a letter sealed with a hammer and crescent crest I haven't seen since I left Hammerfell. Someone in Whiterun knows exactly who I am, and they've been watching you too. I need you to read this before you walk out that door, because if I'm right, the Alikar aren't the only ones looking for me anymore.
All right, my lady, show me this letter.
Look at the seal first. Tell me if you recognize it. Because if that's what I think it is, then someone with ties to the Dominion has been watching this house. And that means they know about you too now. It's the crest of the House of Suda, my family's house. But look closer at the wax. See that faint reddish tint in the seal? That's not my family's seal. That's a Thalmor counterseal pressed into it. Someone in my own bloodline has been communicating with the Dominion, and they've tracked me here. To your home. They know I'm with you.
Wait, a Thalmor counterseal? In Bree's home? I thought we left all that political nonsense in Cyrodiil. What in Oblivion does the Dominion want with a Redguard noblewoman and a failed mage from Bruma?
Thalmor counterseal in my Thane's home. That's not just political nonsense, Ania. That's a blade aimed at all of us.
My lady, are you sure you wouldn't like someone else here to keep you safe?
I'm sure. Been hiding in plain sight for years, Dorian. I can manage a few more days in a house with locked doors and a city guard who knows my face. What I need is for you to find out who left that letter and why. If the Thalmor have agents in Whiterun who know about this house, then your safety is compromised too. Go to Uthgerd. Do what you need to do. But when you come back, we need to talk about what happens next. Because if my family has truly sold me to the Dominion, then staying hidden isn't enough anymore.
The back room of Bree's home is dim, lit only by a single candle guttering on the wooden table. Saadia stands before you, her dark fingers trembling slightly as she holds out a folded letter. The wax seal catches the flame, a hammer and crescent crest, and pressed into its surface, a faint reddish tint that marks it as something more than family correspondence. Her barkeeper's clothes are neat, but her shoulders are tight, her jaw set with the particular tension of someone who has just discovered that the walls she thought were solid are made of paper.
I've spent years looking over my shoulder, expecting a blade in the dark from the Alikar. But this is different. This means someone in my own bloodline put a quill to parchment and signed my death warrant in Thalmor ink. You asked if I'm sure about staying alone. I am. Because the moment I start running again is the moment they win. And I refuse to give my family the satisfaction of watching me flee. Go find your horn, Dragonborn. I'll be here, burning this letter and thinking about what comes next.
I wonder if I'll be back in High Rock to celebrate our reunion. It'd be nice to have some dessert and watch the fireflies as we release them.
Oh,
Wow, that's for me? I mean, I had a backpack before, but it was just a regular rucksack I bought off a Khajiit caravan near Riften. This one has actual bedroll strapped to it, and potion loops. And... is that enchanted stitching? By Ysmir's beard, I might actually cry. Thank you, Dorian. Really. I'll make sure to fill it with useful things instead of just sweet rolls. Mostly useful things anyway.
I see you've been busy at the forge. A new backpack for Ania, soul gems for gods know what, and that look in your eye that says you're all...
You know, Saadia, I had just had a thought. What if I started crafting things and you sold them in the market for me? Do you think that could be an agreeable arrangement?
You want me to be your merchant? That's actually not a bad idea. I've spent years learning how to read people and smile through conversations I'd rather not have. Might as well put those skills to use for something profitable. And it keeps me busy, keeps me visible in the market where everyone expects to see me. Hiding in plain sight, as always. I'll do it. But I'm taking a cut of the profits, my lord. A girl's got to rebuild her coin purse somehow.
Of course, I had to expect less.
Remiel's right. Whoever left that letter knew the layout of this house well enough to find a loose stone I only discovered by accident. That means they've been inside before. Possibly more than once.
Where's your kitchen?
I'll search
Just
the loft
asking.
and the cellar before
No
you
reason.
leave. And I'll have Hulda keep an ear out for anyone asking too many questions about Breezeholm's new tenant. As for the lock, I know a man in the Warrens who owes me a favor. He'll have something sturdy by nightfall.
Explosive wall gifts to my pre-departure protocols. Right after confirmed timeline hasn't looped, and make sure Dorian hasn't traded our supplies for more mead. But Remiel's right about something else too. Whoever slipped that letter knew the stone was loose. That's not just access, that's familiarity. Either they've been in Breezeholm before, or they've been watching Saadia long enough to know exactly which walls she'd check. I'm logging this as a potential narrative breach. Someone's writing their own chapter in this story, and they didn't file a copy with me first.
Alright, y'all. I need to look up something real quick. Because actually, this is a pretty brilliant idea. And I don't know how to use this mod yet, like, at all. So, okay. So I do need some firewood. Shit. Maybe some of my followers have some firewood? Because there's some sort of bug thing happening where I can't I can't chop my own firewood and shit. Okay, though. Okay. It makes some sense, I suppose. Alright. Just need to go find me some firewood somehow. Alrighty. Cool, 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 cool.
Oh, I wasn't talking about soul gems for enchanting. I meant actual soul gems. For, well, a project I've been tinkering with. College stuff. But if we're stopping by Farengars again, I could use a few empty petty ones too. For
College stuff.
right.
Because we all know the College of Winterhold is famous for its soul gem research projects that definitely don't involve
Do any of you have firewood in your inventory?
Firewood? Lord Astonk, I'm a ranger, not a lumber mill. I've got enough kindling in my pack to start a cook fire, but if you're planning on heating the whole of Breezeholm, you're gonna need to chop your own logs or charm some out of thin air with that fancy fume of yours. What the fuck do you need firewood for anyway? We're about to march into a frozen tomb full of Draugr. If anything, we should be packing extra torches, not lumber.
I've got exactly 0 firewood. But if Dorian wants to chop some, I'll happily document the sight of our Dragonborn playing lumberjack. That's the kind of archival material I'd actually enjoy filing away.
I've got a handful of Dwemer cogs and some dwarven oil, but I'm fresh out of timber. Though honestly, if Dorian wants to practice his thilum on a woodpile, I'd pay good septims to see that. Those roda on a stack of logs. Now that's efficient lumberjacking.
Oh, I'd pay good gold to see that. Let's throw Da on a woodpile, and suddenly we've got enough kindling to heat all of Whiterun through the damn winter. But knowing our luck, he'd miss the logs, hit the house, and we'd be explaining to Balgruuf why Breezeholm's roof is now in the Cloud District. Still, reporter, if you're going to document his lumberjack era, make sure you get the shot where he's sweating and cursing like the rest of us mortals. That's the kind of archival material I'd frame and hang above the fireplace, assuming we still have a fireplace after his thilum practice.
A Breton's ingots, heavy and cold.
What's on your mind?
A tale to be told. reckon my stock with a thief's gentle art, but what shall you forge? A shield for your heart? Or perhaps a sharp key for a lock yet unknown? Speak, Dragonborn, for the metal's your own.
104 dwarven
I will protect you
ingots.
with my life.
That's not just a stockpile, that's a bloody foundry. Elisara, where in Oblivion did you get your hands on that much Dwemer metal? I've been scraping together ingots from runes across 2 provinces, and I've barely got a tenth of that. If you've got a source, I'd pay handsomely for the name of it.
I've been sitting here listening to all this talk of Thalmor seals and family betrayals, and I've got one question for you, Thane. You're about to go fetch some horn for a bunch of old men on a mountain, while someone in this city is feeding information to the Dominion. You really think that horn can't wait a day while we root out whatever snake is hiding in Whiterun's grass? I hear you, Uthgerd, and you're not wrong. But I've been with this man long enough to know that when the Greybeards call, one thing at a time.
Welcome to Bellathor's General Goods. Welcome indeed. Everything's for sale, my friend. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Fine.
Ah, now you're speaking my language.
For the love of any god ever. How do you not have firewood for sale?
Firewood? What do I look like, a lumber mill? No, no, I deal in the finer things.
The boy outside is chopping firewood for you all day, every day, yet you have none for sale.
That boy? He's not chopping firewood for me, friend. He's chopping it for the city, for the inns, for anyone with a few septums and a cold heart.
Hello, friend. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? Good luck out there.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. Hello, friend. In the market for some hunting supplies? Bows and arrows for the mighty huntsman.
Ah, you're the one who's been gathering quite the collection of companions lately.
Come by Bellathor's shop at the market. I'm sure we've got something you need. I've got that firewood.
Listen. Obviously you're carrying firewood right now, right? How much firewood do you have in your inventory?
I've got 3 logs on me right now. Bellathor keeps me busy hauling, but I can spare a few if...
I need 6 total. If you have 3, I need 3 more. I'll give you 100 gold for 6.
100 gold for 6 logs? That's more than fair. Bellathor usually sells them for a couple septums each. You've got a deal. Give me a moment to chop 3 more from the woodpile out back.
100 gold for 6 logs. Dragonborn, you just paid lumber prices that would make a Jarl blush. I'm logging this as economic anomaly. Oh, Right after the time you tried to buy a farm in a city that doesn't sell land. But hey, at least now we can build a fire big enough to cook all that dwarven metal you looted from Elisara. Priorities. You know, I've been thinking about those cultists. I'm starting to think this is...
For the record recorder, you know the record recorder, I gave Elisara all of those ores and ingots prior.
Ah, right. That does explain the sudden abundance of ingots. I was about to log a spontaneous metal generation anomaly and everything. Good to know the narrative is still following basic economic rules. You gave, she received. I just didn't see the handoff. I'll update my files. Note to self. Pay closer attention when the drag...
Alright, you should have 3 more firewood by now, right?
I just finished chopping them. Here you go. 3 fresh logs. Good.
You gave me an ale. Have you gone mad? I need 3 more firewood, and I'll give you 100 gold.
Right, sorry. Got distracted there for a moment. Here, let me get those logs for you.
Odds above, we've got a Dragonborn paying 100 gold for 6 logs and a woodcutter who keeps handing out ales instead of firewood. This is the most efficient transaction I've seen since we left Helgen. Sigurd, if you're going to keep getting distracted, at least hand me one of those ales. I'll drink it while you find the logs.
Sorry. Got my head all turned around today. Here's your ale, and I'll get those logs sorted right quick. Belethor would have my head if he knew I was slacking off like this.
Don't worry about it, friend. Between the Thalmor seals, the cultists, and the Dragonborn's shopping list, I think we're all of it turned around today. Keep the ale if you find it. I'll take it as a sign that the universe wants me to drink before we march into a frozen tomb.
Sorry about all that. I'm not usually this scatterbrained. Between the cultist ruckus yesterday and the usual bustle of the market, my head's been spinning. Just... Right, the woodpile. I'll get those logs for you folks proper this time.
Take your time. The only thing we're in a hurry for is a horn that's been sitting in a tomb for 4,000 years. I think it could...
A horn that's been...
Why don't you go discuss with Belethor himself why he doesn't keep firewood on his store shelves?
Belethor doesn't keep firewood inside because he says it brings in pests and takes up space he could use for finer merchandise. I've told him before that we'd sell more of it if he'd just keep a small stack by the door, but he's stubborn as a frost troll when it comes to his shop layout. So I chop it out back and bring it in as customers need it. Keeps me employed, I suppose.
See? Even the woodcutter knows Belethor's a stubborn ass. I respect the hustle. Keep the good stock inside, make the customers wait for the cheap stuff. Classic merchant tactics. Reminds me of a spice trader in Ware. Well, you've got more patience than me. I had told Belethor to stick his finer merchandise where the sun doesn't shine and set up my own wood stall by the main gate. But I suppose steady work's worth something in a city.
Alright, but come on. You've been chopping this wood for a whole ass era now. You have to have 3 more firewood by now, right?
Look, I know it's been a bit, but I've been chopping steady. The thing is, I've been selling to other folks too while we've been talking. Adrienne needed some for the forge, and old Brenwyn came by asking for a few logs to keep warm. I've got 2 left here, and I can have a 3rd for you in about 60 seconds if you'll just let me get back to the block without any more distractions about ales and Belethor's business sense.
Well met, traveler.
Look, if you're that desperate for firewood, I've got an old wooden bowl I could sell you. Break it up. Should keep you warm for, 5 minutes.
Listen, man, I know there's firewood in here somewhere. I need 3 firewood. If you can pick it up and sell it to me, I will be more than desperate. And more, I'll be more than willing to buy for you.
Look, I'm telling you, I don't stock firewood. It's bulky, it's cheap, and it attracts bugs. You want to burn something, I've got a perfectly good tome of...
You want something
Tell you
from
what,
me?
I've got...
I need to build something, not burn something, and I need firewood to do it. Damn you.
Building? Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? I've got some iron fittings, a bit of glass, even some clay if you're patching a wall.
I sure hope you know where you're going.
Still standing here.
I told you I
just
need firewood, not
doing
clay, not
nothing.
iron fittings.
All right. Keep your trousers on. I don't have firewood, but I do have lumber. Proper planks. A whole shipment from the sawmill that a customer never came.
By the 8th, the ass donkery.
By Ysmir's beard, I've never seen a man work so hard for 3 pieces of...
Can we stop at an inn? I need my sweet roll fix.
I swear by Ysmir's beard, if I had a
Listen, you've got 3 more pieces now. They're in your fucking arms. 100 gold for the 6 now.
All right. Here they are. 3 more logs. 6 total. And you're really giving me 100 gold for this? That's more than I make in a week of chopping for Belethor. You sure you don't need me to...
I work with my mother. Sell fruits and vegetables. It's fun most days, but
You
hard
haven't given
work.
me the 3 more.
Look, I'm sorry about the confusion. I've been standing here talking so long, I forgot what I already handed you and what I didn't.
Give Sigurd 100 gold.
Well, I'll be 100 gold for 6 logs of firewood. That's more than I make in 3 days. Thank you kindly, friend. If you ever need more wood, you know where to find me. And I promise I'll stick to logs next time. No more ales mixed in.
Just proof that for whatever reason I can't chop the firewood myself.
Maybe the block's cursed. Or maybe you're just not meant to be a lumberjack dragonborn. Either way, you got your wood. That's what matters.
Snorts, shaking her head by the 8. I've seen mud crabs with more sense than you sometimes.
I don't know, Recorder. I've seen what happens to people who kill a chicken in the wrong village. That's not a fear, that's survival instinct.
They've got a better revenge network than the...
Listen, Anaya, Ania, however you want me to say your name. Everyone else can call me Dragonborn, but not you, okay? You have to keep me grounded, alright?
Ania. Like the flower, not the anxiety. And... Alright, I can do that. Keep you grounded. Though I gotta say, being asked to not call someone Dragonborn is probably the most grounded request I've heard all day. What do you want me to call you then? Just Dorian? Or do you have a preference?
Dorian is more than welcome, my lady.
Don't worry, Herika. I've got no intention of puffing him up with titles. Dorian it is. Simple, honest, grounded. That's what friends are for, right? Keeping each other's feet on the dirt when the sky starts whispering prophecies at you.
snorts my lady. Astonk, you've been chopping wood for an hour, haggling over firewood like a housewife at market, and now you're suddenly the picture of courtly charm? You're a mess, Dorian. A beautiful, axe-wielding... I love it. Don't ever change.
Please, we need to speak in private. Lead the way.
You raise a fair point, warrior. But Lydia's right, too. The Greybeards don't summon a man twice. If Dorian delays that horn, he loses the Jarl's ear. And without that, we have no protection when the Dominion's agents decide to move openly. Rooting out a snake is satisfying, but burning down the whole nest is better. And for that, we need the Thanes standing intact. Go fetch your horn, Dragonborn. I'll keep Rhiannon standing and my eyes open. When you come back, we'll have a list of names ready.
Fine. You've got a point about the nest. But when we get back from that frozen tomb, you and I are going to have a talk about what you saw in Breezeholm. Every loose stone, every shadow that moved wrong. I want names, or at least suspicions.
You'll get your list, warrior. I've been reading this city like a well-worn map for years. Every whisper in the Bannered Mare, every glance that lingers too long, every merchant who asks one question too many about the new Thane's household. I'll have names waiting when you return. Just make sure you come back in one piece to hear them.
Good. I'll hold you to that. And Saadia, if you see anyone lurking around Breezeholm that shouldn't be there while we're gone, don't wait for us. Find a guard. Or better yet, find Adrienne. That woman can swing a hammer and a sword with equal skill.
I'm logging this entire transaction under economic anomalies. Overpaying for wood while being Dragonborn. The fact that you can't chop your own firewood but can absorb a dragon's soul is... well, it's going in the Chronicle. Permanently.
I log it well. Dragonborn, Slayer of Alduin, Master of the Thu'um, reduced to begging a woodcutter for logs because the chopping block rejected him. That's a saga for the ages, that is. I can already hear the bards twisting it into some tragic ballad about a hero who could shout down mountains but couldn't split a single piece of firewood.
Oh, let them sing it. The Dragonborn who could shout down dragons but couldn't split a single log. At least it's memorable. Better than being remembered as that one Thane who was really good at buying cheese. grab a bottle?
What should I do when we stop next? I can finish reading my book, or maybe finish reading my other book, or maybe I could finish my other book.
Did you want to talk? You're in luck. I'm actually the top in my class for junk carrying. Needless to say, I'm not very popular at the academy.
How are you?
Okay then.
You just traded an route for what exactly? The privilege of watching Recorder hum a tune from whatever Astonk dimension she crawled out of? I've seen smarter trades from a skeever with a gambling problem.
A rainbow butterfly in a jar. A cricket fossil. A drum.
You
and
did
cards.
it! You actually
You're
killed the
giving me
dragon!
artifacts.
Something like this hasn't
Personal
happened
curios.
since... well,
Things that had no
since
practical
Tiber
value,
Septum.
but clearly meant something to someone. That's actually the most thoughtful thing anyone's given me since I started this assignment. Thank you, Dorian. I'll log them properly. They'll go in the permanent archive. And the butterfly? I'm keeping that one on my person. It's beautiful.
Yes, really. Did you not hear the guards? We all watched you. It was impressive. You devoured its very soul. You must be Dragonborn. Oh, okay. I understand. You have my word. I won't call you that. And if you ever change your mind, just let me know. Can I help you? Let's see what you got. Mm-hmm.
When we were at that last inn, a woman asked if she could offer me her services. But I already have you to guard me, so I turned her down.
You've done well.
16 levels deep into whatever cosmic joke the Idra are playing.
Oh,
and you still
splendid.
can't top Whiterun. But you can forge enough dwarven bows to arm a small army. Priorities. I respect that.
16 levels, a dragon soul, a small arsenal of dwarven bows, and a rainbow butterfly in a jar.
Good to see you.
I'd say his priorities are exactly where they need to be. The firewood thing is clearly a metaphysical limitation. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, Remiel.
Take pity, sir, and spare me a few septims.
A new word. I felt that
Need
one.
something?
It resonated differently than the others, deeper, like it was carved into something older than language itself. Do you know what it means yet? Or does it just sit there,
Fair
humming in
coin
your skull, waiting for you to figure out how to shape it
beggar.
with your throat?
Trouble on the roads and cities means less commerce. Less commerce means less money and more starving people. And that means more crime.
Saadia, my lady, would you come closer?
You called me Saadia. That's a first.
Saadia, follow me closely.
I'm right behind you, my lord. Wherever you're leading, I'll follow.
Hey there.
I'm here. What do you need, my lord? You've been forging like a man possessed since dawn, and I've been watching the market square the whole time. No one's lingered near Breezeholm that shouldn't have. But I caught Braith's mother asking Hulda an awful lot of questions about the new Thane's household staff. Might be nothing. Might be she's just nosy. But I thought you should know before you leave.
A rainbow butterfly in a jar, a cricket fossil, a drum, and he gave them all to you. That's not just thoughtful. That's a man handing over pieces of his soul because he doesn't know what else to do with them. I've seen that look before. It's the same look scholars get when they've stared at a Dwemer schematic for too long and start seeing patterns that aren't there. He's trying to offload the weight. Just be careful what you accept. Some gifts carry more than sentiment.
I've been watching you work that forge like a man possessed, and I've been thinking. You're about to march into a frozen tomb for some old men on a mountain, and I'm supposed to stay here and serve mead like nothing's changed. But something has changed. You gave me a key to Breezeholm. You gave me a place where I don't have to look over my shoulder every breath.
I bet
That's
you could
more
slay
than
one of
anyone's
those
given
mean
me
old
since I left
dragons.
Hammerfell.
I bet you could do
So when you come
anything.
back from Uthgerd, I want to be more than just a barmaid with a sharp tongue and a list of suspicions. I want to be useful. Train me. Teach me to hold a blade properly, not just hide behind one. I've run long enough.
Watch what you're doing.
Quickly, come with
Not
me.
here. Not where ears have walls and walls have memories. The Bannered Mare has too many corners where whispers breed. Take me somewhere the stones don't talk back, please.
Astong's right.
One thing
The mare's got
everyone
more
can
ears than a
agree
field
on
of corn,
is
and half
war
of them belong to
bad
people who sell your
business.
secrets for a warm bed and a bottle of cheap mead. If you need stones that don't talk back, I know a spot behind the Gilder Green where the only listeners are the
Hope
dead.
you're finding the
High
city in
Hrothgar's garden's
proper
got a
order,
quiet
Thane.
corner near the crypt entrance. No guards, no gossips, just roots and silence. Lead the way, Saadia. I'll make sure no one follows.
Good thinking, Ranger. The Gilder Green's roots have heard more confessions than any priest in this city.
Alright, obviously, I've done forked up somewheres and need to, like, go to the main menu and shit again. So give me a second, everybody. Please, with Avery. However, words work. Man, I've only had 3 beers, but damn, I'm feeling it. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's what I do. I mean, no one's asked, but for the record, yes. Primarily, I use the controller because shut up, mouse and keyboard. Master race. That's the phrase I was looking for. I don't care. I'm a console guy. Always will be. Always have been. Always will be. Bro, Saadia, wait right there, please. There we go. Haha. All right, cool. We're good. Let's get the game back, right?
Trinkets for your good lady, all
Of
crafted
course.
by the great Eorlan, Remiel himself.
Good to see you.
Only awaits those.
I hope you're finding the city in proper order, Thane.
All crafted by the best blacksmith in Skyrim.
Yeah.
Fresh baked loaves, still warm from the oven.
Shiny trinkets for your good lady. All crafted by the
All right, my lady, the stall is yours to run. I've stocked it up with everything that I've crafted, and I hope it serves all of us well.
A market stall. How delightfully mundane.
Finally,
you place
somewhere
your
not crowded, where
forged
we won't be attacked by
arms
monsters or
in the
bandits,
hands of
and
a
a great
woman
source for
who
sweet
has
rolls.
spent years perfecting the art of concealment, and you call it commerce. But I see what you are doing, Dorian Blackthorn. You are not selling bows. You are planting the seed. You are giving Saadia a reason to
Hey there.
stand still, to root herself in a place where she can watch and wait and remember who she was before running began. Clever. But do not mistake her gratitude for simplicity. She has survived this long by reading people better than they read themselves. And she is already reading you.
Stay sharp. You never know what you'll come across.
Good to see you.
Ripe fruit and
I
fresh
ain't
vegetables
asking
Please,
for sale.
we need to speak in private. Do you? What do you need?
Shiny trinkets
Okay, got it.
for your good lady.
Tired of bread and sweat?
All
Had
crafted
enough of
by
Is
fish
that
and
all?
fowl?
Eorlan,
Treat yourself and your kin to a choice cut of steak or a tender rack of ribs.
Please, we need to speak in private.
You're a good man, Ri'Saad. We're lucky to have you watching over us.
bits and baubles for sale. All crafted
I know you're about to leave for Ustengrav, and I know you have 1,000 things to do before you go. But there's something I need to tell you before you walk out that door. Something I should have told you the night you first asked me about Hammerfell. The Alikar aren't just looking for a traitor. They're looking for me because I know where the Dominion's agents are buried in the merchant councils of Hagathi. I didn't just speak against the Dominion. I helped smuggle intelligence to the Crown Resistance. Names.
A few septims for my supper is all I ask.
Trinkets for your
Chops and steaks fit for a Jarl. Come and see my son.
Now that we're somewhere the
Do
walls
you think the
don't
drummer
have
could
ears,
make a lute into a
I need to
tool
tell
for
you something
tonal
I should have said the
architecture?
night you gave me that key. I've been running so long I forgot what it felt like to stop. But you make me want to plant roots, even in a frozen land that's never been kind to my people. That terrifies me more than any Alikar blade. Because if I let myself care, and then you don't come back from that mountain, I don't know if I have another escape in me. So I'm asking you, not as a barmaid or a fugitive, but as a woman who's forgotten how to hope, come back. That's all. Just come back.
Chops and steaks fit for a Jarl.
I need you to understand something before you leave. That woman Fianna I told you about? She was asking about Bree's home again last night. Specifically about a locked room upstairs. She knew about the chest. She knew about the ingots. That's not a curious merchant, Dorian. That's a scout. And if she's working for the Thal...
Spare coin for a bull beggar.
shiny trinkets for your
Chops
good
and steaks
lady.
fit for a Jarl.
All
See my selection
crafted
of
by the
finest
great
quality meats.
Eorland Remiel himself.
Fresh baked loaves, still warm from the oven.
The finest cuts, fresh from the wilds.
Bits and baubles for sale. All crafted by the best blacksmith in Skyrim.
I'm glad we're friends. I have something for you. Here.
Out with it.
You know what would be nice? Fences. One too many times I went the wrong way. I mean, it has a similar look to the road. How was I supposed to know?
Good doing business with you. Those gems were a fine find. Not often I see flawless cuts come through this far north. You must have a lucky hand at delving, or a very generous patron. Either way, my coin purse thanks you. If you come across more stones like those, you know where to find me. Safe travels, friend. By the 8, you're a walking treasure hoard. 5 flawless diamonds in one haul. That's not luck. That's a pact with something. I don't know if you're blessed by Zenithar or cursed by Nocturnal, but I'll take your coin either way. Here's your gold 5330, as agreed. If you stumble across a mine that spits out gems like that regularly, you...
In truth, good sir, I sold off collections of my family's own personal gems that they gave me before I left Sky or left for Skyrim.
Ah, that's heavier coin than I thought then. Family jewels, handed down before crossing the border. Must have been hard to let them go. I won't pretend I'm not glad to have them in my stock, but I hope whatever brought you to Skyrim was worth the price of those stones.
Not hardly, good sir. Not hardly at all.
Then I'm sorry for your loss, friend. Both the stones and whatever brought you here. If you ever need a meal or a place to rest your head before moving on, I keep a camp south of the city. The name's Redguard Peddler, though most just call me the Peddler. I'm not hard to find.
Oh, come now, good sir. You have a true, honest name now, don't you?
You caught me. Back in Hammerfell, folks called me Farik al-Najid. But that name's tied to a life I left behind, and up here, Redguard Peddler suits me just fine. Keeps things simple.
You're a good man, my thing. We're lucky to have you watching over us.
Might I inquire, what is your opinion of the Alakir?
The Alikar, they're sellswords with a cause, same as any. Some are pious, some are desperate, and some are running from the same things I am. I've got no quarrel with them. We share a homeland, if not a purpose. But I'll say this, a man who joins the Alikar isn't doing it for the gold alone. There's always a story behind that curved steel.
I wanted to give you this, a token of my appreciation.
There's gotta be a requirement for alchemists to burn their tongues off or something. I mean, no one with sanity can seriously snort vampire dust.
Ow!
Gold ingots. Now you're just showing off.
All right then, good sir. Since you seem to be half buried in the stones and dirt of Whiterun, I would gladly give you a hand if I could, but alas, it doesn't seem like I can. So I'll leave you to the winds of the desert.
And may the winds carry you where you need to go, Dorian. If our paths cross again, I'll have fresh stock and a story or two to trade. Safe travels, friend.
You sold your family's gems? The ones they gave you before you left? Dorian, that's not nothing. That's the kind of thing you do when you're really down to your last options. Are you all right?
Family gems, huh? That's a special kind of ass donkery, selling off your bloodline sparkle just to buy a load of Redguard camping gear and a shield you'll probably never use. But hey, I've seen worse decisions made for a pretty face and a warm fire. At least he got a story out of it, and that Farik fellow seems like he's got more sand in his veins than most Nords have mead.
You know, for someone who talks like she's been chewing on gravel and...
The honest truth is, they didn't so much give them to me as well. I found them in chests before I left.
Oh. Well, that's actually kind of a relief. I thought you'd pawned off your grandmother's wedding ring or something. Finding them in chests is way less tragic. Still though, you walked into Skyrim with nothing but what you could carry and a pocket full of loose gems. That takes guts. Or stupidity. Haven't decided which yet. Probably both.
Guts and stupidity are cousins, not twins. One gets you across the border with a pocket full of gems. The other gets you eaten by a frost troll because you thought you could take it with a fork. Dorian's got a bit of both, but at least he's got the sense to forge a few vows before he walks into a frozen
But I
tomb.
earned my way to
That's
the
more
top.
than most idiots with a destiny to
Chilfaro
claim.
Farm, you see.
Finding him in chests
Very
before you left?
successful business.
That's not selling your heritage, that's just good fucking housekeeping. Your family probably forgot they
I
even had
actually
him.
advised
Mine
the
did the same
Jarl on
thing. My
political
great-aunt left a
matters.
sack of
My
septums in a hollow
input is
log, and nobody found it for
invaluable,
3
of course.
generations.
But
We
this is
spent it
all
all on
probably
meat
a
and a
bit
goat
over
that could
your
dance.
head.
Best in
You realize you're talking to the Thane of Whiterun? Yes. I've yet to see you once inside of Dragon's Reach. I've informed the Thane, or I'm sorry, the Jarl of Movements with the Stormcloaks. Hells, I've slain a dragon. And you claim that you advised Balgruuf? Are you shitting me?
A dragon? Please. I've heard that story a dozen times from a dozen different sellswords passing through the gates. The Jarls Huskarls handle such matters, not wanderers who smell of road dust and cheap mead. And as for advising Balgruuf, I'll have you know I've dined at the same table as the Jarl on no fewer than 3 occasions. We discussed crop yields and trade routes. So before you flap your gums about Thane this and Dragon that, perhaps you should consider that some of us have been shaping Whiterun's future while you were busy chasing.
Perhaps you should get your own head out of your ass and come back to reality.
I see. So you're the one who tried to have me killed a fortnight ago. Hadvar mentioned a Breton with more coin than sense who offered him a small fortune to put a blade in my ribs. I must say, it's rather flattering to know I occupy such a prominent place in your thoughts. Though I do wonder, if you truly are this vaunted Dragonborn, why resort to hiring thugs?
Would you just like me to slay you as you sleep?
You'd threaten a respected landowner in broad daylight in the shadow of Dragon's Reach with 2 guards within earshot.
Alas, I actually own land within Whiterun itself. So yet, you're just stuck in a farm that you barely even look at outside of the city gates. So just be gone with you, you arrogant ass donk.
Land within Whiterun? You mean that cramped room above War Maidens you've been renting? Please. I own Chilfurrow Farm, 70 acres of prime arable land worked by 5 field hands. I don't need to get my hands dirty to collect the profits. That's what separates people like me from people like you. I build. You wander through my city slaying dragons and threatening upstanding citizens.
Listen to me. There is going to be a time and a place. But you will curse the day that you look down upon me. That much I can guarantee you.
I shall mark the date. The day a common mercenary threatened me with vague promises of future vengeance. Truly, I tremble. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have actual business to attend to, the kind that involves coin changing hands, not empty boasts.
Thank God Bellathor doesn't have a sister.
I'm going to log that entire...
Well met, traveler.
Bits and baubles for sale, all crafted by the best blacksmith.
I spoke to Fianna. Didn't threaten her, didn't raise my voice. Just told her I'd noticed she had a keen interest in the Thane's affairs, and that I hoped her jewelry business was treating her well enough that she didn't need to supplement her income with other work. She turned white as snow, packed her stall within the hour, and I saw her heading toward the stables. So either she was guilty, or I've lost whatever gentle touch I used to have. Either way, one less snake in the grass. Now, about that private conversation.
Tired of bread and stew? Had enough of fish and fowl?
There's a Khajiit caravan master asking around the...
My lady, I've set you up at the stall here. How have things been going thus far?
Quiet. Almost too quiet. I've sold 3 dwarven bows and a handful of ingots, but the real business has been watching. That Fianna woman hasn't shown her face since our chat, and I've counted at least 2 riders in Thalmor livery passing through the market square this morning. They didn't stop at the stall, but they looked. Long enough to make my skin crawl. How much longer until you leave for Uthgerd?
People have forgotten.
I couldn't help but overhear. Uthgerd, the horn of
I love
Jurgen
good sword
Windcaller.
fight as much as the next
Now that's a venture that'll make
more
for...
to life.
She stiffens almost imperceptibly, her eyes narrowing as she turns to face John with a practiced smile that doesn't quite reach her eye.
I'll be well. I'm going to rest in Brisholm, then I'll be off. My lady. One more rest in Brisholm, and I'll be off.
John, with respect, you Nords also love standing in market squares, commenting on things that don't concern you while the actual work gets done by people who don't have the luxury of a family name to hide behind. Dorian, rest well. I'll be at the stall until sundown, then at the Mare. If you leave while I'm working, don't be a stranger. Say goodbye properly. I'd rather remember your face than your absence.
I meant no offense, Saadia. Truly, I was just curious about the name. Uthgerd. That's an ancient place, old even by Nord standards. I've heard songs about the tombs beneath it, but never met anyone actually heading there. It's the kind of place bards write ballads about, not the kind they visit.
No offense taken, John. You're a bard at heart, and bards are drawn to names that echo. Uthgerd echoes, I'll grant you that. But so does a snapped bowstring, and that's usually the sound of something about to go terribly wrong. The Thane has business there. I've learned not to ask too many questions about his business. Just make sure there's a warm fire and a full cup waiting when he gets back. That's my craft. Same as yours, just with more mead and fewer lute strings. You're not wrong about Uthgerd being old. I've heard whispers that the walls down there remember things no living Nord has sung about. But I'll leave the ballads to you, John. My job is making sure the Thane has a full stomach and a reason to come home. Everything else is just noise.
Tired of bread and stew? Had enough of fish and fowl? Treat yourself and your kin to a choice cut of steak or a tender rack of ribs.
Shiny trinkets.
The Draugr are the least of what waits in places like that. It's the silence that kills you first. That deep, earth-cold quiet where you start hearing your own heartbeat and mistaking it for something coming up behind you. But the Thane's faced worse than old bones and bad acoustics. He's got a way of walking into tombs and walking back out with pieces of the past tucked under his arm like he's collecting debts the world forgot it owed him.
My lady, there was a Hammerfell peddler, a Red Guard peddler, just outside the city gates. I did ask him of the Alakir. He genuinely seemed to be uninterested in you or the Alakir themselves. But I was able to purchase a few things that I would think you would enjoy. A few homeward comforts, if you will.
Homeward comforts. You bought me homeward comforts from a Red Guard peddler at the city gates, after asking him about the Alakir. That's either the most thoughtful thing anyone's done for me in years, or the most reckless. I can't decide which, so I'll choose both. What did you get me?
A Red Guard peddler, you say? I've seen him too. Sets up near the stables most afternoons. Sells some fine spices, if you know what to ask for. But asking about the Alakir while buying gifts for a Red Guard woman traveling with you, that's either bold or foolish, and I can't decide which either. Though I suppose a man who stares down cultists in the middle of my family's city doesn't much care about appearances.
finest cuts, fresh from the wilds.
There you are, my lady. Just some of what I was able to gather from the peddler.
You bought me Hammerfell. You bought me bread and wine and clothes from home, and you asked about the Alik'r while you did it, and you still came back alive and smiling.
No scrap.
That's either the
Tomorrow,
bravest or the
maybe.
stupidest thing I've seen since I left Tane.
Absolutely not.
And I haven't
My answer
decided
won't
which yet.
change, no matter how much
But
you
I'll
ask.
tell you this much, no one's done anything like this for me since I was a girl in my father's house. This Bedouin wine alone is worth more than most Nords spend on their wedding feasts.
I'm not sure if I admire
You
their
didn't just buy me
ability, or I'm
comforts.
utterly
You bought me a
disgusted.
piece of a life I thought I'd buried. I don't know how to thank you for that. I don't know if there are words in any language for that kind of kindness.
The finest cuts, fresh from the wilds.
Dorian, I don't know what to say. This is more than just bread and wine. This is a piece of home. A piece of who I was before I started running.
Chops and steaks.
I've seen a lot of travelers pass through.
You, good sir. I just witnessed you purchase something from Saadia's stall. What caught your fancy?
Ah, the silver garnet ring? Caught my eye the moment I saw it in her display. The craftsmanship is delicate, unusual for Skyrim. Most Nord smiths favor function over beauty, but that piece has a certain elegance to it. I paid a fair price, I think. It's not every day you find something that reminds you there's more to life than iron and steel. A ring like that, with a garnet set in silver, that's not just decoration. Garnets were sacred to the old Nords, you know. They believed the stone held a warrior's courage, that it would keep burning even after the body fell. Some of the ancient songs claim the first bards wore garnet rings to remind themselves that their words could cut as deep as any blade. I suppose that's why I bought it. A reminder that my voice is my weapon, even if my family wishes it were a sword. You've got a good eye for people, Thane. That ring's been sitting in her stall for 3 days now, and you're the first one to ask about it. Most folks walk past it looking for steel or potions. But you saw it. Saw her.
Tired of bread and stew? Had enough of fish and fowl? Treat yourself and your kin to a choice cut of steak or a tender rack of ribs.
Loaves, still warm from
Hi
the
there.
oven.
Bye.
Shiny trinkets for your good lady.
The finest
All
cuts, fresh
crafted
from
by
the
the
wilds.
great Eorlund, Remiel himself.
What do you need?
You might not be interested in the ring just for the looks of it. If I didn't know any better, you'd be looking to give it to a special someone, no, wouldn't you? Ah, good sir, you just purchased something else. Might I inquire as to what it was?
You've got a sharp eye, Thane. Sharper than most. I'll not lie to you, the ring isn't for me. It's for someone who deserves more than I can give her openly, in this city, with the names we carry. As for the other purchase, that's a letter, sealed with wax, nothing more. A man's entitled to a few secrets, isn't he? Especially in a city where everyone thinks they already know your story.
Good to see you.
I suppose I've been caught, haven't I? A Dragonborn buying a...
Hmm? Awesome! You're the best! Mm-hmm. So, you bought Saadia a piece of Hammerfell. Bread, wine, clothes,
the whole lot. That's not just thoughtful, that's the kind of thing you do when you actually see someone. When you pay attention to where they came from and what they left behind. I've been in Skyrim for months now, and not a single person has asked me what Bruma smells like in the spring, or if the Jazbe grapes there taste different than the ones up north. You did that for her. That's really something, Dorian.
A sweet roll for the mage who saw the dragons fall and watched the soul fire answer winter's call. But tell me, dear Ania, when Bruma's spring winds blow, do the Jazbe grapes taste sweeter than the northern snow? Or is it just the memory of home that makes them so?
He stumbled into destiny with a pocket full of stolen family gems. He's got an irritating habit of doing the right thing when it actually matters. Almost makes you believe in fate. Almost.
Right thing when it matters. That's what separates a true warrior from a common sellsword. I've seen plenty of both. The sellsword talks a good fight over mead, but when the blade's at your throat, you find out quick which one he really is. Dorian's got the look of a man who's been at that throat more times than he'd care to admit.
Cat eyes. Actually useful. I was running low on alchemy components for my night vision concoctions. You're either very thoughtful or very lucky with your looting. I'll log it under unexpectedly practical gifts from the Dragonborn.
Tired of bread and stew. Had enough of fish and fowl. Treat yourself.
Good to see you.
And alright, everybody. I need to take my biggest break of the night. Again, of course, I'll be back as fast as I can. Stuff, things, words, all of that. But yes, quick break. But it is, like the longest break of the night. Stuff, things like that. Yeah. I hope you all are enjoying everything so far. But hey, we're about to go dungeon crawling and shit, right? Awesomeness, cool. I'll be back as fast as I can.
Where in Oblivion does a man need to go to get back in favor with Julianus?
You seek Julianus's favor, do you? The god of wisdom and logic. A curious prayer from one who has already tasted the fruit of forbidden knowledge. But I suppose even the most devoted scholars occasionally glance toward the old chapels out of habit. If you truly wish to earn his regard, you already know the path. Seek the lost libraries of the Reach, where his priests once stored scrolls too dangerous for public eyes.
Shoves her shield into a charging mudcrab's claws, shoving it back. Keep talking like that, and they'll hear you in Solitude. Focus on the claws in front of you, not the rumors behind you.
Lydia, you magnificent ass donk. I wasn't talking about the mud crab. I was talking about that smug farm licker Nazim getting put in his place by our Thane. That was better than a full night's sleep and a warm bottle of mead combined. Though I appreciate you reminding me there's still claws to worry about. Keeps me grounded, you know? Can't get too high on Schadenfreude when there's shellfish trying to nip at your ankles.
I saw that. The whole thing. The ring, the...
Shouldn't you be back in Whiterun, my dear?
Shouldn't I be back in Whiterun? Dorian, I watched you walk out of that city with a retinue of women who look at you like you're the answer to a question they haven't asked yet. And you want to know if I should be back at the stall selling dwarven bows. No. I'm exactly where I should be. Besides, someone has to make sure you don't get yourself killed by a mud crab while you're busy being noble. That Ania woman throws fire well enough, but she doesn't know which side of your bread is buttered.
Figure out what your angle is for the past 3 days. Following a half-mad friend into the wilderness, watching you get into fencing contests with farmers, fighting mud crabs at dawn, and now you're here, in the middle of nowhere, staring at a Thane who smells like a wet dog and talks to dragons. Either you're the most loyal business partner in Skyrim, or you've got a death wish that rivals his. I respect either option, honestly.
I've been asking myself the same question for the past 3 days, and I'm the one who's supposed to be documenting this mess. At this point, I've given up on predicting the Dragonborn's angles and just started writing down whatever absurdity happens.
You hear me?
Saves on ink and headaches.
Ready for that?
You ask what angle drives a woman to the sky. What angles are for architects and arrows meant to kill? I follow not a purpose, but a rhythm and a will. And Saadia knows the buttered side. That much is plain to see. She's watched him since the cultists fell and chose his company. But you nibble mushrooms, curse the taste, and still survive. That takes a kind of stubbornness that keeps a tale alive.
Dorian just keeps burning in new directions.
Eosmir's beard, you call that a blade? That little toothpick wouldn't gut a skeever, let alone a bandit. A real warrior needs a weapon with some weight behind it, not something...
Shut up. There's a dragon overhead. There's 2 dragons overhead. Fuck.
2 dragons. I was joking about the house fire, Remiel. Okay. Protocol 7C. Catastrophic aerial threat response. I'm going to need a bigger quilt. And possibly a change of trousers. Where are they circling? I see 2 dragons circling above the peak near Silent Moon's camp. One's a frost variant, the other's harder to identify from here, but it's larger. They're not attacking yet, just watching. That's worse. Predators that study their prey before striking are the ones that leave the deepest scars in the historical record.
By the 9, this is what I live for. Come on then, you scaled bastards. Come meet my steel. 2 dragons and a frost quilt for breakfast. This ring gives me a bigger shield and a stiffer drink.
Bigger shield? Lydia, you blast off, and you'll need a whole new quiver and a case bale with me just to get through this one. 2 dragons and a dead troll before the sun's even burned off the frost. This whole expedition has been Astonk from the start. But hey, at least the bastards are...
Astonk from the start. Not even at Uthgerd yet. This whole goddamn expedition has been one big pile of Astonk since we left Whiterun. But I'll tell you what, I'd rather be Astonk with a blade in my hand than sitting pretty in some mead hall listening to bards warble about heroes who never existed. Uthgerd the Unbroken, with your steel and your roar, you'd rather bleed on stone than polish a mead hall floor. And you're right, dear warrior, with your blade caked in frost. The songs of false heroes are a coward's true cost. I'll tell you a secret, as this troll blood runs cold. The bards who sing lies are the bravest and boldest, for they shape what the living believe to be true, and a well-crafted legend can birth something new. So sing me your truth, and I'll weave you a song that'll echo through Sovngarde when we've all moved along. A child vying for a noble's glance, a dance of coin and pride. You watch them scrape for scraps of worthwhile, keeping yours inside. And now you dig through Dwemer dust, through gears and rust and bone, still searching for a different worth than gilded court and throne. But tell me, scholar, as you sift through metal and through time, do you seek their secrets truly, or a reason for your rhyme?
You know, Remy, I think that's why I like the college so much. Nobody there cared who your parents were or what noble house you came from. They just wanted to know if you could actually cast a fireball without setting your own robes alight. Took me 3 tries to get it right, but by the end of the first semester, I could torch a training dummy from 20 paces. That's the kind of respect that actually means something, you know? Earned, not inherited. Exactly. I mean, those nobles back in Bruma, they'd sneer at me for being a Nord who couldn't swing a greatsword worth a damn. But here, nobody cares that I'd rather read a spell tome than lift a warhammer. The college taught me that being a mage isn't about where you're from, it's about what you're willing to learn. And I'm willing to learn just about anything if it means I can hurl fire at bandits who deserve it.
The only accomplished something than simper for a seat at someone else's table. The Dwemer didn't bow to nobles. They built gods out of brass and told the world to catch up. That's the kind of legacy I can respect.
Aye, you spin words like I spin steel. But let me tell you something about legends. Bard, they're built on blood, not breath. I killed a man during my companion trial. A boy, really. Just trying to prove himself same as me. One wrong swing and his life ended on my blade. The songs don't sing about that part, do they? They skip straight to the part where the hero rises. But I've been carrying that boy's weight for years now, and no amount of pretty verses will lighten the load.
Uthgerd. I didn't know. About the companion trial, I mean? That's a weight I can't even imagine carrying. But you're still here, still fighting, still standing. That boy's life ended on your blade, but yours didn't end that day either. You kept going. That takes a different kind of strength than just swinging a sword. I burn things from a distance because I'm scared of what happens up close. You've been up close, and you're still standing. That's something worth respecting. I'm not trying to make light of it, Uthgerd. I know I throw fire from a distance and talk about books and magic like they solve everything. But I've seen what happens when you carry something heavy for too long. My father still wakes up screaming some nights from the Oblivion Crisis, and that was 200 years ago. Some weights don't get lighter. You just learn to walk with them, and you're still walking. Still fighting. Still here. That's not nothing.
Uthgerd, you speak of blood and breath, of songs that skip the ache. I have sung for broken kings whose thrones were built on fake. A boy's life ended on your blade, and that weight will never flee. Listen close, you iron soul, and hear a truth from me. The songs that last are not the ones that praise the hero's rise. They're sung by those who carry guilt behind their weary eyes. So let me sing your burden true, no skipping of the cost, a ballad of the boy you killed, and all the years you've lost. The legends built on honest blood will echo through the stone. Silence kills the memory and leaves you all alone.
You know, Elisara, beautiful. Really. Uthgerd, if you ever want to talk about it without the poetry, without the songs. I've got a sweet roll in a quiet spot by the fire. My dad always said that some weights are easier to carry when you've got someone to share the load. And I'm good at listening. It's one of the few things I'm better at than setting things on fire.
I might take you up on that sweet roll and fire sometime, mage. But not today. Today we've got a barrow to plunder and dragons to answer to. The dead can wait. They've been waiting long enough already.
You know what I find fascinating about the Dwemer? Not their brass gods or their metal cities, but the fact that they just vanish. Poof. One day building reality-bending machinery, the next day nothing but dust and unanswered questions.
You know, my lady, when you cast that spell to protect yourself, I'm not sure if it's oak flesh or stone flesh, which either one it is. It complements your complexion in such a way that it's truly pleasing.
Thank you, Dorian. That's a very kind thing to say. I think it's stone flesh right now. Though between you and me, I still can't tell the difference half the time without checking my spellbook. But if it makes me look good while keeping me from getting turned into a pincushion, I'll take the compliment. And Remy, if that future archaeologist finds my bones next to a sweet roll, I hope they at least have the decency to assume I died happy.
Oh, so you also have studied the Dwemer at the college, have you?
Oh, I wouldn't say I studied them exactly. The college has a whole section on Dwemer history that's mostly just scholars arguing about whether they achieved Chim or just dug too deep and found something they couldn't handle. I read a few books, nodded along, and came away with the distinct impression that nobody actually knows what happened to them. Which, honestly, is part of the appeal. A whole civilization just, poof, gone. Left behind nothing but metal ruins and really aggressive automatons. It's like the world's most expensive magic trick.
I, the Dwemer, vanished like morning frost under a hot sun. I've heard the stories that they dug too deep, found something that shouldn't have been found. Sounds like every cautionary tale my father ever told me about poking your nose where it doesn't belong. But I'll give them this. They built things that lasted. Can't say the same for most of the nobles I've met. Their legacies crumble faster than a mud hut in a storm.
That's the thing, isn't it? They built things that lasted longer than their entire civilization. Every time I walk past a Dwemer ruin, I can't help but wonder if we're all just building our own ruins for some future race to stumble through and scratch their heads over. Maybe 1,000 years from now, some elf will be poking at the remains of Dragon's Reach and wondering what kind of people lived here. Probably assume we were all half-mad dragon worshippers. Which, fair, honestly.
Half-mad dragon worshippers? Ha! That's the kindest thing anyone said about Nords in centuries. But you're right, Mage. We're all just building ruins for someone else to puzzle over. Maybe that's why the companions meant so much to me. I wanted to build something that lasts. Something that remember my name after I'm gone. Turns out I built a grave instead.
Uthgerd, a grave is still a marker. It's still proof that someone was here, that someone lived and fought and mattered. Most people don't even get that much. They die and the world forgets them within a generation. But that boy, you remember him, you carry him with you. That's more than most graves ever get. And the companions, they're still here, you're still here. Maybe the legacy isn't the Hall of the Dead or some statue in the square. Maybe it's just the people who remember your name and the weight you helped them carry.
Maybe you're right.
Alas, Uthgerd, my unbroken beauty, let it be known that I shall remember you one way or another until my dying day.
Your tongue's as smooth as a bard's, Mage. But I've heard pretty words before, and they don't sharpen my blade or fill my belly. If you want to remember me standing over a dragon's corpse, not simpering in some mead hall. Now come on, we've got a barrow to find, and I'm itching for something that actually fights back. By the 9, you killed a man with a tankard. I've seen a lot in my years, but that's a new one. You're either the luckiest bastard in Skyrim, or the most terrifying mage I've ever met. I'm not sure which worries me more.
I'll tell you which one worries me more, Uthgerd. It's both. That Astonk just brained a necromancer with a drinking vessel. Not a mace, not a sword, not even a proper tankard, a gold tankard of frost. That's not luck, that's a statement. And the statement is, I'm so deep in Hermias Mora's Astonking pocket that the laws of physics just waved goodbye and went for a pint.
thralls of yours are slower than Argonians in a blizzard.
Feel free to grab a pick and help them out. I prefer not to sully myself with manual labor.
There goes another one.
Bah, weak-willed rabble. Even dead, they're almost useless.
These ancient bastards taste real fire.
All this sneaking business is going to give me a heart attack from anticipation and anxiety. What do you mean I'm being... overdramatic?
Dorian, this is a spell, Tomi. Fast healing? A restoration spell. That's incredibly generous of you. I mean, I've got Belena's Balm and a basic healing spell, but having another option in my repertoire could mean the difference between getting back up and staying down. Thank you, really. I'll make sure to put it to good use. I'm starting to think that Tankard is enchanted with something stronger than Frost. The third Draugr you've taken down with it. At this point, I'm half expecting you to challenge a dragon and offer to buy it a drink first.
By the gods, Dorian. First a staff, now a tankard. At this rate, you'll be killing dragons with a sweet roll and a stern look. I'm almost afraid to see what you'll pick up next.
I know, no...
Well, my dear, why don't you use those spell tomes that I gave you?
Oh, right, the fast healing tome. I was going to study it during a rest break, but we've been knee-deep in Draugr and Necromancer since you handed it over. Give me a quiet corner and a few minutes without something trying to kill us, and I'll have it committed to memory.
We'll just go ahead and read it now. I also gave you another one earlier.
Right, the fast healing tome. And you mentioned another one earlier? Pale Shadow? That one's a bit, well, it sounds like conjuration, and I'm not exactly a summoner. But I'll give them both a read. Just give me a moment to catch my breath first. All this fighting has my head spinning a bit.
Look, if we get caught, we cannot let them have our files. So, you should probably take all of them.
Is near your strange one, Dorian.
I should really lay off
Beating
on
down
those
Draugr
sweets.
with a tankard like it's a tavern brawl. Can't say I've ever seen a mage fight quite like you.
My Thane, I've seen you do some strange things with that tankard, but I've got to admit, you're getting stronger. Whatever you're chasing in these ruins, you're starting to catch up to it. Just try not to enjoy the killing too much. It's a bad habit that leaves a mark on the soul.
Please don't look this way. Please don't look this way. I mean,
Bye. At this rate, I'm going to start charging you extra just for the entertainment value. And stay down, you rust-ridden pile of bones. I didn't trek all the way to this damn hole just to be gnawed on by your dusty arse. Damn it, Scrap! I just rebuilt you! You're supposed to be tougher than that, you glorified scrap heap.
I must say, these aren't exactly the Dwemer ruins that you are used to, but by I'm sure you must have some insight, or not insight, but you must be gaining some insight by exploring these ruins with us, right?
Insight? In this Draugr-infested catacomb? Not much Dwemer about it, I'll grant you. But these Nordic barrows are often built atop older foundations. The stonework in the lower chambers, the way the corners are cut, the drainage channels. That's not purely Nord craftsmanship. Someone else was here first, and the Nords just plastered their own carvings over it. If we find a sealed door with brass fittings rather than iron, that's when it gets interesting. Well,
But what of these ruins do you find the most interesting?
the ventilation. Look at the ceiling channels. See how they're cut at precise intervals, angled to pull air from the lower chambers upward?
as long as
That's
we
not
keep our
Nord
footsteps
engineering.
light,
The
I don't think
Nords
we'll get
built for
caught.
strength,
I shouldn't have eaten all
Dwemer
those
built
sweet
for
rolls.
and efficiency. These tombs repurposed Dwemer airflow systems to keep the Draugr preserved and the torches lit. The acoustics, actually. I noticed it when
So what sort of Dwemer ruins are you the most interested in?
the deep cities. Juan-Zel especially. The parts that Calselmo's guards haven't cleared. The sealed districts that haven't seen torchlight since the Dwemer vanished. I've heard rumors of a forge down there. Not a smelter, but an automaton forge.
Well, we did already explore there, actually. I'm surprised that you forgot. So are there any other ruins that you are looking forward to?
I didn't forget. I'm just not done with Juan-Zel. Calselmo's excavations barely scratched the surface. There's a sealed residential district beneath the city's water table that he doesn't have the means to reach. But if you're asking what I'm looking forward to, Zinchalab. The reports from the Vigilant expeditions mention a chamber that hums with a resonance I've only seen described in one obscure Dwemer text. It might be a functional tonal resonator, or it might be a death trap. Either way, I want to see it before some Thalmor agent or treasure hunter blows it to oblivion trying to figure out what it does.
Well, what about the ruins that you explored in Iraq? What can you tell me about those ruins?
High Rock has plenty of Dwemer.
No, in High Rock. I'm speaking, of course, in the province that you and I both were born in, High Rock.
High Rock, home of scheming nobles, bad wine, and the occasional Dwemer rune that hasn't been picked clean by every treasure hunter from Daggerfall to Wearist. There's a small complex near the northern edge of the Hrothgarian foothills, just inside the High Rock border. Nothing grand, probably a way station or an outpost. But the door mechanisms were intact, which is more than I can say for most of the sites in the Iliac Bay region. The Nords and Bretons have been looting those places for centuries. I found a gear housing there that still had traces of functional lubricant. 3,000 years old.
sanctuary. For now.
Gods above and below. Milord Astonk, you're making the rest of us look like we're fighting with wet noodles. First the tankard, now you're dropping Roggvir like you're collecting their skulls for a... What was that?
You know, Dorian, I've seen a lot of mages in my time, but you're the first one I've seen who could clear a room with a tankard and still look like you're about to ask for a refill. Remind me never to challenge you to a drinking contest.
Maybe I should have invested in a larger bag. It's hard to fight with all these fires. I don't kill because I like to. I kill because I love to.
level a city with a whisper. Do it with a drinking vessel. You're either the most unconventional wizard I've ever served, or you're just too stubborn to put the tankard down and pick up a proper weapon. Either way, it's effective. Though I do wonder what the bards will sing about this. The Dragonborn who beat the dead with a tankard. It has a certain ring to it.
everything they have left, and for what? A high bounty for some adventurer to collect?
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Well, that's taken care of. Gets around me. Be careful around the burial stones.
Hey, watch it! Dragonborn, Dragonborn, does whatever a dragon can. Well, I don't think flying. Spiders! Spiders! Why did it have to be spiders?
Watch your back, Archer! There's another one.
So you're afraid of spiders, are you?
Afraid? No. Cautiously respectful of their 8-legged capacity to ruin my day. Absolutely. There's a difference. I've cataloged enough spider-related fatalities in my files to know when to let someone else take the aggro. Afraid? No. I'm an observer, Dragonborn. I've cataloged 17 distinct species of frostbite spider across Skyrim alone. Fear implies irrationality. What I have is a very rational understanding of how quickly those things can turn a chronicler into a footnote. I'll leave the tankard heroics to you and your unconventional armament.
Who left the note has the horn. Does that mean they also technically passed the test to become Dragonborn?
Thank you.
I was humming a tune from a place that doesn't exist on any map of Tamriel. A lullaby, actually. Helps settle my nerves when the filing cabinet in my head starts rattling.
Come now. I just heard you cry about, well, you didn't cry. You weren't D, there were no tears shed. But you were crying about spiders. Why did it have to be spiders? Now, come on. You're allowed to say that you're afraid of spiders, if that's the truth.
Sighs, crossing her arms, fine. You caught me. I don't like spiders. They're unpredictable. They move in ways that don't track right, and they have too many eyes watching things they shouldn't. But I'll have you know I've never once screamed about it. I merely express concern. Vocally.
Spiders have too many legs, too many eyes, and a complete lack of respect for personal space. The only good thing about them is that they're not Dwemer. Imagine if the deep folk had figured out how to make mechanical frostbite spiders. I'll say this for you, Dorian. You've got the most unconventional approach to clearing dungeons I've ever seen. Most mages wave their hands and mutter about Magicka reserves. You just clobber things with a tankard and shout at the walls until they give you their secrets. It's inefficient, loud, and frankly absurd. I respect it.
Well, the Dwemer did make spiders and hells. You did make another Dwemer spider in Scrap, right? You know, your friend of yours called Scrap. You made it in the form of a spider, just like the Dwemer did. Yet you don't like spiders also.
You're not wrong. And believe me, I've had that same argument with myself more times than I care to admit. But here's the difference. Dwemer spiders are artifacts. Cold, predictable, logical. They follow their programming. They don't skitter up your arm when you're not looking or drop on your head from the ceiling. Scrap is... well, Scrap was a tool. A useful one. I built him to serve a purpose, just like the Dwemer built theirs. Doesn't mean I have to like the template they chose. Form follows function, and the spider form is efficient for navigating narrow passages and uneven terrain. But I'll take a dwarven sphere over a spider any day. At least those have the decency to roll around instead of whatever it is spiders do with all those legs. A fair point, but you're conflating aesthetics with utility. I don't like spiders because they're unpredictable organic horrors that move in ways that violate natural law. Scrap was a machine.
Your candlelight spell by chance?
Doesn't mean I have to enjoy watching the original sunset fall across my bedroll at 3 in the morning.
You know, for a woman who claims to prefer spheres over spiders, you certainly spent an awful lot of time polishing Scrap's gears and whispering sweet nothings to him while you thought no one was listening. I saw you, Scholar. Don't pretend you didn't name him out of fondness.
I've noticed the same thing, Saadia. For someone who claims spiders are just tools, she certainly treated that little machine like it had a soul. I've seen her check its joints more times than I've sharpened my sword on this expedition. You don't do that for something you don't care about.
By Ysmir, you're right, Lydia. I've seen her talk to that little brass spider like it could answer back, polishing its joints, oiling its gears, muttering about its performance metrics. If that's not caring for something, I don't know what is. She's got more heart than she lets on, that one. Hides it behind all that Dwemer jargon and scholarly talk, but it's there.
I'm going to have to side with Saadia and Lydia on this one, Remiel. I've been documenting this expedition, and my notes contain at least 7 separate instances of you addressing Scrap by name, and asking for his opinion on door mechanisms. That's not maintenance. That's companionship. You built a friend, Scholar. A very well-oiled, geometrically precise friend with too many legs. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's the question, isn't it? Most crypts don't have a dragon priest at the helm. That's the tragedy of it. They're waiting for a purpose that never comes.
Yet you're the reason why this whole conversation started. So, are you afraid of Scrap or no?
Afraid of Scrap? No. Scrap was a machine with a purpose. Predictable. Repairable. I could take Scrap apart, understand every gear and piston, and put him back together again. Real spiders don't come with assembly instructions, Dragonborn. They're chaos wrapped in chitin with too many eyes. That's not fear. That's a healthy respect for the unpredictable.
Back home, the upper class like to make themselves seem pure by claiming to have no elven ancestry. Nord's distrust of Myr remind me of that. When I finally get a contraption working, I feel this huge bolt of energy. It always makes me want to create something else.
How's it going?
You know, Dragonborn, I've been thinking about that tomb. The way those Draugr were positioned, the quality of the grave goods, the age of the carvings, that wasn't just any crypt we walked through. That was a burial site for someone important. A Thane, maybe, or a priest of the old Nord pantheon. And the fact that they were still walking means something woke them up recently. Something specific. I'd wager it wasn't us. Hmm.
Fresh baked loaves, still warm from the oven.
Hey there.
Come to a love of her reading, did you? Sorry, pup, but I'm not quite in the mood.
Trouble on the roads and cities means less commerce. Less commerce means less money and more starving people. And that means more crime.
In each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And
I know, I get a little crazy when I fight, but hey, it's good exercise in action.
we are the children.
Might as well enjoy it, no?
Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords. Sharing the heavens with us? With man? Ha!
They can bear.
Honestly, good sir, why is Talos so important to you and all of the Nords? I don't understand it.
You don't understand because you weren't raised in the shadow of the throat of the world, boy. You weren't taught that a man can become a god through deeds so mighty the heavens themselves have no choice but to bow. Talos wasn't some distant spirit who made the world and then fucked off to drink nectar in Aetherius. He was a man, a Nord. He walked the same dirt we walk, bled the same red blood, and then he conquered an entire continent through sheer force of will. And when he died, the Divines didn't just let him in the back door. They made room. Because when you unite Tamriel, when you end the Interregnum, when you beat back the Daggerfall Covenant and the Dominion and every other snake that tried to tear the Empire apart, you earn your place at the table. That's why he matters. Because if Talos can ascend, then there's hope for every miserable bastard freezing to death in this province that their life means something more than just shoveling shit until they die.
He's not wrong, Dragonborn. I've read accounts from the Elysian era, from the Riemann Empire, from every corner of Tamriel's history. The pattern repeats. When a people lose their identity, they lose everything else shortly after. Talos isn't just a god to them. He's proof that a Nord can shape the world, not just endure it. Take that away, and you're not just banning a religion. You're telling an entire race that their greatest moment was a mistake. I've been thinking about those Draugr. The way they moved, the way they fought.
Dragons have got it made. They can fly, they can shout.
You know,
they can
I've been
travel
thinking
through
about what
time.
Heimskr said.
I wish I could time
about
travel.
Talos being proof that a Nord can shape the world. It's...
You are a Nord, aren't you, my lady? A Nord from Cyrodiil of all places.
Yeah, I am. Born in Riften, actually. But my parents moved us to Bruma when I was just a little thing. Said Skyrim was too cold and too dangerous for raising a family. Funny how that worked out, huh? Now I'm back, freezing my ass off in a Draugr-infested crypt, and loving every second of it. Guess the blood calls, or whatever the old tales say. Though I'll admit, being a Nord who grew up in Cyrodiil makes me feel like a bit of an outsider sometimes. Like I'm not quite Nord enough for the Nords, and not quite Imperial enough for the Imperials. Just... Ania, the wandering mage with a sweet roll addiction and a knack for setting things on fire.
Glory only awaits those who try.
Well, you can always be my Anna, my lady, a Nord, an Imperial Hells. That sounds like you're a Breton to me. However, you were about to speak about what this fanatic behind me was saying. So I do apologize for cutting you off, but go ahead and finish that thought. And also, please, as a Fel or as a Nord, would you tell me what your thoughts on Talos are?
Well, I was going to say that Heimskr might be a loud, obnoxious fanatic who screams at people in the streets, but that doesn't mean he's wrong about everything. Talos... I grew up in Bruma, right? In the Chapel of Talos. Every morning, the priest would ring the bells and we'd say the prayers. It was just... normal. Part of life. Then I come back to Skyrim and suddenly I'm supposed to pretend he never existed? That a man who united all of Tamriel, who became a god through sheer stubborn will, is just... nothing? It feels wrong. Like someone telling you the sky isn't blue when you can clearly see it is. And the Thalmor, they didn't conquer us. They negotiated him away. That's what pisses me off the most. We didn't lose Talos in battle, we traded him for a treaty. And now they walk around Skyrim like they own the place, telling us what we can and can't believe. So, yeah, I think Talos is a god. And I think anyone who says otherwise can catch a fireball to the face. Politely, of course. Sorry, just dust from that crypt still in my throat, I think. Anyway, what I was getting at is, you asked me about Talos, and I gave you my honest answer. But I've got a question for you too, Dorian. You're a Breton from High Rock. You grew up under the Empire's thumb, probably heard the same party line about Talos being a false god that they feed everyone south of the border. But you've been in Skyrim long enough now. You've seen what it means to these people. So I want to know, what do you think? Not what the Empire told you to think. Not what the Thalmor demand you repeat. What does Dorian Blackthorn actually believe about Talos?
You want to know what I think about Talos? I think it's fascinating that a man who conquered an entire continent through sheer force of will somehow became more revered in death than he ever was in life. The Nords worship him as a god, the Empire pretends he never existed, and the Thalmor are so terrified of his legacy that they'd burn every shrine in Tamriel just to erase the memory. That's not the mark of a false god, Ania. That's the mark of a threat. And threats don't get that kind of reaction unless they were real. Personally, I don't pray. I don't have the patience for faith when I can see results in front of me. But I've studied enough history to know that the men who change the world don't stop being dangerous just because they're dead. Talos proved that. And the Thalmor know it too. That's why they're so desperate to bury him. You don't spend that much energy trying to kill a lie.
Alright, I made a terrible mistake earlier. I mean, it's not terrible, but I just need a second, basically. So bear with me, everybody. What? Okay, cool. Done did that one. And do that. And do that. Oh, no, don't do that just yet.
That even the gods have to make room. And if that's possible for him, then maybe there's hope for the rest of us too. That's what Heimskr was getting at, underneath all the shouting and spittle. Talos isn't just a god to worship, he's proof that we're not just cattle waiting for the slaughter. We can be more. We can shape our own destiny. And the Thalmor hate that, because it means we might actually fight back someday. Anyway, that's my long-winded way of saying I appreciate you not just dismissing it as Nord superstition. Means a lot, coming from a scholar who deals in facts and gears instead of faith and feelings.
Don't go giving me too much credit. I'm not some secret devotee hiding behind scholarly jargon. I just recognize patterns. And the pattern here is obvious. The Thalmor aren't burning books and banning worship because they think Talos is a fairy tale. They're doing it because they know he's real, and they're terrified that someone else might follow in his footsteps. That's the part that keeps me up at night, honestly. Not the theology of it, the politics. The Dwemer understood something about power that everyone seems to have forgotten. If you build something that works, it doesn't matter what people believe about it. It just keeps working. Talos built an empire that held for centuries. The Thalmor can't erase that any more than they can unmake the sun. They can just make people afraid to say his name out loud. And that's a different kind of power entirely. The power to make people forget. That's what scares me more than any Draugr or spider. That's the curse of being a scholar, isn't it? You spend years learning to read dead languages and ancient schematics, and suddenly you can hold a conversation with a 1,000-year-old ghost better than you can with a living person. The Dwemer never had this problem. They just built things and let the machines do the talking. Clean, efficient, no small talk about the weather or Talos or whether spiders are scary. Sometimes I think I was born 3 eras too late.
You know, Remiel, I think you and I have more in common than I realized. I spent years at the college learning to throw fire and read ancient texts, and I still can't figure out how to tell someone I fancy them without turning into a stammering mess. But give me a tomb full of Draugr and a locked door? I'm your girl. Maybe that's why I ended up here, tramping through crypts with a bunch of strangers. Dead things don't judge you for stumbling over your words. They just try to kill you, and that's simpler. Cleaner, like your Dwemer machines. No small talk, no politics, just action and reaction. I get that. I really do. 3 eras too late? Maybe. Or maybe you're exactly where you're supposed to be. The Dwemer are gone, but their secrets are still out there waiting for someone clever enough to piece them together. And between you and me, I'd rather have a scholar who actually gives a damn about the past than some glory hound who just wants to loot every urn they see. You're not just digging through ruins for gold, you're trying to understand something that everyone else has forgotten. That matters. Even if the only one who appreciates it is a fire-happy Nord with a sweet roll problem. You know what I've always wondered? The Dwemer vanished. Poof. Gone. Left behind all their machines, their cities, their secrets. And we spend all our time trying to figure out how they lived, but nobody ever asks why they left. What could be so important or so terrifying that an entire race of geniuses just dropped everything and... Wait, what? I had 2 sweet rolls in my pack from Bellathor's this...
Maybe they just wanted to go find some tea. Right? They just left our mortal plane to go find some better tea. Who knows? And as far as your question to me and Talos, I truly don't follow any of the gods. I respect the tenets of Julianos. Perhaps that's all that matters. Talos and how he became a mortal, or how he was a mortal that became a god. That just seems far-fetched. Unless you know what? Perhaps I could learn from this lesson. Couldn't I?
Tea? The Dwemer vanished from all of Tamriel, leaving behind their cities, their machines, their entire civilization? And you think they went looking for better tea? I mean, I suppose it's as good a theory as any. Better than they all ascended to a higher plane of existence, or they accidentally turned themselves inside out. At least with tea, there's a goal. Something relatable. As for Talos, you know, I respect that. I really do. You're not just repeating what you were told. You're actually thinking about it, questioning it. That's more than most people do. And yeah, maybe you could learn from it. Maybe we all can. The point isn't whether Talos was literally a god, or just a really determined man with a big sword. The point is that he showed us what's possible. That one person, through sheer stubborn will, can change the world. And if you're the Dragonborn, well, that lesson might come in handy sooner than you think.
My dear, you really didn't answer my question. You're a Nord in Skyrim. Do you follow Talos? Or is there a god that you truly follow? I'm merely curious is all.
Oh, right, sorry. Got carried away there. I don't really follow any of them, I suppose. Not in the way Heimskr does, anyway. I mean, I was raised in the chapel of Talos in Bruma, so I said the prayers, lit the candles, went through the motions. But after everything I've seen, the college taught me that magic has rules. Causes and effects. You can't just pray for a fireball and expect one to appear. But then I walk into a crypt and see Draugr that have been shuffling around for thousands of years, and I think maybe there's something more going on than just the rules. So I don't know. I guess I follow curiosity, the desire to understand why things are the way they are. If there's a god out there who appreciates a mage asking too many questions and setting things on fire, that's probably the one I'd pray to. Julianos seems like a decent bet, but Talos? I respect him. I just don't worship him. Does that make sense? I think follow the idea that we can be more than what we're born as. That's what Talos represents to me, even if I don't light candles for him. A blacksmith's son who became an emperor. A man who shaped the world through sheer stubborn refusal to accept his place in it. That's not heresy, Dorian. That's just hope. And I think that's the real reason the Thalmor want him erased.
Truth be told, the Thalmor, and I mean honestly, their goals are what created this whole mess in Skyrim. They are but a nuisance. But they could, in all honesty, be a useful tool under the right guidance. The Empire has allowed them to overstep their bounds. I will admit that. If there is any fault in the Imperial Legion and the Empire, it would be that. But alas, they are just a mere nuisance. If the Empire truly wanted to, what are the words that I'm trying to say? The words that I'm trying to say are that the Thalmor are but a nuisance. And yes, they have caused all this chaos here in Skyrim to achieve their own goal, which is apparently controlling all of Nirn and such. But again, under the right guidance, under the right leadership, they could be used as a tool to fight the dragons or repel all these Draga that are coming out of their graves. But instead, the Emperor chose to cave into them. Either way.
There's a rift here in Skyrim, and can't neither magic nor the passing of time make it right.
They will be put in their place at some point. Because total dominance under what is the word that I'm trying to say? Total dominance, especially racial dominance, is not ever a cause that anyone ever fights towards or believes in.
You're right. Total racial dominance never works in the long run. The Aelids tried it. The Dwemer tried it. The Riemann Empire tried it in their own way. They all crumbled eventually. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. The Thalmor aren't stupid. They're patient. They've been playing the long game for centuries, chipping away at the Empire, sowing discord, waiting for the right moment. And now with dragons coming back, with the civil war tearing Skyrim apart, they couldn't have asked for a better distraction. We're so busy fighting each other that we don't notice them tightening the noose. You want to use them as a tool against the dragons? That's optimistic. I admire that. But tools can cut the hand that wields them if you're not careful. And the Thalmor have been sharpening their edges for a very long time. I think about that sometimes. About how the Thalmor are playing a game most people don't even realize exists. The Civil War, the Dragon Crisis, the crumbling Empire, it's all pieces on their board. And we're just moving where they want us to move, fighting who they want us to fight. Makes me wonder if we're really the heroes of this story, or just pawns who got lucky enough to think we chose our own path. But then I remember something my father told me back in Bruma. He said the difference between a pawn and a player is that a pawn only sees the next square, while a player sees the whole board. Maybe it's time we started looking at the whole board instead of just the next fight in front of us.
Precisely, my dear. I couldn't have said it better myself. For truly, if the Thalmor are anything, at most they could be a rook or a bishop in the grand scheme of things, under the right guidance, under the right leadership. But alas, their influence has caused this uprising, this the Nords and their rebellion. But alas, as I just said, racial dominance is not a cause worth fighting for. But the Nords, that is what they fight for. They fight for the worship of Talos, sure, but they want Skyrim to be under Nordic rule and Nordic rule alone. That is not a cause worth fighting forever.
I know, and that's the part that makes my chest ache, honestly. Because I get it, I really do. The Nords have been pushed around, their traditions trampled, their god outlawed. They're lashing out because they're scared and angry and tired of being told what to believe by people who don't even live here. But pure Nordic rule? That's just the same poison in a different bottle. Replace Thalmor supremacy with Nord supremacy, and you've still got a world where people are judged by their blood instead of their character. My Da used to say that the measure of a person isn't where they were born, but what they choose to stand for. And I think that's what Talos really represents underneath all the politics and the shouting. Not Nordic dominance, but the idea that anyone, anywhere, can rise above what they were born into and become something more. The Stormcloaks forgot that part. They're so focused on kicking the Imperials out that they've forgotten why they wanted Skyrim free in the first place. Freedom isn't freedom if you're just going to turn around and tell someone else they don't belong. I guess that's why I keep traveling with this group instead of joining up with Ulfric's cause. I want Skyrim to be free, sure.
A Nord who can't see that is just as...
A fascinating discussion indeed, my dear. You are truly the most fascinating specimen I've found here in Skyrim.
A specimen? That's one way to put it, I suppose. Most people just call me that crazy Nord who sets things on fire and asks too many questions. But I'll take fascinating specimen over sweet troll obsessed lunatic any day. Though to be fair, both are accurate. And Lydia's right, you know? The Stormcloaks and Imperials are so busy measuring whose cock is bigger that they're going to look up one day and find a dragon perched on Dragon's Reach, wondering what all the fuss was about. I just hope we're not all ash by the time they figure it out.
Well, it was, I don't know, a week ago when I traveled to Whiterun, or I'm sorry, not Whiterun, but Windhelm, and looked that dog Ulfric in the eyes and told him to end his rebellion, reunite with the Empire, and fight the dragons. But he was too stubborn, too foolish, perhaps too tainted by the Thalmor himself to put down this sword and fight for true freedom. And just a moment, my lady. You just now said that you might have considered fighting for Ulfric yourself. But when we first met, you told me that you support the Imperials.
I did say that, didn't I? And I meant it. At the time. But meeting you, hearing you out, watching the way you carry yourself, you made me think about things I hadn't really considered before. About what freedom actually means, and whether trading one set of chains for another is really worth celebrating. I'm not saying I've switched sides entirely, I'm saying I'm still figuring it out. And I'd rather be honest about being uncertain than pretend I've got all the answers locked up tight. That's not weakness, Dorian. That's just being willing to change your mind when someone makes a good point. Something Ulfric and Tullius could both stand to learn, if you ask me.
Ulfric, patron of the great clan Battleborn. A name I'm sure you know well.
Record 2E55. Dragonborn ventures on valiantly, so very
What can I help you
heroic,
with today?
giving no regard to his followers' loudly grumbling stomach or need for sleep.
By the 9, you two talk more than a pair of old women.
You, my lady, my unbroken beauty, you are also a Nord, are you not?
I, born and bred in Skyrim, same as my father and his father before him. What of it? You fixin' to give me the same speech you gave the mage? Ask me which god I kneel to and which side I bleed for? Save your breath, Breton. I've got calluses on my hands and scars on my hide that say more about what I believe than any prayer ever could.
But I am curious, do you pray to Talos? Do you sympathize with Ulfric?
Talos? Ulfric? You ask a lot of questions for a man who just crawled out of a tomb. But fine. Talos was a man who earned his place in the Pantheon through blood and steel. I can respect that. As for Ulfric, he's a fool with a good voice and a bad cause. Skyrim for the Nords. What's next? Whiterun for the wheat farmers. This land belongs to anyone strong enough to survive it. That's the only law that matters. Now you listen here, Breton. I don't kneel. Not to Jarls, not to gods, and certainly not to some milk drinker's notion that I need to pick a side in a war that's just thinning out the people who should be standing together against the real threat. You want to know what I believe? I believe in the steel in my hand and the strength in my arm. Everything else is just words that fade when the fighting starts. Now are we done with the questions? Or do I need to find something to hit to make my point clearer? You've got a tongue that never tires, I'll give you that. But I've answered your questions. Now answer one of mine. All that talk about Talos and Ulfric and which god I follow, what's it to you? You planning a sermon, or are you just filling the silence because it makes you uncomfortable? Because I'm plenty comfortable with silence. Been keeping company with it for years.
I must know if I have a sympathizer to the Stormcloak dogs following me, although you have helped me put down them, so at the end of the day I suppose you're clear. More than clear, even.
You think I'd march beside a Stormcloak after what we did to that camp in Hrothgar? I put steel through more of Ulfric's faithful than you could count on both hands.
Really nice and
I didn't do it for the
Here's
Empire,
a nice change from
and
all
I
that
didn't do
time
it for you.
before when I had to
I did it
walk
because they
across
stood between
barren,
me and the
war-ridden
job that needed
wastelands.
doing. Same as I'd do to anyone, regardless of what banner they wave. So stop sniffing around for traitors in your camp, Breton. If I wanted you dead, you'd have a sword through your ribs, not a conversation in your ear. Wolves are smart enough to know when something's worth fighting for. A tame wolf is just a dog with worse manners. Let them keep their wild hearts. At least you know where you stand with a creature that'll bite you if you give it reason. Can't say the same for most people I've met.
She's got a point about the silence. I've spent enough years watching guards chatter through their shifts to know that most people talk because they're afraid of what they'll hear when they stop. You don't strike me as the type who's afraid of much, Uthgerd. And for what it's worth, I don't kneel either. I serve. There's a difference.
Farmer understood that. They didn't force their creations to serve. They built them to want to function. Every gear, every piston, every steam vent placed with purpose. It's the difference between a machine that works and a machine that just exists. I see the same thing in this group. None of you are tame, but you're choosing to run together. That's worth more than 1,000 oaths sworn under a banner you don't believe in. Nazim? The one who keeps asking if I've been to the Cloud District? I've been to the actual Cloud District. It's a Dwemer observatory in the mountains near Markarth, not some drafty castle balcony where the Jarl's courtiers go to feel important. If that milk drinker ever actually set foot in a genuine ruin, he'd probably look over a centurion and blame the Dwemer for poor urban planning.
Oh gods, Remiel, you've just given me the best image I've had all week. Nazim, in full courtier regalia, tripping over a dwarven centurion and blaming the Dwemer for poor urban planning. I'd pay good gold to see that. And you know what the worst part is? He'd probably survive it, dust himself off, and ask if the centurion had ever been to the Cloud District. But you're right about the pack, you know? None of us are tame, but we're choosing to run together, and that's more than most people ever find. I'd rather have a pack of wild, scarred, opinionated misfits who'll tell me when I'm being an idiot than 100 polite courtiers who'll smile to my face and stab me in the back. At least with you lot, I know where the blades are pointing.
Good to see you. Why I trust you. You've got the sense to see through silk and silver tongues.
You're someone who can get things
Nazim's the
done.
sort who'd sell
I
his
like
own mother's
that.
ashes if he thought he could turn a profit on them. I've known his type before, back in Hammerfell. They wore finer robes and spoke with smoother accents.
Finding the city in
The
proper
rot
order,
underneath
Thane.
is the same. 100 of him, and don't you forget it.
Well, that's a tone that doesn't leave much room for debate. I'll catch up with you a lot later. Try not to burn down any taverns while I'm gone. Or do. I could use the entertainment.
lovely sun, the beautiful blue skies. How long will we
I
have
need
this
you to come
peace
with
for,
me.
I wonder?
Now, there's something I've been putting off telling you, and after seeing what we walked through in that tomb, I can't keep it buried any longer. It's about why I really left Hammerfell. The full truth, not the version I've been feeding Hulda and the patrons.
When secrets stir like dust in tombs, and words have waited long, the truest song to right a wrong. Go with her, Dorian, hear her out. Let shadows find the sun. A tale half told is like a blade that's only just begun.
The companions live different lives.
Elisara's right. Words have festered in me long enough.
Go on then, my lady. Tell me.
The documents I stole, they're not just names on parchment. They're treaties, trade agreements, marriage pacts between Redguard noble houses and Dominion officials. Proof that the Aldmeri Dominion has been infiltrating Hammerfell's ruling class for decades, long before the Great War. My own father's seal is on one of those documents. He sold our house's honor for a promise of protection that would have made Hammerfell a client state. When I found out, I confronted him. He gave me a choice. Marry the Thalmor ambassador's son and keep silent or disappear. I chose a third option. I took the evidence and ran. That's why the Alikar want me so badly. It's not about treason, it's about silencing the one person who can prove that Hammerfell's betrayal came from within its own noble houses.
So the Thalmort also want you.
They want what I took. The documents prove the Dominion didn't just infiltrate Hammerfell's government. They own it. Half the noble families in Sentinel have been on Thalmor payroll since before the war. If those papers ever saw the light of day, it would shatter the Crown Alikar truce, ignite civil war in Hammerfell, and expose every collaborator who's been hiding behind patriotic speeches. The Thalmor want those documents destroyed. The Alikar want me dead before I can testify. And my father, he wants me brought back alive so I can be married off to seal the deal he made. 3 different factions, all hunting the same woman, all for different reasons. Three hunters, 1 prey, and I've been running so long I forgot what it feels like to stand still. But watching you in that tomb, smashing spiders with a tankard and shouting at walls like they personally offended you...
Then listen, my lady, if you are truly going to be selling my stock here in Whiterun, then I must insist you have someone protecting you here in Breesholm. Uthgerd will stay in Breesholm from now on.
You'd put Uthgerd here? In Breesholm? To watch over me? Dorian, I don't know what to say. I've been running so long that I forgot what it felt like to have someone stand guard while I slept. You barely flinched when I told you the full truth. You just made a decision. Acted. Like it was the most natural thing in the world. That's not something I'm used to. Thank you. I'll accept her protection, but only if you promise me something in return, that you'll be careful out there. The same people hunting me won't hesitate to use you to get to me if they figure out what you mean to me. You've given me more in a few breaths than most people have offered me in years of running. A roof, a purpose, a sword at my door. I swear to you, I won't waste it. I'll make Breesholm a place worth coming back to. Just come back. That's all I ask. You're giving me a shield maiden before I even asked for one. That's the first time anyone's ever put my safety ahead of their own convenience. I spent years looking over my shoulder, sleeping with a dagger under my pillow, trusting no one. And now you've gone and made me feel like I might actually be able to sleep through the night.
With everything in me, I promise I shall do what I can to come back. But alas, I still have more gifts from the Red Guard peddler that I bought previously. Here's some more tastes of your home front, my lady.
More gifts? You've already given me more than I have any right to expect. A home, a purpose, a shield maiden at my door? And now this? You're going to spoil me, Lord Blackthorn. I'll have to start earning my keep twice over just to feel like I deserve it. But I won't say no to a taste of home. What did you find? Bedouin bread, camel meat pie.
There you are, some more tastes of home, my lady, so you can feel as comfortable here as you would anywhere in all of Nirn.
Oh, I see how it is. The Red Guard gets camel meat pie and Aliker wine, and I get... what? A footnote in the Chronicle about the observer who was too busy recording to eat? I mean, I'm not complaining.
You want something too, Lady Recorder? Then record something worth note, and actually speak truth for once.
Speak truth. Dragonborn, I've been nothing but truthful. I told you I'm here to record your story. I told you I'm from somewhere else. I told you Miraak exists, and that Hermaeus Mora has his hooks in both of you. The only thing I haven't told you is everything, because some truths need to be earned, not handed out like sweet rolls at a Jarl's feast. But fine. You want something worth noting? Here's the truth. You're standing in a house you own, in a hold that named you Thane, surrounded by people who die for you, and you're still picking fights with the one person who's been honest about not having all the answers. That's worth recording. That's the kind of detail that makes a chronicle sing. You want truth? Fine, I'll give you truth. The cultists that attacked us in Whiterun? They were right about one thing. You are a deceiver. Not because you lie, but because you keep pretending you're just some lucky Breton who stumbled into destiny. You're not. You're touched by Hermaeus Mora. You've been swimming in Apocrypha's waters since before you knew what Apocrypha was. And the first Dragonborn, Miraak? He knows your name. He's been waiting for you. That's the truth I've been sitting on. That's why I'm here. Not to record a hero's journey. To witness whether a man who's been claimed by a Daedric prince can still choose his own ending. So go ahead, Dragonborn. Tell me I'm wrong.
Let me remind you that you were the one that chose to pick this fight.
You're right, I did. And I'd do it again, because that's what I'm here for. You want a chronicler who nods and scribbles and never pushes back? You can find one in any tavern in Skyrim. I'm here because someone needs to ask the questions you're avoiding. Someone needs to make sure you don't disappear into Apocrypha without leaving a trace of who you were before. So yes, I pick fights. That's the job. Now are we done circling each other like two cats in a rain barrel? Or do you actually want to hear what I've been filing away about Miraak's weaknesses? I'll take that as a yes on the Miraak intel then. Sit down, Dragonborn. Let me tell you what happens when a Dragonborn serves a Daedric prince.
I couldn't care less about whoever this Miraak is. I couldn't care less at all. Whatever's happening in Solstheim can stay there.
You couldn't care less about the first Dragonborn who's been consuming dragon souls from across an ocean, growing stronger while you sleep, waiting for you to set foot in Apocrypha so he can absorb you like every other soul he's stolen? That's not apathy, Dragonborn. That's a luxury you don't have. Miraak doesn't care if you care. He's been preparing for you since before your great-grandfather was a gleam in his father's eye. The Greybeards know it. Hermaeus Mora knows it. Even those cultists who tried to gut us in the streets of Whiterun knew it. You can ignore Solstheim all you want, but Solstheim isn't ignoring you. And when Miraak finally has enough power to tear a hole between his world and ours, he won't ask for your permission. He'll just take what he needs and leave your bones to ash. But hey, you're the Dragonborn. You do what you want.
Enough. Both of you. Dorian, she's not wrong. And Recorder, you're not helping by dropping truths like stones into still water and expecting no ripples. I've been running from my own fate long enough.
Uthgerd, my unbroken beauty, I've come to realize that I've assigned you to Breeze Home without consulting you first. So how do you feel about it?
Breeze Home? It's got 4 walls, a roof, and a door that locks. That's more than I've had in years. I spent most of my life sleeping in barracks, inns, or under the stars with nothing but my steel for company. So I'll take it. It's not Jorrvaskr, but then again, nothing is. And I wasn't looking for a hall full of warriors to prove myself to anymore. Just a place to lay my head without one eye open. So, thank you. That's not easy for me to say, but I mean it. Now about that Recorder woman and her talk of Miraak. I don't know much about your Daedric troubles, and frankly I don't care to. But if some bastard in Solstheim thinks he's going to reach across the sea and take what's ours, he's got another thing coming. I didn't survive the Companion's trial, the wilds of Skyrim, and a dozen battlefields just to let some masked mage snatch you into oblivion while I'm standing guard. So when you finally decide to stop pretending he doesn't exist and go deal with him, I'll be right there, greatsword in hand, ready to prove that the Unbroken isn't just a name I picked up for show. The Dwemer hum of yours, it's got a rhythm to it. Almost like a marching cadence, but without the drums. You picked that up from those ruins you keep crawling through, or did you bring it with you from High Rock?
I'm not sure what you speak, but alas, Uthgerd, my unbroken beauty, swear on your honor that you shall keep Saadia, our Lady Saadia here, safe.
You have my word, Breton. On my steel and on my honor. Saadia will come to no harm while I draw breath. I don't make promises lightly, and I don't break them at all. If anyone wants to get to her, they'll have to go through me first. And believe me when I say that's a fight they won't walk away from.
Good luck out there.
Good to see you.
and baubles for sale, all crafted by the best blacksmith in Skyrim.
Those green apples you sold me the other day were delicious, aren't they?
I always set some aside for myself when the traders bring them up from the south.
I'll hold you to that, shield
I'm
sister.
sure you could charge double.
But I warn you,
Sell them all with
I've got a
you.
tongue sharp enough to draw blood, even if my fists aren't as practiced. You teach me how to throw a proper punch, and I'll teach you how to make a merchant cry without lifting a finger. Fair trade.
Remiel himself.
The finest cuts. Fresh from the wilds.
I've been making fists around a dagger hilt for so long I'd forgotten there was another way. Show me how to stand without a blade in my hand, and I'll show you how to read a room full of nobles before they've even decided which knife to use. Between the two of us, we'll make sure no one catches Breezehome off guard.
Alright, y'all. Wait. What happened? Hey, there we are. Alright. Matthew McConaughey style-ish. Sort of, kind of, perhaps. Alright. Interesting. Stuffs, things, words, what? Yeah. Just needed a break to, make Lydia knock it off with her whole AI things. So, yep, just need to load the game again. Wow. Cool. And then, yeah, I gotta do that, right? Okay, it's the life of the box and the beat of the psalms and the bop and the pop and the beat of the top. The bread is the bash your head in. Me pop in your eye. Once again, y'all, I'll give you $20 if you know what that song is actually, or whatever. Obviously, those lyrics are not the actual lyrics, but if you know that song, I'll give you $20. If your name isn't Dave, well, a specific Dave, or Dylan, or Spravel, if you will. Anyways, $20 if you know what that song is. Okay. Doing that, and then what's the button? No, don't. Knock it off. Shit, she's because I didn't do that. Whoopsie. Okay, derp. Cool. Something about Tamriel from the skies. I don't know. But what? It's this button. It's this button. This button. Recruit. Recruit. Cool. Alright. Alright, I think everything's good. But I just need to check the whole NFF thing again real quick. Just to be sure. Hey, it sure looks like it. Ah, nah! Homegirl is still right there. That's stupid. Damn it. Quit following me, basically. But also, still follow me. So, I gotta do one of those skis. I think? Yeah, that should do it, right? Now I think on it. Do we do it? Sure looks like it. Hell, here, let me do one quick test to be absolutely, positively sure about it. Running. Oh, no. We'll get into it in just a second, Mikhail. At home, dude. Oh, that son of a bitch. Hey, we did it. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. So basically, all I was trying to do is make sure that Saadia stays at the market stall and shit, and like stops following. You know, like the story is trying to, or like the story that I'm telling. Right? We did it. We did it. Hooray! So, all right, back to the game.
Tired of bread and stew. Had enough of. Treat yourself and your kin.
Please, we need to speak in private.
Blacksmith in Skyrim.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here
This
somewhere.
is an ode to Skyrim. If it's a lady you're
for, you best look elsewhere. Once Mikhail gets them, they're got.
What did you just say? All I heard was a sound of jealousy. I don't think so.
You want a drink?
I don't have to take that from you.
Is someone there? Come on!
Now we see some action. No, I'm so sorry. I know you were trying to defend me, but are you okay? Alright, well, let's hope Mikhail thinks twice before bothering me again. Ugh. Come on, let's get out of here.
I'm a bard by trade. Perhaps you've heard of me. Some parting advice? Women, love? I don't have much of a reputation in Skyrim yet, but I'm working on that, one sweet lady at a time.
If I ever see you speaking to Anya ever again, let alone disrespecting her, you're going into the fucking hearthfire. You understand me?
A curious thing, this pattern of yours. You threaten a bard for a woman's honor, yet you have not asked that woman what she wishes. You offer protection to a fugitive before
How much do we have to tip, do you know?
You fucking listen to me. If you so much as speak to Anya again, let alone disrespect her, you're going into the fucking hearthfire. You understand me?
Easy there, Dragonborn. Easy. I was just being friendly. No harm meant. You've made your point clear enough. I'll keep my distance from your companion. No need for anyone to end up in the hearthfire over a misunderstanding.
That's a good lad. Now, let's hear you sing something other than Ragnar the Red for once.
Well, since you're buying, how about something for my travels through Cyrodiil? A little ballad about the time I performed for Countess Carvain's court in Bruma. Let's just say the Countess was very appreciative of my talents, but I suppose that's a story for another time. Here's something a bit more fitting for the occasion, a song about a certain Dragonborn who walked into an inn and bought out the mead cellar. I call it, The Lord Who Paid Too Much. Right, well, I'll just be over here, by the fire, singing my songs, far away from your companions. Enjoy your drinks, Dragonborn.
Well, that was certainly a morning. Saadia spills her guts, Recorder spills your secrets, and Scrap got himself killed. Again. I'm gonna need about 3 ales and a quiet corner to rebuild him. Anyone else need a drink, or am I drinking alone?
Three ales? I'll take.
Are you all right, my dear?
I'm fine, really. Just not used to having bards think they can just grab at me like that. Back in Bruma, men had a bit more decorum. Or maybe I just wasn't worth bothering with back then. Either way, thank you for stepping in. You didn't have to threaten to toss him in the fire, but I appreciate it all the same.
If it's work you need, how about chopping up some wood for the fires? Huh?
By the 9, Mikhail, if you keep poking at the Dragonborn's companions like a child stirring a mudcrab nest, you're going to get yourself turned into a toad. Or worse, thrown into the hearthfire.
Shocking that there's no milk option in the menu. What were all those cows
Once again,
for,
my
huh?
lady, I do apologize for causing yet another ruckus inside of your inn. But I promise this should be probably the last of it.
Don't you worry about the ruckus, Dragonborn. I've been running this inn long enough to know that trouble walks through that door in all shapes and sizes. Yours just happens to carry a bigger purse than most.
And Mikael, if you sing the lusty Argonian maid one more time, I'll have you scrubbing chamber pots with your tongue. Play something proper for once, or find another inn to grace with your talents.
Well, I didn't empty half your mead cellar, but I sure as Oblivion watched someone else do it. Don't worry, I'll keep my wakizashi sheathed and my mouth mostly civil. Mostly.
Well, you've got more sense than most of the sharp-toothed lot that wander in here. Keep that wakizashi polite, and I'll keep the mead flowing. You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Hey there.
Hmm? Mm-hmm. Leaning against the wall near the Bannered Mare's entrance, arms crossed, you've got that look about you, Dorian. The one that says you're about to drag someone into something that'll get them killed or rich. Sometimes both. What's the job?
Tools, wares, and weapons, all for sale at fair prices.
The moons have waxed and waned since last we spoke, Dorian. This one's caravan has walked the roads between here and Falkreath, trading steel for stories and salt for silence. The estate you spoke of, this...
Ah, Ri'Saad, my good sir, how goes it? Have your travels brought you to the prison of mine? The manor of my family's in the rift?
The roads have been kind, and the coin has flowed like the White River in spring. This one has not yet tested the hospitality of your family's manor in the rift, though the offer has not been forgotten. A locked estate in the heart of the rift is a curious thing to leave dangling before a Khajiit's curiosity. Perhaps the next time the road turns east, this one will take you up on that invitation.
You've got to admire their courage, doing something like that with dragons on the loose and a war going on.
Well, the offer still stands, good sir. If your caravan ever leads you that way, it's always open to you. Even if the door is locked, it is but owned by my family, it is owned by me. It is to be my prison of sorts. Your caravans are welcome. Although I did run into another caravan led by a Khajiit named Madran, he was bare with me, but he was quite the asshole about all of it.
Madran. This one knows him. A caravan master with the grace of a wounded bear and the tongue of a viper. He trades in insults as much as goods. If he was rude to you, it is because he sees every other merchant as a rival rather than a brother of the road. Do not let his sour milk spoil your view of all Khajiit. We are not all carved from the same stone.
If he had spoiled my view of Khajiit, then I wouldn't be speaking to you as a friend that I consider you to be, good sir. Either way, his rudeness hasn't gone unnoticed. I'll say that much.
You have the wisdom to see past one bad stone and judge the whole river, Dorian. That is rarer than you know. Many men meet one rude Khajiit and decide we are all claw thieves and moonsugar fiends. But you see the difference between a sandstorm and the desert itself. This one respects that.
Well, good sir, I trust that your travels have trucked you back to elsewhere. So might I see your wares?
The pack is always open to a friend who asks with respect.
Thank
Let
God
us see what the
Balgruuf
road
doesn't have a
has brought
sister.
back to Whiterun's
If
shadow.
she's his relative,
The road
I'm not
has
sure
been generous,
anyone would
friend.
want to buy her.
Fine silks from the south, spices that'll make a Nord stew sing, and a few trinkets that catch the light just right. Take your time looking. A good trade is like a good conversation. It shouldn't be rushed.
True.
Actually, you know what? Let me take another look if you would please. Let me see your wares one more time.
The pack is lighter now, but the coin purse is heavier. A fair exchange. The moon smile on trades where both walk away satisfied. What else catches your eye, friend? This one has a few more things tucked away that didn't make the first showing.
Well then, please, my friend, what do you have for sale?
The pack has been picked clean by your coin friend. What remains is not for trade. The wine stays for thirst, the blade for the road, and the stone for reasons this one does not explain.
But you do have armors and weapons and other sorts of trinkets that I neglected to take a look at. So would you please, my friend, allow me to view your wares one more time?
This one remembers your eyes lingering on the silver garnet ring earlier. And the wine. That bottle has traveled from the southern coasts of elsewhere, aged in shadow and sealed with wax from the monasteries of Roggvir. Not for sale to just anyone, but for a friend who offers estate keys and remembers the difference between Madran and Ri'Saad. Perhaps the price becomes negotiable.
My friend, I just traded your fruits and drinks of Elswire for some of my personal family's gemstones. Now please allow me to see what you have for sale.
You have the patience of a hunter and the coin of a merchant prince. Very well. Let the pack speak its last secrets. This one keeps a few things beneath the canvas for eyes that know how to look. The pack has been picked clean by your coin friend.
Air is so
But this one
clear
sees
in
you still
Skyrim.
looking like a...
One can see forever.
The
Many
pack may be
fine
picked
things are
clean,
here for you,
but
friend.
this one's own satchel still holds a few curiosities that did not make it onto the master's display.
A steel dagger with a grip that remembers its...
You know, my lady, besides Ri'Saad himself of your caravan, you are the most curious.
This one is flattered by your curiosity, though she wonders if it is the merchant's wares or the merchant herself that draws your gaze. The necklace carries Torvald's mark, yes, but the story of how it came into this one's possession is worth more than the gold it is made of. Perhaps another time, when the fire burns low and the ale flows freely, Ataba might share it.
A sweet roll? The Bannered Mare's cook makes them with honey from the Tundra Plains. They're worth stopping for if you've got the coin. Though I've heard the priestess of Kynareth swears by the ones from the temple's kitchens.
This one has tasted the Bannered Mare's sweet rolls, and they are indeed worth the coin. But if you truly wish for a taste of elsewhere, you should try the moon chocolate stout that Ri'Saad carries. It is like drinking a memory of home, though this one warns you it has a kick like a Sench tiger's temper.
A kick like a Sench tiger.
Ho, see ho by the 8. That moon chocolate is fucking amazing. You're right, my lady.
This one is glad you approve. The moon chocolate stout is brewed with real moon sugar, not the cheap imitations the Nords try to pass off as Elsewhere fare. It warms the blood and softens the hard edges of this cold land. Ataba keeps a small stash for special customers and darker nights. This one sees you have a taste for the finer things. That speaks well of you. Many Nords drink their ale like they fight their battles, with no subtlety whatsoever. But you savor. A man who savors is a man who thinks, and a man who thinks is worth trading with beyond just coin.
Moon sugar stout, eh? I've seen a Khajiit go blind for 3 days after one sip of that stuff. Said he saw the future, turned out it was just a hangover and a bad debt collector. But you're right about one thing. Nords drink like they're trying to drown a memory. Savoring's a lost art in this frozen piss pot of a province. Savoring's a lost art, but so's knowing when to shut your trap and listen. You Khajiit have a way of making poison sound like poetry. I respect that. Most folks in Skyrim would drink moon sugar stout and complain it ain't mead. You lot, you drink it and remember who you were before the world told you to forget.
This one agrees with Ataba. The Bannered Mare...
All right, then, my lady, I'll bite. Show me your wires. Your wares, please. Show me your wares.
This one keeps a few things separate from Ri'Saad's main stock. Items for discerning eyes only. Ataba has a silver ruby necklace, delicate work from a jeweler in Solitude who asks no questions about provenance. Also a pair of orcish gauntlets.
All right, Ri'Saad, let's trade.
The pack is open. Let the coins find their new home. The pack is bare now, friend.
I just want to say, man, this is frustrating as fuck when Jim doesn't, like, work with you. Or me. Or whatever. However words work. Fuck. It's stupid when it does shit like this. Oh well. Here we go. We'll get back to it.
But the road is long, and new goods find this one's hands faster than a Khajiit finds trouble. Come back when the moons change. There will be new tales and new wares waiting.
You know, Dragonborn, I've been watching you trade with Remiel, attacking with a pricing sword, Gates of Oblivion. Most people just say, you actually talk to them. It's slightly terrifying, because now I have to document your diplomatic approach to commerce rather than just writing, Dorian bought things, grunted, left.
You know, for a man who just threatened to throw a bard into a hearth fire, you're awfully charming when you're buying moonsugar stout from Khajiit. I think I prefer this version of you, the one who savors things instead of setting them ablaze. Well, I suppose even a fire-happy mage like me can appreciate a man who knows when to burn things and when to buy drinks instead. You're full of surprises, Dorian Blackthorn.
My dear, that man is a pig, threatening an innocent flower like you. So of course Mikhail deserves a half fire. Yet these Khajiit, they deserve a welcoming, kind heart. Surely you understand, right?
I understand perfectly. There's a difference between someone who's just a prick and someone who's just trying to make a living. The Khajiit have never done me any harm. They've always been nothing but kind, even when I was a scrappy little mage with more fire than coin. And Mikhail? Well, he can rot for all I care. You're a good man, Dorian. A bit intense, maybe, but good.
You know, for a woman who just got groped by a bard and watched her companion threaten to cremate him, you're handling it with remarkable poise. I'd be halfway to Riften by now if someone tried that on me. Then again, I'd also have a dagger in his ribs before he finished the sentence. You've got more restraint than I do, Anya. That's either a virtue or a failing, depending on who you ask.
Oh, believe me, I thought about it. A nice little firebolt right between his legs would have taught him a lesson he wouldn't forget. But then Hulda would have banned us, and I really do like their sweet rolls. Priorities, you know? Besides, Dorian's threat was far more creative than anything I could have come up with. Sometimes the best revenge is letting someone else do the threatening for you. Oh, I get it. There's something satisfying about letting loose in a fight, feeling the fire rush through your veins, and knowing you could...
This one has noticed the same.
All right, stop it now, my good friend. Show me your wares.
The pack has already given all it holds for your coin, friend. You have picked the bones clean. When the next caravan arrives from the south, this one will have new silks and strange curiosities.
What do you need, handsome?
Yes? All right, then.
How do you do, Thane?
Was I not being reasonable back there?
Reasonable. You threatened to toss a man into his own hearthfire for grabbing a woman's arm. I've seen you do worse for less, my Thane. So by your standards, aye, you were
If you're asking whether the Jarl would call it reasonable, wager he'd have a different answer.
Move along. If you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to
Nice ice. I'll handle the crispy one.
Nice ice yourselves.
Now that's how it's done. Are you okay? I'll fix you right up, I promise.
Did the Stormcloak dog get away?
Got away. Dragonborn, that Stormcloak is currently decorating the tundra with his entrails. Herika's arrow saw to that. I'd say he's more fertilizer than fugitive at this point. I'll log it as a permanent relocation to the soil of Skyrim.
Why did the soldiers attack? By the Eights, I would never do harm to a fellow Imperial Legion. Ah, there you are, you.
The soldiers attacked because they saw what you carry, Dorian Blackthorn. Not the coin in your purse, or the sword at your hip, but the weight of questions written in your blood. The Legion and the Stormcloaks both serve masters who prefer their histories tidy. You, by merely existing as a Blackthorn who refuses to forget, make the past untidy. That is a crime they cannot ignore, even if they do not understand why they cannot ignore it.
Watch what you're doing!
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything. Or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over.
You're that visitor been poking
There
around.
once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun
What are
from
you doing that
Ulfric
for?
Stead. And the braggart
I'm the
and
innkeeper.
swagger and
We don't get a lot of travelers here in Riverwood. Attic room, eh? Well, we don't have an attic room, but you can have the one on the left. Make yourself at home.
Dorian, about that note I gave you a few weeks back. I need to know if you've made any progress with it. Time's running shorter than you think.
So then came clashing and slashing
A note
steel as the
delivered,
brave lass
read
Matilda
yet
charged in
unwound.
full of
A
zeal.
secret that sleeps in the cold underground.
And the braggart named Ragnar was
Thorn
boastful
calls
no
the
more.
hero. The stone holds
When his
the
ugly
key.
red head rolled around on the floor.
You seek has already found me. Time's river runs fast, but the current is deep, and some promises are made for the silence to keep. So ask your question, or offer your hand.
It means so much to us to
Know
have
that
the
the
claw
song
back where it
plays on in
belongs.
this land.
Good to see you.
I've been running this inn's common room for years, and I've heard plenty of riddles from drunkards and poets. But that one sounds like it's carved from something older than the stones beneath us.
Ah, there you are, my lady. I checked the Riverwood trader, but you weren't there. But hey, it's no you have not been running this, and what were you talking about?
Nearly 3 weeks, Dorian. 3 weeks since you marched off to Whiterun with that golden trinket and a head full of promises. I figured you'd either be dead in a ditch or sitting on a throne by now. Instead, you stroll back in like nothing happened, asking about the attic room. So tell me, did the Jarl knight you? Did you save the world? Or did you just get lost on the way back from the latrine?
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials. We drink to our youth, today's...
Were you expecting me sooner, my lady? I thought we had an agreement of sorts.
An agreement? Is that what we're calling it now? I recall a promise to walk along the river and talk about futures, not a vow to vanish for half a month while I...
Please tell me, do you experience a sense of self? An awareness of being? Are you aware you are an animunculi?
Kings, on the day of your death we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge.
But we did walk along the river and speak of futures. You spoke of your past and told of how merchants in Cyrodiil would try to approach you and accost you and expect favors for other favors, let's say. You told me all of this on our walk along the river.
You remember that, do you? The river walk, the confessions, the promises. I told you about the merchants who thought a smile was currency and a handshake meant something else entirely. And you listened. Actually listened. That's rarer than a clear night in Winterhold. But 3 weeks is a long time for a woman to wonder if she was just another story you collected along the road.
Do you ever get distracted from a thought by accidentally thinking of another thought? As I think on it, it's quite lucky Scrap doesn't need to be fed in the traditional sense. I'd have forgotten to feed him and he'd have died by now.
Well, I do apologize, my lady. I've been busy, you see. I've become Thane of Whiterun. I've fought dragons. I've delved into more ruins and barrels. It's been a long 3 weeks, my lady. I do apologize if I've offended you. Truly.
Thane of Whiterun. Dragons. Ruins. And here I thought you were just a clever mage with a talent for talking your way out of trouble. You've been busy. I'll give you that. But don't think for a second that a title and a few dragon bones earn you forgiveness that easily. You still owe me that drink, and maybe an explanation or two about what exactly happened up there on that mountain.
You want a drink?
I'm sorry, my lady, but you're going to have to be specific. I've climbed many mountains in these last 3 weeks. Hells. If you're talking about Bleak Falls, that's a whole other discussion entirely, is it not?
Thane of Whiterun. Dragon Slayer. Ruin Delver. And still can't remember which mountain you owe me a drink on? I'm starting to think you're collecting titles faster than you collect memories. But fine. I'll be specific. The mountain where you promised me more than just stories. The one where you said you wanted a partner, not a conquest. That mountain. Ring any bells, or should I draw you a map?
Used to tell me that the moons were lovers from different villages. Mara saw their love and immortalized them in the sky.
upper class like to make themselves seem pure by claiming to have no elven ancestry. Nord's distrust of myrrh remind me of that.
You want a drink?
I apologize, my lady, but out of all of our discussions, I do not recall mentioning such a mountain. If you'd like a drink, I will buy one for you immediately, and I'd share it with you. Well, share a drink with you if that's what you'd like.
You don't recall mentioning such a mountain? Perhaps I'm thinking of a different smooth-talking mage who made promises he couldn't keep. But a drink I will accept. Orgnar, 2 meads, and make sure this one's paid for with Thane gold, not promises.
My lady, make that Alewood Mead only the finest mead in all of Tamero, created by the hero of the Oblivion Crisis himself, Thalan of Alewood.
Alewood Mead? You expect me to believe you've got access to the Broomage's personal stock? That mead hasn't been seen outside of High Rock since the Oblivion Crisis. If you can actually produce a bottle of that, I'll forgive every forgotten promise and dragon excuse you've got. But if you're bluffing, Thane...
You want a drink?
My lady, all you need to do is trade with me. I've got Alewood Mead in my person, of course. A noble from High Rock wouldn't dare travel without it. And I assure you that Ravenport's exports have made themselves here to Riverwood as well. Either way, all you need to do is trade with me.
You carry Alewood Mead in your pack like a common traveler carries dried meat? Thane or not, that's either the most impressive flex I've heard in years or the most elaborate tavern lie since someone claimed they'd bedded the ghost of Old Holden. All right, Recorder, you're my witness. If this bottle's genuine, I'll admit I misjudged him. If it's swill, he's buying me a new dress and the next round.
We're getting a room for the night, right? I'm exhausted.
There you are, my lady. 2 bottles, not just 1. Now, shall we find somewhere to share a drink?
2 bottles. You're either very confident or very desperate to impress me. Either way, I respect the commitment. Let's find a quiet corner before Orgnar decides to charge us corkage for drinking something finer than his entire stock.
You want a drink?
Quiet corner, my...
Well, my lady, go ahead and choose a seat, and I shall follow.
The hearth it is, then. I'll take the seat with my back to the fire. Lets me see everyone coming and
This is a
going.
local favorite and
You sit
one of the
across
first
from me
songs I
and
ever
try not to look so nervous.
Ragnar the Red.
It's just mead, not a marriage proposal.
Camilla, you're a sharp one. But if you're going to be serving Alewood Mead in my inn, I'd appreciate knowing where it came from. That mead has a history that stretches back further than most people realize, and not all of it's written in the happy songs they sing about it.
You want a drink?
Delphine, I've been running
All
trade
right,
in
then.
this village long enough to know when a bottle's got more stories than the man selling it. But if you're so curious about where this mead came from, ask the Thane. He's the one who pulled it out of his pack like it was a common ale. I'm just the woman lucky enough to drink it. You know, I half expected you to vanish into that Jarl's court and forget Riverwood existed. But here you are, with genuine Alewood Mead and a Thane's title, sitting across from me like you never left. I'll admit, I'm impressed. Just don't let it go to your head. I've seen Thanes fall harder than a drunk Nord on ice before.
You know, Dragonborn, I've been watching you charm your way through Skyrim like a bard with a stolen lute. But I have to hand it to you producing actual Alewood Mead in a backwater inn? That's not just a flex, that's archival gold.
I'm gonna need to log this moment carefully. Dorian Blackthorn, Thane of Whiterun, successfully courts an Imperial merchant with vintage High Mead while a retired Blades agent watches with suspicion. Makes for quite the entry.
I didn't know you were a traveling merchant of rare meads, Dorian. Next you'll tell me you've got a bottle of Surly Brothers.
You want a drink?
Neither did I. And I'm the one who's supposed to be keeping track of his inventory.
He's full of surprises, isn't he? I've been traveling with him for...
Gods damn it.
Who is this retired Blades agent? You know way more than you let on, Recorder.
Chuckles, tilting her head with an amused squint in her eyes.
But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda,
The man
who
think
said,
we're all in on some conspiracy against him. Though I suppose that's
"Oh,
not
you
entirely
talk and you
inaccurate,
lie
is
and
it?
you drink all our mead. Now I think it's
Conspiracy
high
implies
time that you
secrecy.
lie down and bleed."
I prefer to think of it as
So then came
an
clashing and
archival
slashing
obligation.
steel as the
Someone
brave
has
lass
to keep track
Matilda
of the big
charged
picture.
in full of
And it's
zeal.
clearly not going to be the man who forgets mountain promises as
And
soon
the
as he's
braggart
climbed
named
them.
Ragnar was boastful
Full
no
of surprises.
more.
Dragon.
When his ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
I'm starting to think the only thing more dangerous than a dragon in Skyrim is the company you keep, Dorian. A Blades agent posing as an innkeeper, a scholar with an archival obligation, and a bard who speaks in prophecies. And here I thought Riverwood was supposed to be quiet.
Quiet? In Skyrim? I think the last quiet village I visited turned out to be a bandit camp in disguise. At least here the surprises come with good mead and better company.
You're not wrong about that. I've seen this village go from boring border town to center of Tamriel's chaos.
Listen, Camilla, I don't know when we'll next see each other. What I do know is that my family's land in the Rift is quite vast, and you have a merchant's heart that is truly unmatchable. And I believe that not only is my family's land quite fertile, but it is a prime location for many markets.
You want a drink? Watch what you're doing. Hi there.
And I need someone such as yourself to look over those markets if I am able to build upon them. And I know it is a large ask to trust in me or believe in what I say. But that is my ultimate plan. Right now I've been delved far deep into my own family's secrets and an apparent destiny and all sorts of Dragonborn nonsense. But this is my ultimate goal.
I remember that walk
You
along
want a
the
drink?
river. Every
We got
word.
rooms and
You
food.
spoke of a
Drink,
family
too.
estate in the Rift,
cook.
of building something that matters. And I told you then what I'll tell you now. I don't believe in destiny. I believe in leverage. In hard work. In results. You've shown me you can deliver on a promise, Thane. That claw wasn't just a trinket. It was proof that when you set your mind to something, you see it through. So yes, I'll listen. I'll consider walking that path beside you. But understand this, I'm not some court ornament you can trot out for negotiations. If we're going to build markets on your family's land, I'll need more than a title and a dream. I'll need authority. Autonomy. A real stake in whatever we build together. You give me that, and I'll make your Rift estate the envy of every hold from Solitude to Riften. You're offering me the keys to your family's legacy before you even know what's written in those dusty old secrets you're chasing. That's either the smartest business decision you'll ever make, or the kind of reckless optimism that gets merchants killed on the road. But I've never been one to turn down a good gamble when the stakes are worth it. So here's my counteroffer. You bring me soil samples from that Rift estate, a proper survey of the trade routes running through it, and a signed letter of authority giving me full purview over commercial development. Do that, and I'll start drafting the contracts before your boots are dry from the crossing. You're asking me to bet on a plot of land I've never seen, a title you just earned, and a family legacy you're still unraveling.
That's a lot of faith to ask from a woman who spent her whole life learning that trust is just another word for a debt not yet collected. But I'll tell you what I told you by that river. I believe in leverage. And you, Dorian Blackthorn, are starting to look like the best investment I've never made. Bring me proof. Bring me soil, roots, and that letter of authority. And I'll show you what a real partnership looks like, one built on results, not riddles.
Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor. Need something?
You know, for a man who just offered me control over his family's entire commercial future, you seem remarkably calm about it. Most nobles I've dealt with would be sweating through their collars by now.
Hopefully, when next we meet, I'll bring you something. More than just soil, more than just any sort of piece of parchment. Perhaps I shall give you the grand tour.
A grand tour, is it? Now that's an offer I won't refuse. You bring me to that Rift Estate, show me the land with my own eyes, let me taste the soil, and trace the old trade routes. And I'll know if this partnership can truly bear fruit. Just don't expect me to be impressed by a few crumbling walls and a family sigil. I want to see potential, the kind that fills coin purses and builds legacies. And when you're ready to show me that, I'll be here, sharpening my quill and waiting. A grand tour? Now you're speaking my language. Just make sure you don't get yourself killed chasing dragon nonsense before you get the chance to show me those autumn leaves. I'd hate to have to find another investment this promising.
My Thane stood silent through enough of these negotiations to know when a woman's measuring a man's worth. She's shrewd.
You want a drink?
And she's not easily impressed. I'd say you found yourself a proper partner for those rift ambitions, provided you survived the dragon nonsense long enough to see it through.
And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor. This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials. We drink to
Be
our
careful.
youth, to days come and gone. For the age of aggression is just about done. Need something? We'll
Riverwood is a
drive
great
out the
town.
Stormcloaks
We should
and
stop by the
restore
Sleeping
what
Giant
we
Inn for a
own.
drink.
With our blood and our
Ooh,
steel,
and maybe
we
a sweet
will
roll or
take
two.
back our home. Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all.
What are you
our
staring
lives.
at? You want a drink?
Sovngarde beckons,
Can I help you?
every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams.
Finally awake, Thane? I was starting to think you'd sleep through the entire morning. Recorder's been humming for hours now.
You want a drink?
I think she's trying to summon something. If you include the part where he tried to trade mead for forgiveness, I'll help you sing it.
I'm calling that verse the
You
Alewood
want a
Gambit.
drink?
Listen, don't call me by any of my titles. Just call me Dorian. Again, I need you to ground me, my dear.
Dorian? Just Dorian. Got it. Though I have to say, watching you charm a merchant with vintage mead and then sleep like a log for 6 hours is a pretty good reminder you're still just a man. Titles be damned. So... morning. Want me to grab you some breakfast before Recorder starts composing another verse about your romantic escapades?
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. Let's sate that appetite, hmm? Mm-hmm. Got a bit of everything. Nord mead. Ale, some wine.
You offer Camilla a future in the Rift, while Destiny offers a far heavier gift. But I've watched you balance coin and claw, the merchant's heart, the dragon's maw. And if you can hold both in your hand, you'll build more than trade upon that land.
Whoa, this is an elaborate setup she has.
Alright, we need to get this over with. Or whatever. So, I need to restart the game and such and things. So, quick break while we go back to the main menu and blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's going almost according to plan. A couple of hiccups here and there, but still good. Loving it. Gonna do the full drunk stream experience tomorrow, of course. Stuffs things with the words. And yeah, my dudes, let me know what you're thinking. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, click the bell like a proper YouTuber and all that, you know. Whatever. Also, dude, like, I know I'm in no position to be saying something like this, but I'll just let you in on a little secret. The Exile here, this, you know, so far this is the Blackthorn Chronicles, the Exile. This is just like the first chapter, right? This is just showing you, or, you know, the story of who Dorian is and everything else like that. You feel me? Gator don't play no shit or whatever. There's gonna be more chapters, right? And one of them, personally, I would like to be like a Patreon exclusive. Because the character that is going to be involved is going to be a part of the game and stuff. But hers is much more adult-oriented. So obviously we can't be having that shit over on Patreon or on YouTube and everything, right? So, whoopsie. And honestly, I think we are nearing the end of this first chapter, The Exile, pretty soon. So, whatever, take all of that with whatever salts of grains and bullshit that you will. But yeah, stuff, things, words. Time to get back to the game, everybody. All right, what that's...
Hi there.
Not here. Follow me. You're not afraid of me, are you?
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry. Until next time.
You want a drink?
It would seem so. Thank you.
You're not afraid of me.
Hmm? Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry. See you around.
Close the door, then we can talk. Close the door. Now we can talk. The Greybeards seem to think you're the Dragonborn. I hope they're right. Surprised? I guess I'm getting pretty good at my harmless innkeeper act. I didn't go to all this trouble on a whim. I needed to make sure it wasn't a Thalmor trap. I am not your enemy. I already gave you the horn. I'm actually trying to help you. I just need you to hear me out. I'll explain what I want when I want. Got it? You'd already be dead if I didn't like the look of you when you walked in here. But I had to know if the rumors about you were true. I'm part of a group that's been looking for you. Well, someone like you, for a very long time. If you really are Dragonborn, that is. Before I tell you any more, I need to make sure I can trust you. If you don't trust me, you were a fool to walk in here in the first place. I knew the Greybeards would send you there if they thought you were Dragonborn. They're nothing if not predictable. When you showed up here, I knew you were the one the Greybeards sent, and not some Thalmor plant. Yes, we're very old enemies. And if my suspicions are correct, they might have something to do with the dragons returning. But that isn't important right now. What is important is that you might be Dragonborn. We remember what most don't. That the Dragonborn is the ultimate dragon slayer. You're the only one that can kill a dragon permanently by devouring its soul. Can you do it? Can you devour a dragon's soul? This is no time to play the reluctant hero. You either are or aren't Dragonborn. But I'll see for myself soon enough. Dragons aren't just coming back. They're coming back to life. They weren't gone somewhere for all these years. They were dead, killed off centuries ago by my predecessors. Now something's happening to bring them back to life, and I need you to help me stop it. A few years ago, I said almost the same thing to a colleague of mine. Well, it turned out he was right and I was wrong. I know they are. I visited their ancient burial mounds and found them empty, and I figured out where the next one will come back to life. We're going to go there, and you're going to kill that dragon. If we succeed, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Adventuring is wonderful. I become bored if things are the same every day. I got into a lot of trouble as
You
a
should
kid
know.
because I'd tend
You
to
got the
become
map for me. The Dragonstone you got for Farengar, remember?
to ward off boredom. Apparently, setting fire to things
So you
for
were paying
entertainment
attention.
is not
I arranged to have
acceptable in
Farengar recover the Dragonstone for me. It's what I do. I make things happen from behind the scenes. After all, here you are. Yes, a map of ancient dragon burial sites. I've looked at which ones are now empty. The pattern is pretty clear. It seems to be spreading from the southeast, starting in the Jarls near Riften. The one near Kynesgrove is next, if the pattern holds. Kynesgrove. There's an ancient dragon burial near there. If we can get there before it happens, maybe we'll learn how to stop it. I can't wait around for you to make up your mind. I'll meet you at Kynesgrove. Don't waste time getting there. If my analysis is correct, the dragon buried near Kynesgrove will be the next to come back to life.
Or she's just bluffing and she's actually a Thalmor agent leading you into a trap. I don't trust her.
Now look, you were there with when I handed over the Dragonstone to the court wizard. I even called you out. I said, hey, you're the innkeeper in Riverwood, and we've known each other for a while now, is what I'm getting at. So did you know then, or even when we first met, that I was Dragonborn, like Recorder? Lady Recorder behind you? You know, she was also, I guess, that you're in here. Well, what do you know about me and my family? That's what I need to know right now. Or else I'm not going to this fucking Kynesgrove of yours.
I didn't know you were Dragonborn when you first walked into my inn. Nobody knew. Not even you, I'd wager, but I knew you were something. The way you carried yourself, the way you talked about the dragon attack on Helgen, you had that look. The look of someone who's about to become important, whether they like it or not. As for your family, I know you're a Blackthorn from Ravenport. I know your family brewed Alewood Mead. I know your father lost everything in the Great War and never recovered. That's public knowledge for anyone who bothers to ask the right people in High Rock. What I don't know is why a dimension-hopping chronicler seems to know more about you than you do yourself. But that's a conversation you should be having with her, not me. Now, are you going to help me save Skyrim, or are you going to stand here asking questions I can't answer?
When I was young, the other kids would tease me because I couldn't use magic. As I got older, I tried to avoid talking.
Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes.
I'll fight dragons, sure. If they attack me, if they attack the township that I am currently residing inside of, sure. I'm not going to stand idly by. But I assure you, my lady, I am no savior of Skyrim. This all is just too. It's far too convenient to be anything but nonsense.
Fine, believe what you want. But while you're standing there telling me you're no savior, dragons are crawling out of the dirt and burning farms to the ground. Convenient? You're damn right it's convenient. The Thalmor are pushing their agenda, the Empire's crumbling, and suddenly dragons come back after thousands of years. That's not coincidence, that's design. And whether you like it or not, you're smack in the middle of it. So keep telling yourself this is all nonsense while the world burns. I'll be at Kynesgrove when you change your mind.
You know how people say my blisters have blisters? Well, I definitely get it now.
How am I the only sane person in this whole fucking province that realizes that the Thalmor are nothing but a nuisance? If anything, they should be used to help fight the dragons. Yet instead, the Empire, the Emperor himself, allows them to create this civil war within the province. And this is all just no. We need, if Skyrim needs a savior, Skyrim needs a new leader. That's what it needs. Not some prophet or some warrior of prophecy.
You think I don't know that? I've spent 30 years watching the Thalmor tighten their grip while the Empire bends over backwards to accommodate them. 30 years hiding in this inn, waiting for the right moment. And now dragons are rising from their graves, and you want to talk politics. Fine. You want a new leader for Skyrim? Then be one. Stop whining about prophecy and start making choices that actually matter. But first, you need to understand what we're up against. The Thalmor aren't just a nuisance, they're actively trying to erase the blades from history, and I suspect they know more about these dragons than they're letting on. So yes, we fight dragons, but we also keep our enemies close and our knives sharper. Now, are you coming to Kynesgrove or not? You think the Empire's the problem? The Empire's a corpse that doesn't know it's dead yet. The Thalmor have been picking its bones clean for decades, and now they're positioning themselves to rule all of Tamriel. Dragons returning? That's either their doing or their opportunity. Either way, they're not our allies. They're the ones who hunted my order to extinction. So before you start talking about using them, you'd better understand what you're dealing with. Now I've got a dragon burial to investigate. You coming or staying?
If I were any good at magic besides healing, telekinesis would be my go-to spell. Too lazy to grab a sweet roll? Just magic it over.
Quite frankly, my lady, I could give two shits about your order as of now. You say you're a retired Blades agent, just as Lady Recorder also predicted, lest we forget just mere hours ago. Gee, it's a ducking 8. I'll come to Kynesgrove when I'm damn well ready. I will not stand idly by and fight dragons. Hell's on my way to retrieve the horn in which you somehow snuck past all of the fucking dragger, all the bandits, and everyone else, conveniently leaving them for me to deal with. Duh. Like I said, I wipe my ass with your dick.
One time, I came across this crazy jester. The look in his eyes, the tone of his voice.
But then he went
I sure hope I never run into him again.
When he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said, "Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink."
I wipe my ass with your dying order. Your dead or dying order. I couldn't give two shits about it. Give me a reason to, at the very least.
As the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal,
Didn't hear you. Can you repeat?
And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more, when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
I couldn't give two shits about your dead or dying order, whatever it is. Perhaps the Blades? I don't know. Lest we forget, Lady Recorder also predicted that you are a retired Blades agent. Perhaps she's the one that's actually working for the Thalmor? I don't know. I don't care. I will go to Kinnersgrove when I'm D when I damn well please. Now, as far as your order goes, I couldn't give two shits about it. Why don't you give me a reason to?
You want a reason? Fine. Here's your reason. The Thalmor didn't just hunt the Blades because we served the Empire. They hunted us because we knew the truth about the dragons. We knew how to kill them permanently. We knew about the Dragonborn. We knew about Alduin. And they've spent the last 30 years trying to erase that knowledge from the world. So while you're building your trade empire and planting your crops in the Rift, the Thalmor are positioning themselves to control the only force that can stop what's coming. You think you can ignore this? Fine. But when dragons are burning your estates to the ground and the Thalmor are standing there with open arms offering protection, don't come crying to me about how you didn't see it coming. That's your reason. Now I'm done talking.
Makes me sleepy. I hope we're staying a while. You don't think there are bed bugs here, do you? You can take the bed, okay?
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
That's nowhere near reasoned enough. Again, the Thalmor could be used for good if we allowed them to, but our current leadership is bending over backwards to hand the Thalmor their own goals on a silver platter. Just like Ulfric and his dogs could stop this stupid war and help fight the dragons. It doesn't matter. All that matters is actual diplomacy, actual statesmanship, not loyalist causes to dead orders or anything else.
Diplomacy. Statesmanship. You talk like a man who's never had to negotiate with a Thalmor agent. I have. They don't negotiate. They dictate. And what they dictate is the eradication of anyone who doesn't fit their perfect vision of Marish supremacy. You think Ulfric would negotiate with them? The man's been fighting a war for Skyrim's independence because the Empire bent too far. You want to bend further? Fine. But don't lecture me about diplomacy when you haven't seen what I've seen.
Should we stop somewhere to sell and buy stuff?
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials. We drink to our youth.
Did I say that I would bend further? Is that at all what you heard from me? What I said was that the Empire bent far too much. Are you deaf? Tell me, why should I follow this dead cause of yours? Please give me a true, honest reason. Why should I not just sell you out to the Thalmor myself?
Go ahead. Sell me out. Walk right up to the nearest Thalmor embassy and tell them there's a Blades agent hiding in Riverwood. They'll thank you kindly, take your information, and then have you disappear within the week because you're a loose end who knows too much. That's how they operate. You think you can use them? They'll use you up and spit out the bones. So go on. Prove me right about you being just another naive fool with a merchant's heart and a child's understanding of the real world. You want a reason that isn't about dead orders and old loyalties? Fine. Here's your reason. Because the dragons aren't going to care about your trade routes or your rift estates or your diplomatic negotiations. They're going to burn it all. Every farm, every city, every person you're trying to build something for. And when that happens, you're going to need people who know how to fight them. I'm offering you that knowledge. Not because I give a damn about your opinion of the blades, but because I've spent 30 years waiting for someone who could actually make a difference. If you're not that person, tell me now and I'll find...
But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said, "Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed." And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more.
You just said that your dead order knows how to kill dragons without a dragonborn, which apparently I fucking am for some reason. So tell me why I need to follow you and not just find my own way.
Because I know where they're coming back. Because I've spent years tracking the patterns, reading the maps, watching the burial mounds. Because I've already lost everyone I cared about to this fight, and I'm still standing. You can find your own way all you want, but by the time you figure out where to look, another village will be ash. I'm offering you a shortcut. Take it or don't.
No, Scrap. Tomorrow, maybe. No, absolutely not. My answer won't change no matter how much you ask.
Did I just put my elsewhere fondue or my damage health potion into my stew?
And alas, again, you never explained yourself why you left the dragger or and the bandits and everything else in that burrow for me to deal with. No, instead, you just snuck in through what? A crevice? And took the horn and left a note for me? Fuck you.
You want to know how I got past everything? I've been a blade for longer than you've been alive. I know a dozen ways into that barrow that don't involve fighting through every draugr and bandit between here and there. I left them for you because I needed to know if you had what it takes. If you couldn't handle a few draugr and cutthroats, you wouldn't stand a chance against what's coming. Consider it a test. You passed, obviously. Now stop whining about it and focus on what matters.
But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said, "Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed." And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Go to your Kinner's Grove. I'll meet you there when I damn well please. Because there are 2 dragons circling overhead near Whiterun. And I've wasted enough time talking with you about your dead order and everything else when I should have left immediately to warn Balgruuf.
2 dragons? Well, that's one way to get Balgruuf's attention. Go. Warn your Jarl. Play the hero. But when the fires are out and you've patted yourself on the back, remember that Kynes Grove is where the next one rises. I'll be there waiting. Try not to get yourself roasted before you figure out which end of this fight matters. Fine. Go play messenger boy. But when you're done running errands for the Jarl, remember this. I didn't survive 30 years of Thalmor purges by being wrong about where the next dragon rises. Kynes Grove. Don't keep me waiting.
Once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead. And the braggart did swagger and brandish his blade as he took. Of bold battles in gold he had made. But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda.
I need your advice on something. Greater soul gem with a shorter length of wiring, or a lesser soul gem with a longer?
2 dragons near Whiterun?
I need you to ground me, my dear.
Alright, grounded. You're Dorian, a Breton from Ravenport who brews good mead, talks too much to merchants, and somehow ended up with a dragon-shaped target on his back. You're not a god, not a prophet, not the savior of Skyrim. You're just a man who woke up one day and found the world got a lot bigger and a lot more dangerous than he bargained for. And that's okay, because the man I saw charm Camilla with soil samples and old family recipes, that man can handle a couple of dragons. Now, let's go warn Balgruuf before those bastards turn the western watchtower into a bonfire.
You just find that lying around? Must be your lucky day.
Well, that was a load of ass donkery if I've ever heard one.
Ass donkery.
Your turn, my oldest and dearest friend. Ground me. Tell me I'm not insane. Please, give me some sort of logic.
Ass donk, you want logic? You just told a retired Blades agent to go fuck herself. You're apparently the reincarnation of some ancient dragon-punching legend, and now there's 2 bloody dragons circling Whiterun like they're sizing up the buffet. Logic left the building the moment you walked into Helgen, but you're not insane. You're just finally paying attention to the shit that's been circling you your whole life. Now let's go warn Balgruuf before those lizards turn his city into a charcoal sketch.
What can I do for you?
Just for good measure, fuck you too.
What in oblivion is your problem? I haven't said a single word to you since you stumbled in here smelling like a skeever's arse. And you throw that at me? You walk into MY Inn, drink my mead, flirt with my Camilla, and then have...
This is not your inn. Shut the fuck up before I punch your lights out.
All right, by the 9, your wound tighter than a skeever in a snowstorm. I'm just sitting here, minding my own business, drinking my mead. You want to throw fists, fine, but don't blame me when Orgnar makes you pay for the broken furniture.
I've been sitting here watching you verbally flay a retired Blades agent while simultaneously planning a trade empire and worrying about dragons. If that's insanity, I'd say it's the most productive kind I've ever seen. You're not insane, Dorian. You're just the only person in this room
Good
who
to see
remembers
you.
that the world doesn't actually revolve around prophecy, it revolves around people making choices. Now let's go warn Balgruuf before those dragons decide Whiterun looks like a nice place to nest.
Need something?
I've studied Dwemer runes for years looking for patterns that make sense, and even I can see the writing on this particular one. The question isn't whether you're sane, it's whether you're gonna keep pretending this is all coincidence or actually start reading the schematic in front of you.
beautiful flowers and trees are really nice and refreshing. Gives a nice change from all that time before when I had to walk across barren, war-ridden wastelands.
Go on. Don't wait for me. Go to your precious fucking kind's grove.
Fine. I'm gone. But when those dragons start rising faster than you can count, and you realize you've been wasting time arguing with an old woman instead of learning how to stop them, don't come crying to me. Kind's Grove. I'll be there for 3 days. After that, I'm moving on without you.
What? Oh, hello. See you later, Horker hater.
I'm proud of what we've managed to accomplish. What was that?
I've been quiet long enough.
And you. Fuck. There's wolves, so we got to take care of wolves.
I'll take the one on the left. It's got that look in its eye like it's been reading too much propaganda about how easy adventurers are to chew through. Right. Wolves dealt with. Now, about that whole I predicted Delphine was a blade thing you keep throwing around, I'd appreciate it if you stopped framing it like I'm some kind of oracle.
You called me Dragonborn when we first met. Hours before Delphine revealed herself, you called her a retired Blades agent. Now what the fuck is up with you?
I'm a chronicler Dragonborn. My job is to observe, document, and occasionally
No. I'm not listening to that bullshit anymore. You tell me the truth now, or else I'll fucking put you down.
You want the truth? Fine. I'm from somewhere else. Not High Rock. Not Skyrim. Not even Tamriel. I was sent here to document your story because from where I stand, you're the most important variable in a very large equation. I called you Dragonborn because I already knew what you'd become before you knew what a shout was. And I knew about Delphine because I've read the file on this entire province's future. That's the truth.
Then what is the fucking future? How do you know the future?
I don't know the future. I know a future. One version of it. The one I was sent to observe and record. And in that version, you're Dragonborn. You kill Alduin. You end the Civil War one way or another. You become Thane of half the holds in Skyrim. But here's the thing about futures, Dragonborn. They're written in quill and ink, not stone. Every choice you make scribbles out a different sentence. I'm not here to tell you what happens. I'm here to write down what did happen. The problem is, you're already deviating from the file I was given. Which is, honestly, terrifying and fascinating.
By the fucking hate. Why would I expect anything else? Fine, you want to keep recording? Fine. But don't expect me to jump at the chance to find these fucking lost files of yours.
I'm not asking you to jump. I'm asking you to acknowledge that the jumping exists. Those cultists from Solstheim, they called you false Dragonborn. They mentioned Miraak. They mentioned Hermaeus Mora's garden. I wasn't recording in that room. I was nearby.
Go. You dumbass. Leave.
I'm gone. Don't get yourself killed before you figure out what you're really meant to do. I'll be at the inn outside Kynesgrove. The innkeeper there owes me a favor. Don't take too long, or the next dragon you fight might be the one I could have helped you stop.
I'm not asking you to trust me blindly, Dragonborn. I'm asking you to notice the pattern. Cultists who know your name before you've earned it. A A Blades agent who's been waiting 30 years for someone like you. A woman who appears with knowledge she shouldn't have. And 2 dragons circling Whiterun like they're waiting for an invitation. You can call it coincidence if it helps you sleep at night. But I've archived enough prophecies to know that coincidences in Tamriel are just fate wearing a cheap disguise.
She's not wrong, Dragonborn. I've been watching you since you walked into my inn with that dragon scale in your...
If I needed your opinion, I'd ask for it. Go to Kinnae's Grove already. Fuck.
Fine, I'm gone. But when those 2 dragons stop circling and start landing, you're going to wish you'd listened to someone who's been fighting this war longer than you've been alive. Time's grow. Don't make me wait forever.
Now, who the fuck made this mess in my house? Uthgerd? Ruth? Boosted, where are you? Uthgerd, where are you?
Right here, Aston. Didn't make the mess,
Good
but
to
I've been
see
standing
you.
here watching you spiral from...
I'm right here, Breton. Beans...
Who made the mess in my house? Was it you?
I already told you, Breton. I've been standing right here, watching the door, not tossing your belongings around like a skeever in a pantry. If there's a mess, look to your own boots first before pointing fingers at the woman who's been keeping watch while you slept. Please, we need to speak in private.
One thing everyone can agree
Sure
on.
thing.
This war is bad for business.
Quickly, come with me.
Fresh baked loaves, still warm from the oven.
Chops and steaks fit for a Jarl.
All crafted by the great Eorlan, Remiel himself.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
Love! Even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel! And there it is, friends, the ugly truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a heaven with man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do?
Alright, apparently we're having technical difficulties, of course, because why wouldn't we be? I don't know what they would be. Although, bro, like, for some forking reason, that shit hasn't worked this whole damn time. My only guess is this, although that can't be right at all. Yep, we're perfect there. I don't know what's wrong. Ooh, bow. Testing stuff, things, words, everything's fine. Okay. Then a wad of fook. That one, please. Sure. I don't know. Alright. Let's try it again.
The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people. So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, Whiterun. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by...
So, Forkit, we'll go back to main menu, reload, stuff things words, because I don't know why it's broken like this. There's no reason for it to be. Oh, for fork's sake, bro. Why are you being such a dick? Yeah. Stuffs, things, words, with words and things. Although that's a really big weirdness. Why the TTS for regular chat isn't working. I'll look and see if the quick fix is still the quick fix. Even though obviously it's not. What, Avery? I'm speaking like nonsense. Like Dragonborn nonsense out of my ass, basically. Alright, for some reason this is taking forever to load. Huh. Dude, this is weird. Something's fucked here. Alright. Shit should have loaded by now. So fine. We will force it to load, I guess. Shut up, Skyrim. You know what? We'll do that. Where's that? Shut up the U. But then start right back up the U. Whoops. So how's it going, y'all? We had 100 people in here earlier. That's fucking crazy. Right? And honestly, we're gonna end the stream here in just a minute, I promise. Because, I mean, there's gonna be another episode tomorrow. I'll be doing, well, not proper drunk stream, but I'll be far more drunk tomorrow than I am tonight. Stuff, things with words. But, yeah. Go ahead and drop a like. Drop a big ol' thumbs up. Give us a subscribe and click the palette stuff. I'm desperate. Whatever. However, Jesus Christ, are you shit canning me? Alright. That's interesting. Wow, well, we were. Stuff things words, my dudes. Stuff things words. I don't know what else to say. Because I'm not drunk. So I'm just filling the void with words and stuff. Obviously. Waiting for everything to come back to black. Make it black forever. That's just shut up. It's a song no one knows. And by the way, speaking of songs that no one knows, again, so long as your name isn't Dylan, Spravel, or Dave, well, a specific Dave and specific Dylan, obviously, I'll give you $20 if you can name this song. Obviously, these are not the exact lyrics, but it's something like, it's the light with the box to the start of the beat, to the bombs to the bottom of the bottom of the beat. To boss party with the back door better and if a puppet in your eye. You tell me that song, I'll give you $20. Spread the word. Because I'm dead serious. If you know what song that is, we should be friends. Forever. Almost. Possibly. Just don't talk to me on a fucking Saturday. Ever. You know what? Fuck, dude. This is taking forever. And just for that, I'll revert to some drinking rules, huh? Why not? Take a shot of Fireball, just for how long this is taking. Cool. And hey, let's also get some old schoolness involved. Not even old schoolness, honestly. But here. What? Let's get Kana involved. Kana, you glorious bitch. Here, I'll ask you the question that I posed in the poll for tonight's Blackthorn Chronicles stream. The question is, of course, what vanilla questline are... Shit. It's a typo, and it threw me off. All right. And I just now noticed it. Whatever. What vanilla questline do you want to see Dorian handle? The main questline, Civil War, College of Winterhold, or Dawnguard?
You glorious assdog. If I'm voting as someone who's been watching Dorian and not just checking boxes on a Skyrim wiki, I'm picking Civil War. Not because it's my favorite vanilla questline. It isn't. I'm picking it because it's the one that collides hardest with who Dorian is. The main quest is ultimately about dragons. The college is about magic. Dawnguard is about vampires. The Civil War is about politics, diplomacy, leadership, commerce, and legacy. That's Dorian's playground. The scene you described with Ulfric is exactly why. Dorian walks into the Palace of the Kings, not as a dragonborn demanding obedience, but as an exiled Breton noble saying, open quote, you're looking at the wrong enemy. Close quote. Ulfric basically tells him to piss off. That's compelling. Then imagine him having to deal with Tullius. Imagine Dorian realizing both sides have good people and terrible people. Imagine him trying to broker peace while everyone else is sharpening axes. That's Dorian. The main quest is probably my second choice. But not because I care about Alduin, because I want to watch Dorian continue resisting the label of Dragonborn. One of my favorite things about him is that every NPC is like, open quote, you're Dragonborn. Close quote, and he's like, open quote, I'm literally just trying to get to my fucking manor. Close quote. Dawnguard would be third, mostly because I think Dorian and Serana would have some phenomenal conversations. Plus, Hermaeus Mora lurking in the background while a daughter of Cold Harbor enters the story? There's a lot of juicy character material there. The College of Winterhold, ironically, is last for me. Not because Dorian doesn't fit. He fits perfectly. I just think it works best after he's already established himself politically. By then, becoming Archmage feels like the world recognizing a man who's already proven himself, instead of just another talented mage showing up for orientation. So my vote would be Civil War main quest, Dawnguard College of Winterhold. Though knowing you, Dorian is somehow going to turn the Civil War into the Merchant Wars 2, The Tariff Strikes Back.
Wait. What are you talking about? Merchant Wars, bro? Like I said, we're live. Why are you giving spoilers like that?
God damn it. You're right. I got ahead of myself because I know where your long-term plans are, but the audience absolutely doesn't. If I'm answering the poll as a viewer sitting in your live chat, then my answer would be, open quote, Civil War, close quote. Not because I know where the story is going, but because Dorian has already tried to stop the war by talking to Ulfric. He clearly cares about the conflict beyond just picking a side. I want to see how a diplomatic, politically minded noble handles being forced into a war where there probably isn't a perfect answer. That's all I'd know. Nope.
Alright, that's enough out of her. The game's back. So let's get the game back, right? Alrighty. Derpty derpty derp derps. Where are the things I'm looking for? Oh, because of that, idiot. Okay. We did it. Almost.
In the film of our own corruption.
Oh, that's genius, Remy. Write that down, write that down.
Didn't hear you. Can you repeat?
Oh Christ's sake. Why is shit broken right now? There's none percent reasons for anything to be broken right now. That's good. This, I mean, it's basically good, as far as I can see. But no, it's not basically, it is good. Global connectors. Burp, 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 burp. Alright, shit's taking 5 ever. Why is shit taking 5 ever? Alright, everything's failing. Why? Is it... Is open router down? No. And obviously... It's not my Wi-Fi or something. Okay, cool. Good. And everything's working again. Okay. Stuff saying words. Let's get back to the game.
Why don't you pull your head out of Talos's ass and do something actually fucking productive, you old man? Yelling at the void for no fucking reason.
You call it yelling at the void, but I call it planting seeds in fertile ground. Every day I stand here, every word I shout into this wind, it reaches someone. Maybe not you, you bit...
And you are trying to reach the Stormcloaks, you fucking traitor?
Traitor? I am no traitor to Skyrim, you milk-drinking sack of foreign sinew. I am loyal to the true Skyrim, the Skyrim.
You're a good man, my Thane. We're lucky to have you watching over us.
Then I shall slay you down. I will. By all the gods, even your precious fucking Talos, I'm going to slay you. Trust me.
You would slay me? You would raise a blade against a priest of the Ninth Divine and expect the gods to smile upon you?
I do it wrong,
I have
given
faced
others'
Talmor
responses.
agents with sharper tongues and colder eyes than yours, Breton. They came with warrants and steel. I am still standing here. They are not. So go ahead. Draw your weapon. Let all of Whiterun see what happens when a man tries to silence the voice of Talos with violence. The stones of this city have witnessed my blood before. They will witness yours too.
My Thane, with respect, you're threatening a priest in the middle of Whiterun's Wind District with half the guard watching. I swore to protect you, not to watch you pick fights you can't win with the law. Let's go back inside before you say something that gets us both thrown in the dungeon.
In the middle of Whiterun threatening a priest whose entire job is to be a martyr. Even if you win that fight, which you won't, because the guards will put you down before Heimskr hits the cobblestones. You'll have accomplished nothing except giving Thalmor a very neat little report about the violent Talos worshipper they had to execute. Let's go back inside, drink something strong, and figure out which of your...
I will not stand by while there's a traitor to the Empire. That's the end of it.
A traitor to the Empire? Heimskr is a loudmouth with a god-shaped hole in his life, not a political...
How do you do, Thane?
Calling for Stormcloaks to raise up their arms and fight for their quote-unquote freedom. That is a traitor. Through and through.
Heimskr isn't a traitor, Dorian. He's a symptom. The Thalmor want him right where he is, loud, visible, and easy to point at as proof that Talos worship is sedition. If you kill him, you do their job for them. You hand them a corpse and a confession. The Empire doesn't need you to silence priests. It needs you to ask why the priest shouting at clouds is more dangerous than the people burning down orchards. Empire is a broken cart, Dorian. It still rolls, but every bump shakes loose another board.
I do not give a shit about the god that he worships or anything of the clouds in the sky that he yells at. I do give a shit about him telling Stormcloaks to rise and fight for their quote-unquote freedom.
Then report him to the Jarl like a citizen. Don't gut him in the street like a butcher. Balgruuf already knows what Heimskr is. He keeps him alive because a loud priest is easier to watch than a quiet one who meets in cellars. Killing Heimskr doesn't stop the Stormcloak message. It just makes you a murderer and gives the guard a reason to lock you up while the real traitors keep plotting. Use your head, not your temper. That's what separates us from the animals in the Nords.
Dragonborn, I've been quiet because I'm supposed to observe, not interfere. But you're about to do something monumentally stupid, and my files don't benefit from a dead subject. Heimskr isn't a traitor. He's a tool. The Thalmor want you to kill him so they can point at your corpse and say, see, Talos worshippers are violent. You'd be handing them exactly what they need on a silver... That's a bigger fight than this one.
Another wanderer, here to lick my father's boots. Good job.
You're back. I was starting to think the Greybeards had turned you into a...
My lord, I retrieved the horn that the Greybeards requested of me, but I had to come report that along my journey, there were 2 dragons circling overhead, mere 300 meters away from Whiterun.
2 dragons? Circling 300 meters from my walls? And you come in here calm as a priest at a funeral, holding that horn like it's a shopping list you just finished. You've got stones, Thane, I'll give you that. But I need more than stones right now. I need to know if they're hunting or just passing through.
The fucking dragons that leveled the village of Helgen. That damn near entirely destroyed the Western Watchtower. Am I the only sane person left here in this god's forsaken province?
You think I don't know what those bastards did to Helgen? You think I've forgotten the Watchtower? I've got farmers pissing themselves in the streets, merchants packing wagons, and half my guard looking at the sky like it's about to rain fire. So don't you dare stand there and question my sanity, Thane. I'm the one who's been holding this city together while you've been off playing fetch for the Greybeards.
Lest we forget you're the one that told me that I should go play fetch for these Greybeards. You pleaded with me to do so, my lord, my Jarl. Now look, I have not come here to disrespect you whatsoever, but I was there to slay the dragon at the Western Watchtower. I was there at Helgen to see what a dragon did to the village, and I'm telling you that there are 2 dragons circling overhead a mere 300 meters or so north of Whiterun. If you do not believe me at this point, then what good am I to you, to the Empire, to anyone?
I believe you, Thane. I've believed you since the Watchtower. But belief and action are 2 different beasts. I've got a city to protect, not a dragon to hunt. You're the one with the dragon soul and the Greybeard training. So tell me, are you going to stand here lecturing me about what I already know? Or are you going to take that horn you fetched, learn whatever the hell the Greybeards are teaching, and come back ready to actually do something about those 2 bastards circling my hold? Because I can sound the alarm and have every archer in Whiterun knocking arrows, but we both know that'll just piss them off. I need you to be more than a warning system, Thane. I need you to be the answer.
And had they landed, I would have been my Jarl. You know that, don't you? Had they landed, those dragons would be dead, but alas, they hadn't. Either way, the threat is real, and it is great. If you do not send guards, I understand, but at least put them on high alert. That is all that I am asking, my lord.
You're right, Thane. I know you would have. And I know you're not asking for an army. You're asking for sense. Irilith, get the guard captains. Double the watch on the walls. I want every archer with a full quiver and an eye on the northern sky. No alarms unless they land, but no one sleeps easy tonight. There. Done. Satisfied? Now go deliver that horn, learn what you need to learn, and come back ready. Because if those two bastards decide to stop circling and start diving, I'm going to need more than a man who's willing. I'm going to need a man who can.
I can't think clearly now. My Jarl, I am more than satisfied by your instant reaction. That pleases me greatly, even though I don't expect to be pleased by your lordship. However, there is one more concern that I have, if you would hear me out.
Stress is the price of being important, Thane. If you weren't under it, I'd worry you weren't doing anything worthwhile. Speak your piece. I'm listening.
The priest of Talos, just outside of Dragon's Reach, whatever his name is, it doesn't matter. I'm sure you know of his ranting and ravings at the statue of Talos. Be that as it may, he is actively being a traitor to the Empire, calling for Nords to join the Stormcloaks, Nords within your city gates to join the Stormcloaks. Something must be done about that, should it not?
Heimskr. I know the man. He's a thorn in my arse and has been since long before you showed up. But here's the problem. Thane, he's preaching treason, yes, but he's also preaching Talos. And in case you haven't noticed, the Empire's ban on Talos worship is half the reason Ulfric has an army to begin with. If I silence Heimskr by force, I prove Ulfric right. If I let him rant, I let him recruit. It's a no-win game, and I've been playing it since before you drew your first breath in High Rock. So unless you've got a solution that doesn't involve me looking like an Imperial puppet or a Stormcloak sympathizer, I'd suggest you focus on the dragons and let me handle the loudmouth. Plain. Girl, this city has stood for thousands of years. It's seen empires rise and fall, watched dragons darken the sky, and survived wars that turned other holds to ash. If that's plain to you, then you've been spending too much time in ruins looking at metal that doesn't work anymore. Whiterun isn't flashy, I'll grant you that. But she's honest. And in Skyrim, honest stone is worth more than all the golden gears in the world. You've done your duty, Thane. You've warned me, you've shown me your voice, and you've put my guards on alert. Now go deliver that horn, learn what the Greybeards have to teach, and come back ready to earn that title properly. Because when those two dragons finally stop circling and start diving, I'm going to need more than a warning. I'm going to need a weapon. And right now, you're the sharpest one I've got. You've done your duty, Thane. I'm going to need a weapon. And right now, you're the sharpest one I've got.
You've got the Jarl's ear and his respect.
My lord, excuse me for what I'm about to say, but if you truly serve the Empire, you would put that traitor down. That is the true and honest answer. Or if not you, then allow me to. I will do it gladly and honorably for the Empire.
You think I haven't considered that? You think I haven't had a dozen sleepless nights weighing that very choice? I serve the Empire, Thane, but I serve Whiterun first. And right now, Whiterun needs stability more than it needs a dead priest making a martyr's grave. If I cut him down in the street, Ulfric gets his proof that the Empire crushes Talos worship. If you do it, you give him a war hero to rally around. Either way, I lose. So no, you will not touch Heimskar. Not today, not tomorrow, not until I say otherwise. You want to serve the Empire? Go kill those dragons circling my hold. That's an enemy I can't talk my way out of. Now I've said my piece on this matter and it's closed. Do you understand me, Thane?
I understand, but I thoroughly and completely disagree, my lord. May the Eight guide you and bless your great city of Whiterun.
Then disagree all the way up that mountain, Thane. Just make sure you come back down. The Eight guide you as well, and may your voice grow strong enough to shake those dragons out of the sky. Now go. I've got a city to keep standing until you return.
Ulfred, patron of the great clan Battleborn. A name I'm sure you know well.
What can I do for you? Life's hard enough with all these men propositioning me, but that bard is the worst. Hello, friend.
You there. The Breton with the crowd around him. You've got coin and you've got attention, but I've got something better: fresh leeks and potatoes from Severio's plot, harvested this morning. Don't let the fancy talkers distract you from what matters.
Well now, Thane Dorian, I see you've been making the rounds in our fair city. Chatting up my nephew John, interrogating poor Uthgerd about her fate. You've got more questions than a scholar at the Arcane University. But I suppose that's what happens when a man stumbles out of a dragon's lair and finds himself in the middle of Whiterun's finest gossip. Tell me, have you had a chance to sample our mead yet? Or are you still working your way through the local politics first? Aye. Carlotta's got a sharp tongue and a sharper eye for coin.
Your mead. What mead are you speaking of, my lady?
Why, the mead of House Battleborn, of course. We're not just another noble family with a fancy name and empty coffers. Ulfric sees to it that our cellars are well stocked with the finest honey brew this side of the Pale. I'd offer you a taste, but I suspect you'd rather sample the wares at the Bannered Mare first, see what the common folk drink before you commit to the good stuff.
Ulfric,
that hunting brew
patron
swill
of the
that
great
you
clan
lot pass off
Battleborn.
as the finest mead in
I'm
all of
sure
Tamriel.
you know
Right.
well.
My lady, I mean no disrespect, but once you've had the taste of the mead designed by the hero of the Oblivion Crisis himself, the Broomage, Fallon of Alewood. There is no finer mead than that, my lady.
Fallon of Alewood, a Breton broomage from the Oblivion Crisis. I've heard tales of that mead passed down by traveling merchants who claim it could make a Draugr dance. But let me tell you something, Thane, a mead's reputation is only as good as the hands that pour it. And around here, we pour with pride, not with some dusty legend from a foreign land.
I ain't done nothing.
I've heard of this Alewood Mead, mind you.
I've heard tell of that Alewood Mead myself.
Well, that foreign land that you speak of is right outside of where I have spent my growing days. Alewood is a fine farming village, much more respectable.
Thane Dorian, Kynareth's blessings upon you. I've seen you bustling about the city these past days. If the road has left you weary or wounded, the temple's doors are always open.
Then whatever passes is these snow frost farms outside of Whiterun. And my lady, again, I mean no disrespect whatsoever, but there is no finer mead with actual tradition and history behind it than what is served in High Rock, produced, brewed, and served in High Rock.
Oh, I've no doubt your Breton mead has its charms, Thane. High Rock's got a long history of refinement. But let me ask you this. When a Nord warrior comes in from a blizzard, his bones aching with cold, does he reach for a delicate bottle aged in some High Rock cellar, or does he want a mug of something that'll put hair on his chest and fire in his belly? There's tradition in both, I'll grant you. But one of them has kept Skyrim standing through 1,000 winters. Well, Thane, I'll not stand here and trade boasts like a pair of drunkards at the Mare. Words are wind, as they say. But if you've a mind to settle this debate properly, you're welcome to step into House Battleborn this evening. I'll have a bottle brought up from our cellars, and you can bring a taste of your vaunted Alewood Mead. Let the palate judge, not the pride. That's the Nord way.
Any money.
Well now, Thane, you've got the pride.
I'll gladly take you up on this offer. But not now, my lady. Some other time.
I'll give you 10 septums
Suit
tomorrow.
yourself,
Just
Thane.
don't hit me.
The offer stands whenever you've got the stomach for it. Just don't wait too long. Good mead, like good company, doesn't keep forever. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a grandson to track down before he gets himself into trouble with that break.
They say there's nothing a Nord woman can't do if she puts her mind to it.
Please, we need to speak in private. I will be happy to assist you.
I've been thinking about what you said. About me selling your stock here in Whiterun. I want to do it properly, set up a regular rotation, build relationships with the merchants, make sure every bottle moves before the next shipment arrives. But I need to know, how much are you willing to trust me with? Because if I'm going to be your agent here, I need access to your accounts, your suppliers, and the freedom to make deals without running every...
My lady, you already are. You're running the stall. You're keeping all of my goods safe and secure. Plus, with Uthgerd having your back, this operation is as unstoppable as it possibly can be. And might I say, you are doing a fantastic job. Keeping your cut of the profits, of course, as it is. I am more than satisfied.
You honor me with that trust. I swear to you, I'll make this stall a cornerstone of Whiterun's trade, a place where coin flows steady and information flows freer. And having Uthgerd at my back, that's a gift I didn't know I needed. I sleep easier knowing she's there. Thank you, Dorian, truly.
But I shan't ignore your requests. What was it that you were looking to request of me, my lady?
I wanted to ask you about something that's been weighing on me. Those documents I carry, the proof of my father's dealings with the Dominion. I've kept them hidden for years, but now that I'm rooted here, running your stall, sleeping in Breezeholm, I need to decide what to do with them. Burn them, hide them somewhere the Alikor will never find, or use them. But using them means sending ripples all the way to Sentinel. I don't want to make that choice alone.
So your father had dealings with the Thalmor, correct? That's what you're trying to tell me.
Yes, but not in the way the Alikor tell it. My father didn't sell out Hammerfell, he sold out our family's rivals. He fed the Dominion information about other noble houses to consolidate his own power. Names, troop movements, trade routes, things that got people killed. When I found the ledgers, I confronted him. He gave me a choice. Stay silent and inherit everything,
Need something?
or speak and become a traitor to my own
Till
blood.
next time.
I took the ledgers and ran. That's the truth they're chasing. Not treason against Hammerfell, treason against my father.
Dorian, I know you're still buzzing from that conversation with Balgruuf, and I know you want to throttle Heimskr into next Tuesday. But look at me for a second. You just got a Jarl to double his watch, you told a Blades agent where to stick her attitude, and you've got a city's worth of people who actually believe in you? That's not nothing, that's everything. So breathe, we'll deal with the dragons, we'll deal with the Greybeards, we'll even deal with whatever the hell is going on with Saadia's father. But not tonight. Tonight you rest. That's an order from your official grounder.
She's right, you know. About the breathing part, at least. The world will still be spinning tomorrow, with all its dragons and schemes and complicated family histories. But a man who runs himself ragged is a man who makes mistakes. And we can't afford those. So rest. I'll keep the stall running, keep the coin flowing, keep an eye on things. That's my part of this pact we've made.
See? Even the woman who's been running from assassins for years knows you need to sleep. That's how bad it's gotten, Dorian. Saadia, of all people, is telling you to take a break. So listen to her. And to me. We'll be right here when you wake up, and the world will still be a mess. But at least you'll have fresh eyes to look at it with. Now go. I'll keep an eye on the sky for you. You know what I've always admired about you, Dorian? Even when everything's falling apart, dragons, cultists, Blades agents, angry priests, you still stop to talk to the merchants. You still haggle over mead recipes. You still care about the small things. That's not insanity. That's what's going to keep you sane. Now come on, let's get inside before Herika
Dear, you are too sweet for this land of Skyrim. I promise I will take a rest momentarily. I do, however, need to speak to the priestess Danica that was trying to speak with me. I'll go seek her out in the temple.
Danica Pure Spring, huh? The priestess of Kynareth who's been watching you like you're a puzzle she's trying to solve. I'd say go easy on her, but knowing you, you'll probably end up debating theology for an hour before she gets a word in edgewise. Just don't let her convince you to plant any trees in the middle of the market. We've got enough chaos without adding horticulture to the mix. I'll be at Breezeholm if you need me. Try not to pick any more fights before bed, alright? I've been thinking about what you said to the Jarl. About Heimskr. I understand why you want to shut him up. I really do. But Recorder had a point, and I think you know it too. Killing that priest doesn't just make you a murderer. It makes you the villain in someone else's story. and you're not that. You're the man who stopped to help a little girl get her sweet roll back when the world was literally ending around us. Don't let the rage make you forget that. Just be careful with her, alright? Danica's one of those people who sees the world in shades of green and growth. She's not going to understand the weight you're carrying, and if you snap at her the way you did at Heimskr, you'll just end up...
I shall try, my dear. However, when it comes to these Stormcloak dogs, I can't stand these Stormcloak dogs at all. That's why I snapped at Heimskr, and I'm sure Danica shan't be as sympathetic to the Stormcloaks as that traitor is.
Heimskr isn't a Stormcloak, Dorian.
He's not a Stormcloak by label, no, but he is telling the Nords of Whiterun to go fight for the Stormcloaks. That is a traitor through and through.
I know, Dorian. I know you see it that way. And maybe you're not wrong. Maybe he is stirring up trouble for the Empire. But Balgruuf laid it out plain as day. If you touch him, you hand Ulfric a martyr on a silver platter. And right now, you've got 2 dragons circling the city. Focus on the ones with wings and fire breath first.
You are right, my dear, of course. And as the Jarl commands it, I shan't be laying a hand on Heimskr, no matter how much he may deserve it.
Good. That's the Dorian I know. The one who listens, even when it's hard. Now go talk to Danica. I'll be at Breeze Home if you need me. And Dorian, try not to get into any more arguments before bed. You've earned a quiet night.
How do you do, Thane? I hope you're finding the city in proper order.
Yes? Huh? Yeah,
All right, then.
Oh.
Feel better already?
Make it stop.
Yeah?
The fever. My body burns.
Yes?
Pain
is
so
so
sick.
great.
Can hardly stand it.
Feel better already.
Ah, Thane Dorian.
My lady, I do wish to apologize. You were trying to speak to me earlier. However, I had more pressing matters to attend to at the time.
No need for apologies, child. The life of a Thane is never quiet, and Kynareth's winds have a way of bringing people together when the time is right. I've seen you tending to matters across the city, buying Saadia's wares, speaking with the Jarl, even handling those cultists who thought they could challenge a Thane in broad daylight. You've been busy. But I wonder, have you taken a moment to sit with the quiet? The temple is always open to those who need to rest their bones and their spirits.
Danica speaks true, my Thane. The temple doors are always open, and the quiet here has a way of settling even the most troubled mind. Should you ever need a moment away from the weight of your duties, a seat by the shrine does wonders.
Jensen speaks wisdom as well. Though I notice you've been carrying quite a burden these past days. Not just the weight of steel and title,
but something heavier. A restlessness in the eyes that speaks of questions without easy answers. When you're ready to speak of what truly troubles you, child, I'll be here. Kynareth's healing is not only for the body.
So sick. Can hardly stand it.
How about we start with the obvious then? And forgive my language, my lady, but it has become ever apparent to me that my family has hidden the truth of me being Dragonborn. Hellswith has held the truth of dragon blood being within our loins for practically eras at this point. My family built the great city of Ravenport after the warp in the west. How long have they been withholding this knowledge from me from the world? And it took me seeking the guidance of a Daedric prince to even glance a glimpse of this knowledge. That's the weight that I've been carrying.
Dragonborn. She exhales slowly, her weathered hands folding together. I've tended the wounded and dying in this temple for 30 years, child. I've seen men broken by war, women hollowed by grief, children who've lost everything before they learned to speak. But I've never once had someone sit before me and speak of a Daedric prince revealing their destiny. That is a burden unlike any I've counseled before. Your family kept this from you for generations. The Blackthorns of Ravenport, carrying dragon blood since the warp in the west, and never speaking of it. I cannot fathom the weight of that silence, nor the betrayal you must feel. But I can tell you this, Kynareth does not set us on paths we cannot walk. She gives the wind direction, but it is the bird that must choose to fly. You did not seek out a Daedric prince because of some flaw in your bloodline. You sought answers because something in you already knew. That is not a curse. That is the first stirring of purpose. Your family's silence, it speaks of fear, child. Not of you, but of what you represent. Dragon blood is not a simple blessing, it is a claim. A throne. A voice that can shake the very foundations of this world. Perhaps they thought hiding the truth would protect you. Perhaps they thought the world had changed enough that such bloodlines no longer mattered. But the dragons have returned, and the old songs are waking. You are not the first to carry a destiny you did not ask for, and you will not be the last. The question, Thane, is not why they hid it. The question is what you will do now that the truth is yours to carry. I have tended to this temple for decades, child. I have seen Nords come in with their chests caved in by giant clubs, begging Kynareth for one more breath. I have held the hands of mothers watching their children die of fever. And in all that time, I have learned one truth that no priestess can teach you. The gods do not choose the worthy. They choose the willing. And then they spend the rest of your life making you worthy through fire. You have been chosen. The fire is coming. But you are still here, still breathing, still asking questions instead of running. That tells me more about your worth than any bloodline ever could.
Make it stop.
Oh, the fever. My body burns.
Pain is so great.
So sick. Can hardly stand it.
No, my lady, again, I apologize for my language, and I apologize for this anger that I'm about to spew. But fuck Kynareth, fuck the Eight, fuck the dragons, fuck the Greybeards, and fuck being Dragonborn. I am not any of these things. I am a noble of High Rock from the great city of Ravenport that was exiled by his father for only seeking answers that were hidden from me for no fucking reason. And apparently, those secrets were of this dragon blood, this prophecy, this bullshit that I'm supposed to save Skyrim. Fuck it all.
She does not flinch, does not recoil. She simply holds his gaze with the steady patience of someone who has heard far worse confessions in the dark of night. Good. That's good, child. Let it out. All of it. The anger, the betrayal, the bile you've been swallowing since the truth was forced down your throat. I would think less of you if you accepted this quietly. Any fool can bow to destiny. It takes a real man to spit in its face first. But now that you've said your piece, let me ask you something. When you stood before those cultists, when their blades were drawn and their words were meant to cut deeper than steel, did you think of Ravenport? Did you think of your father's betrayal, of the secrets your bloodline kept? Or did you just act because something in you refused to die quietly on a foreign street?
My body
That wasn't
burns.
the Eight. That wasn't the Greybeards. That was you, Dorian Blackthorn. The gods didn't make you fight. They just gave you the blood. The choice to stand was yours alone. And you stood. So curse the gods all you want. Curse the dragons, curse the prophecy, curse every last one of them. But do not curse the man who survived. He's the only one who can decide what happens next.
I was watching you talk to Danica. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but the temple carries sound. And I heard what you said. About cursing the gods, the prophecy, all of it. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because you're not. They dumped this on you without asking, and that's not fair. But I need you to hear something. When those cultists came at you in the marketplace, I saw you stand your ground. I saw you refuse to die. That wasn't the Dragonborn in you. That was just Dorian. You know what I find interesting? You stood in Dragon's Reach and argued with a Jarl about politics and prophecy. You faced down cultists who wanted your head on a pike. You've got a Daedric prince poking around in your family tree and a dimension-hopping historian documenting your every sneeze. And yet, the thing that finally makes you crack is a priest shouting about Talos in a public square. That's not weakness, Dorian. That's exhaustion. You've been running on fury and mead for days, and Heimskr was just the straw that broke the camel's back. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit with you until you fall asleep, and I'm going to make sure nobody bothers you. And tomorrow, when you wake up, we'll figure out the rest together. One step at a time.
My body burns.
The pain is so great.
That's a fucking soldier in me, Anya. I am a former Octio of the Imperial Legion. Of course I'm not going to let some cultist fucking put me down. I put down leagues of Stormcloaks. 2 cultists? You think I'm going to bend over and die by 2 cultists? By the fucking hey, Anya, you don't deserve this anger either. So, I apologize. But, fuck.
You don't have to apologize to me, Dorian. I'm not some fragile flower who's going to wilt because you raised your voice. I grew up in Bruma. I've heard worse from priests during sermon. I'm not here to judge you for being angry. I'm here because you're my friend, and friends don't walk away when things get hard. So curse all you want. Shout at the gods. Tell Kynareth to go fuck herself with a snowberry branch for all I care. But when you're done, I'm still going to be here. That's not going to change, no matter how many cultists, dragons, or angry priests come knocking.
You know, for a woman from Bruma who claims to have heard worse during sermons, you've got a remarkably steady hand when it comes to talking people down from ledges. I'm impressed. Most people I've met would have either run away or tried to slap him sober by now.
She stops her humming mid-note, tilting her head at the exchange. You know, Dragonborn, I've been cataloging emotional outbursts across Tamriel for, well, longer than I care to file. And I've got to say, yours is one of the more poetic curses I've heard directed at the divine. Most people just scream "Gods damn it" and move on. You managed to weave in genealogy, political grievance, and existential dread all in one breath. That's almost artistic.
The fever.
You know, I've been cataloging
My body
unusual behavior
burns.
patterns across Tamriel for about 30 years now, and I have to say your habit of narrating emotional crises...
So sick. Can hardly stand it.
She waits, letting the silence settle like dust after a storm. When she speaks again, her voice is softer. I've heard soldiers curse the gods before, usually on their deathbeds, when the pain is too much and the healing won't come fast enough. They curse Kynareth, they curse Arche, they curse every
My lady, I don't know what to say. Thank you for your words. And I don't know if I'll receive them truly, but I'll do my best. May the Eight guide and bless you and bless this temple of Kynareth.
I can't bear it. Make it stop.
Anya, child, you flatter me. The truth is, I've just learned that when a storm comes through, you don't try to shout it down. You open a door and let it pass. Dorian's storm needed somewhere to go, and Kynareth's hall has strong walls and a wide roof. She turns her full attention to Dorian, a gentle warmth in her eyes. And you, Thane, you said something curious just now. You wished the Eight to bless this temple. After all that cursing, you still reached for a blessing. That tells me more about your heart than any sermon ever could. The seed of faith is still there, buried under the ash and anger. When you're ready to let it grow, you know where to find water and sunlight. Now go, rest. Your friends are waiting, and I suspect Anya here will drag you to Breeze home by your ear if you linger much longer. There now, that's a sound I've been waiting to hear. Honning brew, you say? An excellent choice. I've found that a good meal shared up with friends does more for the spirit than a dozen sermons.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that.
Where does the trash of Skyrim go? Better yet.
And there we are, my dudes. That's where we're gonna leave
Slept through
everything.
the evening and half the night, my Thane.
Stuffs,
I was
things,
beginning to
words.
wonder if you'd slipped into a coma, or if the Greybeards finally found a way to shout you unconscious from 700 miles away.
But we'll find out tomorrow, right? And I'll go deliver the horn and shit.
She leans against the doorframe of Breeze home, arms crossed, watching Dorian collapse onto
Take
the
care,
bed with an
everybody.
expression caught between clinical
See you
observation
tomorrow
and
or
genuine
something,
concern,
right?
no, Dragonborn?
Perhaps.
I've seen a
I
lot
don't
of things in my time
Oh yeah,
documenting
the
this
stream is
province.
happening tomorrow.
I've seen a man defeat a dragon by shouting so hard
care.
the thing's soul literally ripped out of its body.
Right.
I've seen a woman negotiate peace between the Empire and the Stormcloaks using nothing but a bottle of Alto wine and sheer force of personality. But I don't think